web browser is here. Let's see, properties. There we go. There's this. There we go. Alright, let's begin this.
Greetings everyone, my name is Bife here. I've covered Destiny's lore for just over 7 years now, and ahead of the end of Destiny's first saga, I'm taking this chance to give you all a look into the complete story of Destiny so far. But if I can take just a moment or two of your time, there are some things we should really talk about before we start this video. Firstly, I wanted to let you know that this video is the longest that I've ever made, and if you're watching this after the premiere, you will see that it is well over 9 hours long. There are 2 intermissions for you in this video, so be sure to use them. Get up, stretch, hydrate, and do all those other things that you might need to do in the break.
Can you hear bullets?
Take your time. If you want to watch this in parts, I'm certainly not offended. In fact, I built the video with you guys in mind as well. There are chapters that you can go to and navigate to, and of course, if you want to come back at any particular point in time, you can watch this all in bite-sized chunks. If you want to skip to a specific part of the story, it's there for that too. I also want to be frank with you guys about something. Making these larger projects is not cheap, and I make sure to invest in larger projects because, well, the quality will end up speaking for itself. It's not an insurmountable barrier, but it does mean that every big project is a very big decision to make. Oftentimes, it's a very scary decision to make because of the risk involved. And that's why we went looking for a sponsor who would help us cover the costs and justify the creation of this video. They gave me complete creative control over how to talk about them, so before we even mention who they are, I just want to go ahead and shoot straight with you all and tell you that this video was actually possible thanks to their funding. So with that in mind, hopefully that makes you a lot more pleased to hear that this video was sponsored by Geology, who I'll go ahead and talk about for a bit. Geology's mission is to make great skincare easier. The important problem that they identified is that for most of us dudes, the whole process of skincare is way overcomplicated and pretty opaque. There's too many things to keep track of, and a lot of it varies according to each individual body and what you need as a person. Getting the right skincare can end up being a wasteful thing, and it can be very expensive if you don't have the right assistance.
Alright, you have a good day.
Geology's answer is to be the helping hand and easy
Who
guide
was
that
that?
you need. It starts with their quick quiz, which you can take to help identify what you need out of skincare, and that takes about 60 seconds. After that, they'll recommend a personalized routine just for you, and each of the products that you get in there has clear labeling telling you which of the...
I'm gonna skip forward because it's just the sponsor part.
Getting better skincare, enormous one first. So, possible, without the help of a few key people. First of all, let's talk about Aslar and Shrike. Aslar is the talented artist who created the art in the chapter cards and the awesome animated fly-throughs that help to really show the story locations as we move.
Ooh, that looks so good.
I'm so happy to work with him because
Oh,
much
those
like me, he
designs are
absolutely
beautiful.
adores this universe, and he's a huge fan of the small details.
Oh
which
my
you'll see
flying
in all of his
cripes.
work. If you want to support him, his work is
Oh my
fantastic.
god, looking at
You can
this,
find a link to his
oh my
Patreon
god, I'm
and
gonna
his
lose my
socials
mind.
down below in the description. If you want to commission him or buy his art, I know that he'd very much appreciate that too. You can find some of the art from this project being sold by Aslar right now if you check those links. Shrike, aka Martin, is the editor on this project and the editor on my videos generally, and he has helped tirelessly to add context and visuals to each part of the video. Whilst this was a split effort, without him, I would never have been able to take on a project of this scale, so a huge thank you goes out to Martin as well. I also got in touch with a few other artists from some of my old projects. You see, there are some bits in Destiny's lore that just don't get portrayed in-game a lot, and so we lifted some stuff from old projects with their permission. This includes Metaworks 818, aka Ben. Ben was kind enough to allow us to use the art that we had used for Dynasty, the complete story
That
of
is sick.
Savathun and the Witch Queen and the Hive, and that was something which allowed us to fill in those relevant sections of the video. With that in mind, the Dynasty
What?
Animation team,
Excuse
aka
me?
Reed, Drexus, and the Judd sub, were also kind enough to allow those animations from Dynasty to be reused. Duba Plays also gets a shout out here because to this day they have some of the best Vault of Glass B-roll ever taken, and I was allowed to use it thanks to them. Some supplemental footage was also taken from the Destiny Lore Vault, where my own archives were lacking, theirs were not. Their dedication to preserving Destiny's lore and story is utterly remarkable, and it's a great thing to have in a live service game where a lot of this stuff is going to eventually cease to be, unless Bungie eventually restores it. If, like me, you're a big lore junkie, they are a fantastic resource. In this project, you might also from time to time hear some fantastic music, but not all of it is the Destiny OST. That fantastic music that is not by Bungie's own talented artists is the work of James Thistleton, who created the alternative rendition of Deepstone Lullaby that plays at the intro and outro, as well as
Oh,
the
my
Shattered Suns
flying
soundtrack
cripes.
for Rulk's part in this story. All the respective
I
links
love that
to
theme of
anyone who
his.
contributed to the video in any manner are found down below in the description. Thanks to the last-minute
I
raid
played
team
that
who
theme
helped
last
me to grab
night.
some of the missing footage I had from the Deepstone Crypt and from Rulk. You guys were all awesome, very patient, and you let us get critical parts of the video done. For that matter, if at any point during this video's creation you were responsible for supporting and helping me out on anything, thank you. My heart goes out to you as well. And lastly, to all of you, the viewers back at home, thank you for just sitting and watching. Normally, at the end of my videos, I tend to say that your viewership is quite enough for me. And that's my way of telling you that I get that some people just want to turn up, watch the video, listen to the audio, and then call it a day. You're doing a lot of stuff, your life is hard as is, and you just want your entertainment without fuss. And I respect that, because yeah, life's rough. However, this is the one time I'm going to make an exception, and to ask you if you are one of those people who has appreciated my content quietly for years, to just go ahead and hit the like button. If you are one of the veterans to my channel, if you've just come from the updated video, or whether you're completely new to Destiny's story, regardless of who you are, that like greatly helps me. And I know it's the same shtick you'll hear from every single YouTuber, but it does work, and I think that the amount of effort we've put into this video speaks for itself. If there is a video worthy of your like today, I hope it is this one. But with all that said, you
Thank you for the
have
follow,
all been
appreciate it.
patiently waiting long enough. It's time I sat down and started to tell you all a tale. From the mysterious origins before time, to the potential end of everything and the dawning of the final shape. My name is Bife, and this is the complete story of Destiny, the Light and Dark
Oh
Saga.
man, I'm gonna cry. Holy crap, dude. Every bits and pieces of these cutscenes I remember.
Did you see they might be removing Beyond Light?
Huh? They might remove Beyond Light?
Story.
Aww.
Someone did a call.
Dang it.
No, wait,
The complete story. Oh, here we go, bullets. Man. Oh, here we go. The first knife.
The beginning is, of course, where we should begin. But what truly happened at the beginning of our story is the subject of much debate. Legends and myths of old tell us of how there was a place before time and the universe, known as the Garden. Within this garden there stood a tree of silver wings, and vast meadows of potential and metaphor. Within the grove there were two figures, First, there was a gardener, who during the long days would seed life in rapturous celebration. Throughout the garden, this life would grow and bloom into many wild forms, until at the fall of dusk, the winnower came, and with a scything blade cut away the chaff from the wheat. The gardener and the winnower are rumored to have existed in this cycle for untold eons, until the gardener grew dissatisfied with it, believing it to have grown repetitive and unremarkable. Across this game of existence that the gardener and the winnower played, a single repetitive pattern always emerged. It was always the winning play, a final shape that defined the form of victory. The gardener insisted that there should be a new rule that allowed for new complexity to also find success. The winnower disagreed, stating that from this idea, unnecessary suffering would be born. From this disagreement, conflict brewed between the gardener and the winnower. Their conflict brought about the creation of the universe, and the garden fell into ruin. The gardener and the winnower fought and brought down the tree of silver wings, and left its stump to smoke amid the meadows. If rumors are to be believed, this conflict also brought about the escape of primal patterns that survived and took root in our universe with an aim of survival at all costs. These were known as the Vex, and though you might know them by their brass frames, they are actually the tiniest of molecular life, built into a connected consensus, radiolarian structures creating grand designs. This story of the gardener and winnower and their conflict was told to us through some of our first interactions with the Black Fleet, the Great Pyramid vessels of our most ancient enemy. It gives us some of our only potential ideas about what occurred at the start of the universe. Whether this story is true or not is still debated to this day, but what is not debated is that the primal forces that the gardener and winnower supposedly aligned with are very real. The gardener seemingly was aligned with the light, a power associated with the physical universe, creation and chaos, matter, gravity, energy. The winnower seemed to be aligned with the darkness, which is associated with control and the domain of the mind, one's will, dreams, and nightmares. These powers of the light and the dark are known to supersede the typical laws of the universe, bending and breaking those laws of physics and matter on the whims of those that use these powers of light and dark. They sidestep causality, and for these reasons individuals who wield the light and dark are referred to as paracausal or acausal. We may not know whether the light and dark truly originated with the mythical gardener and winnower, but we do know that these powers are found in the universe in a pair of ancient presences, incomprehensible things, entities of a sort. They are the Traveler, which is a source of the light, and the Veil, which is a source of the darkness. When these two great constructs were created is unclear, but our story truly begins with their discovery by an ancient and unnamed people long ago. For the purposes of our story, I shall simply call them the precursors to all that would follow. The precursors were once nomads who would wander across their home world to survive. That was until the day they discovered something buried in the wastes of their world. They discovered the Traveler. It blessed this precursor civilization with the bounty that it would provide to thousands of others before eventually reaching humanity. The nomadic precursors advanced their technology and society under the silent benevolence of the Traveler. But whilst it doted on them with many gifts, its silence meant that the precursors were left with little in the way of guidance. They had been given abundance, but no meaning or direction. Their search for meaning defined their entire society. All of them were seeking to understand how to bring about a perfect universe. Many factions would search for this simple idea and how it might be accomplished. They called it the final shape. After much time, the scholars of the precursor people discovered that the Traveler shared a connection to another great structure out in the deepest reaches of space. This was the Veil, and they rushed to claim it after they were made aware of its existence. realizing that whilst the Traveler presented the powers of the light, the Veil presented the powers of something very different: darkness. To the Precursor people, this discovery was meant to change everything for the better. They knew much about the light of the Traveler. They knew of the bounty it could bring, but they also knew that the light bred chaos and destruction when untamed and unchecked. Through the Veil, they learned the power of darkness, and saw that through its ability to control, the merging of the two might create a degree of autonomy over the universe that had never before been conceived of. They aspired in that moment to control the chaos of the Traveler's light by strengthening its connection to the Veil and merging the two. If only they had succeeded, they might at last have forged the final shape that they had conceived of so long ago. But when they attempted to forge this connection, the Traveler rejected the link and abandoned the Precursor people. What happened next must have been the most calamitous time within the Precursor society. Terror and uncertainty must have spread through their minds. There must have been bitterness. There must have been hatred. But no matter what they felt, what happened next would bring the ruin that they had experienced to untold trillions across the stars. The Precursor people, having been abandoned by the light, turned to the powers of darkness for salvation. Understand that the light is not inherently good and the darkness is not inherently evil, but the Precursors were fueled by hatred, and their desperation spoke for itself. Recovered records indicate that a group amongst them, known as the Penitent, struck down all others who dissented against their ways. They believed that they were meant to fix the universe and create the final shape, regardless of whether the universe consented or not. They used the powers within darkness to merge their consciousnesses together into a compound being of immense power. Their assimilation spelled an end to the Precursor civilization and gave rise to a wretched thing, born of a bottomless hatred of the Traveler. This entity would be known by 1,000 names over 1,000 worlds, all of them burned to nothingness over the course of its existence. We would one day come to know it as the Witness. And so it set out into the stars to pursue the Traveler. With it, the Witness took the vessels of the civilization that had brought about its creation, an armada of obsidian black pyramid vessels, which represented destruction untold. Along with this black fleet, the Witness brought the Veil, pursuing the Traveler with the same intent as its Precursor creators. The Witness would see the combination of light and darkness, and with it, a world without change, a world without chaos would be brought about. An immutable, perfected, final shape to the universe. And this time, unlike the Precursors, the Witness would not seek the final shape out of a need for perfection alone. It would seek it out of a desire to subjugate the Traveler and all those that might oppose its will. But if it was to succeed, the Witness would need to gather adherents to its cause, disciples that would help pave the way for its purpose. That is what led to the rise of the first disciple, and they would not call him a conqueror or a mere tyrant. He was worse. He would be known as the Subjugator.
Oh, short. The moon? No, the servers are not up. They're down for 24 hours because they're preloading.
After the Traveler had left the Precursor people to their fate, it enacted a pattern that it would follow for eons to come. It would move onward and find another civilization to uplift. This cycle has been repeated countless times, and as best we know it in the Traveler's wake, the Witness has always followed, meaning that wherever the Traveler has found itself, eventually, calamity and ruin would follow. Over the course of its journey, the Traveler would arrive at a world orbiting a binary star called Lubrae. It had blessed the Lubraean people with the bounty of the light, and they would also grow and rise in much the same way as the precursor civilization had. The Lubraean civilization would be split in two by this action. There were those who lived beneath the Traveler, forming a harsh regime that would rule the planet. This regime would send out its killers that hunted traditional tribal peoples and suppressed them. Those that lived free of this regime had to contend with the two harsh sons of Lubrae and with the terrifying fauna that called the planet home. By the time the Traveler had left the Lubraeans, the division in their society had become a wound that would never heal, a scar upon their people that governed their entire way of life, be they of the regime or of the tribes. Savagery ruled this world, a savagery that would be its undoing, for it was into this world and these savage peoples that Rhulk was born. Though he was originally born into the tribal nomadic society, Rhulk's parents had come from the regime's city. As Rhulk grew up, he saw how the regime's sanctioned killers, known as stalkers, hunted those from the tribal peoples and seemingly spared none in their quest for blood. There was only one who was bloodier than the stalkers, though, and that was his father, Relic. Born of the regime's savagery, Relic would return the stalkers' malice to them, and defended his newfound people by bathing in the stalkers' own bloody viscera as he tore them in two. But Relic's family did not approve of such savagery, and eventually they would be his moderating influence, and he would be drawn away from such acts of gratuitous violence by the family that he had chosen. But for his son, Rhulk, these actions were not the mark of a villain. They were simply what was necessary to survive. With his father's example driving him, Rhulk developed a sadistic streak and followed his father's footsteps into violence. By the time he had killed his first stalker, Rhulk would see his father being carried away by a raiding band of the regime's killers, and in his father's name, he swore vengeance. He hunted the stalkers through the darkened wastes of his homeworld, seeking vengeance for his father Relic. He took a glaive from one of the stalkers and called it Relic Sword. It was his objective. He would defend his father, just like his father would have defended him. But by the time Rhulk discovered what had truly happened, his realization would change the name of his glaive. For his father's betrayal was written upon the robes he wore. He now wore the colors of the regime and the stalkers. Rhulk was carried away by the stalkers to the regime's city. He would have died there, but his father spoke on his behalf and told the regime authorities that Rhulk would enroll in the stalkers, for he was a mighty killer. And Rhulk would do so, because at least amongst the ranks of these killers, there was a degree of honesty, despite his years of battling against them. The regime may have been harsh, but nobody lied about who they were, unlike his father. And thus, the glaive that he had stolen from a stalker had its name changed from Relic Sword to Relic's Bane. Most importantly for Rhulk, he was able to freely enjoy the bloodlust that his father had sated long ago. One day, his father left the city to search for the family that he had left behind. Relic intended to smuggle them into the city proper so that they might finally live in peace. But in order to reach the city, they would need to cross an abyss over a narrow bridge, a scar across all of Lubrae, much like their society had been cleft in two. On the other side of this narrow bridge, through the single choke point that they needed to pass, Rhulk was standing, and he intended to end his father. But curiously enough, Rhulk was momentarily swayed from violence. His mother and father apologized. They apologized for Rhulk's exile when he had followed his father's violence, for the poor example his father had set long ago, for the inaction he had taken, for not telling him more, for not telling him how the regime's actions could be seen as cruel, and why he had chosen to save his family now. For but a moment, it seemed as though Rhulk's family might find peace at last. Perhaps if things had proceeded differently, Rhulk might have also found peace and reconciliation alongside his family, and they might have lived out the days that they had left in the city in some measure of harmony. But for one reason or another, Rolk fell into the abyss. Did he fall of his own accord? Was he pushed? Did he trip? Was something else there to pull him down? The circumstances are not clear, but what is clear is this. When Rolk looked up at the faces of the family that he was slowly falling away from, he did not see sorrow or heartbreak or pain as he fell. In their faces he realized something else was written. They were relieved. This was the betrayal that would define Rolk. It showed him the truth of the universe. It showed him that there was no place for weakness or the petty lies that held society together like his. Deep in the abyss, he would at last discover truth. How long Rolk fell for isn't known, but when he did finally land in this dismal swamp at the base of the abyss, he was not alone. There were myriad creatures moving to consume his very body, broken as it was. But it was here as well that Rolk beheld something else. For the first time, he laid eyes upon the Witness. It saw Rolk for what he was, a thing of hatred, ready to bring ruin to those liars above. The Witness mended his body and his broken glaive. It empowered Rolk with terrible darkness, and with an ability known only as the Witness's luster, something we still do not understand fully to this day. When Rolk asked what he was meant to do, the only word the Witness uttered was ruin. With his newfound power in hand, and with a purpose granted to him in vengeance, Rolk climbed the endless ravine of the abyss, clawing his way up out of darkness until he beheld the surface once more. A confused sun had fallen into the pit, but what had crawled out was no sun at all. It was a monster, a new being of hate. Rolk returned to the city of Lubrae and enacted his final judgment of his people. He first slew his parents, then the rest of his family. The city watched on in horror and saw Rolk for what he was. But in his hands, Rolk held a power greater than even the slaughter that he had enacted. He held the Witness's luster, and in the other hand his glaive. Rolk siphoned the energy from Lubrae's own Sapphiric sun, and channeled it into the Witness's gifts and his own glaive. He struck at the surface of his planet. The weapon had been twice renamed because of his father, and had been renamed once more in accordance with its new purpose, a purpose displayed with but this singular strike. It would be known as Lubrae's Ruin. And beneath Rolk's blade, with the power of the Witness, the planet cracked. Rolk destroyed his entire planet, and shattered the suns of Lubrae. Seeing the chaos that he had wrought, for a moment Rolk was overwhelmed. Seeing the devastation, he fell into the ever-expanding abyss that had consumed his world, and he lost consciousness once more. And when he awoke, there was no Lubrae, no regime, no city. Only he remained, the last known survivor of his entire species. He beheld the Witness once more, and saw the totality of all that had happened across his life. He begged and pleaded and wept and regretted. The lesson the Witness would show him, the lesson it was attempting to teach, was that these feelings were of no consequence, that all the life on Lubrae was of no consequence, that they were of no consequence because they did not serve its goals, the Witness's eternal purpose, the formation of finality, the end of the universe. In this context, no one that Rolk had killed had mattered. Only Rolk mattered. Rolk had long believed that his civilization was but lies, and so the lies of his civilization melted away. As he stood and foresaw his new place in the universe, Rolk was asked by the Witness what he felt. And to this, as he took his glaive in one hand and the witness's luster in the other. Rulk said, "Relief." It was here that he became the first disciple of the witness, the first of its messengers of doom that would faithfully destroy its foes. Though not all would serve for the same reasons, all would serve. Not as kings, not as gods, but as disciples, prophets, saviors serving existence. Whilst the many disciples of the witness would conduct many terrible campaigns of war and terror, Rulk would be the first, and by most accounts the most powerful, and from his actions would spawn a legacy of bloodshed that would make the stars themselves tremble. A legacy that would begin with Lubre's destruction, and whose heights would be found upon a distant gaseous world, an ancient place with a roiling ocean beneath a depth of cloud, a world known as Fundament.
Oh, dude, that is so cool. Holy mackerel, soundtrack for
With
this.
his newfound purpose, Rulk would slaughter countless civilizations in the name of the Witness, in the name of its great final purpose. The greatest conquest of the first disciple and his Dark Master would take place on a distant gas giant called Fundament, a world with 52 moons, and whose gravity was so great that smaller planetoids had been pulled in by its gravity and collided with its surface, collapsing into its oceans and becoming great continents on its surface. It was on this world that the Witness and its first disciple would feverishly go about the busy work of sowing devastation once more. The Traveler had settled above Fundament, amongst its moons, and was uplifting a civilization there known as the Ammonite. The Witness foresaw that soon it would move to uplift another species on the world below, on Fundament itself. They were the Krill. All the while, there were even greater forms of life here, Leviathan creatures that dwelled within the oceans. These Leviathans were the first of the Witness's targets. It came to them and offered them powers nestled within darkness. In those powers lay a truth and purpose so terrible that it would haunt the very shape of existence with its promises of death. The Witness offered them the logic of the sword, the truth that nothing has ever
Might as well
lived
take
that
him now.
will not one day die, and the attached premise that those who are strong enough to exist will go on existing by the right of the sword alone. But this was not mere philosophy. It was a praxis that led to real power. Curses and magics wreathed in the darkness itself would be derived from the sword logic. In time, the Leviathans would be twisted into new forms if they followed this dark power. But even before those that consumed of these magics turned into the great ravenous worms that we would know of now, their people had been cleft in two, and a war was soon to break out. The war between the Leviathans and the traitors that would one day become the worms was brutal and vicious. Fundament's oceans roiled with blood, as father and mother fought brother and sister, fought son and daughter. It was a roiling carnage that engulfed an entire people and left few survivors. One was a great creature known as Asa. She managed to escape her people's fate by sinking into an ascendant dream. Seemingly, this means that she used the ascendant plane to escape, a parallel reality to our own that mirrors it in a darker, more changeable form to those that have strong will. She would fall through ascendant dreams until she returned to the physical universe and landed in the oceans of a distant system called Sol. She would carry with her the knowledge of who the Witness had been, what it had become, and what it intended for the universe. Her eyes were wide and her gaze was long. She would spy the war across the stars and would understand the shape of fate and how it needed to progress if we were to stop the oncoming calamity. But the battle back on Fundament continued to rage. When the worms were at an end, there were but a handful that remained. A mother known as Zeta, and her 5 offspring,
Oh yeah.
Yul, Zol, Ur, Aya,
Remember these
and
words?
Arka. They had embraced the way of the sword logic as was described by the witness, and they were imprisoned in the deep. There, a Leviathan watched over them as it had them held in Fundament's crushing core. It isn't clear if this creature who imprisoned them was of the same species as Arsa and what the worms had once been. It might well have been, and if so, it might well have been the last of the survivors of that great war, the last who rejected the witness's offer. We simply do not know, but what we do know is that its power was great enough that it could dominate the remaining worms. It spanned the supposed size of continents, and was known to all others simply as the Leviathan. With the worms' numbers diminished, Rulk and the witness would enact the next stage of their plan: subjugation. Rulk would dive into the deep and enlist the worms in servitude to the witness's plan. He effortlessly conquered the Leviathan, which addressed him and demanded that he stop. Rulk responded by removing one of its ribs in a display of dominance. Descending into the deep, he spoke to Zeta, the mother of the worms, and offered her a dark pact. The witness had need of her power and of her children's power. It would offer her children sustenance and survival in exchange for loyalty. Having few other options, and seeing the scope of Rulk's power, it was clear that this was no bargain. It was a demand. And so Zeta accepted. Thus, as he took their mother to the surface as both a source of power and a captive, the newly anointed children of Zeta, the so-called worm gods, named him the Subjugator. Rulk took portions of the worms that would form into their larvae, the small worms that we now know from killing so many hive, and with them, he enacted the greatest of the witness's plans. He left one larvae in Fundament's oceans, ensuring that it would wash up and be found by a leader of one of the Krill nations, the next people that the traveler was meant to uplift. The leader who discovered the worm larvae was the king of the Osmium dynasty, and this dead worm larvae would quickly become his familiar, for it would whisper the witness's terrible lies to him, lies of an oncoming horrific calamity. The old Osmium king would grow obsessed with this doom, which would supposedly come in the form of a great god wave that would wipe away all things. He neglected all other things in pursuit of this truth, even neglecting his 3 children, whose now dead names, Orash, Sathona, and Shiro, would be spoken only in Apocrypha, but whose true ascendant names would one day go on to bring terror to the universe. Only the eldest sibling, Orash, had his attention, and only when the 2 of them were studying the stars for proof of the approaching doom. The witness's plans for these siblings was thus: the most cunning of them would acquire her father's larvae upon her father's death. It would whisper to her of the same cataclysm written in the stars, and would tell her that to find salvation for her people, she would need to descend into the deep. These were the whispers told by the lying worm to Sathona. A simple lie, but one that would reshape the history of her people forever. All came to pass as the witness planned, and in time the siblings dove down into the deep. There, Sathona's older sibling, Orash, stood within the deepest part of Fundament's core and made a pact with the worm gods, Sita's 5 children. If the Krill would consume their larvae, the worms would provide them with power and immortality, immortality that they had long sought, an escape to their short lives, and the power to claim their revenge. In exchange, the siblings and any who consumed the larvae of the worms would provide an eternal blood tithe and forever venerate the worm, their god. The Krill would forever have to commit acts of violence and devastation by following their nature. If they failed to do so, their worms would consume them, and they would perish. The bargain was accepted, and thus Urash, Sathona, and Shiro ceased to be. Thus Ulrix, Savathun, and Xivu Arath were born. Together, these three siblings would stand with the power of Zeta's 5 worm god children. They would be claimed by the Witness's powers before the Traveler had a chance to uplift them. Thus, the Traveler's plans were subverted. Ulrix, Savathun, and Xivu Arath would go on to unite the Krill peoples, now believing in the sword logic of the worms and in the promise of their own power. After cleansing the surface of Fundament, they would go on to scour its moons, destroying the Ammonite and butchering the Leviathan, all in the name of their newfound gods. A change came upon them as a people, and they would no longer be known as the Krill. As their new purpose of being the great winnowing blade was made clear, they would become known forevermore as the Hive.
Holy
These
shit.
would be some of the most
That is
fanatical
amazing.
servants of the sword logic. They would spread out across the universe, and beneath their blades, the Witness would see yet more worlds burn in pursuit of the Traveler, though they would not necessarily know the Witness to be their true master. The Hive would serve their purposes nonetheless. Tools, puppets created by Rulk. But the Hive are a tale unto themselves. In their long and storied history, kings and queens and princes would rise and fall. Power would be gained, lost and forsaken. But always at the heart of all their machinations there would be a link to each of the 3 new Hive gods. Ulrix, the navigator and king of shapes. Savathun, the queen of lies and deception. And Xivu Arath, the Hive god of war. They would leave Fundament behind and look for new killing fields and killing logics.
Holy mackerel, dude.
The tale of the Hive is one filled with lies, built upon a lie told long ago by the Witness to Sathona, now Savathun, the Witch Queen. Predominantly, though, we have but a single perspective to judge the millions of years worth of Hive history by. The perspective of Ulrix, who would one day become Oryx, the Taken King. He recorded his version of events of the Hive's history, and we have seen it in a series of
Holy
calcified
shit, that is
fragments.
beautiful.
We would one day know the knowledge contained in these fragments by a different name, the Books of Sorrow. These books may not be completely trustworthy, especially because they say nothing of Rulk, the Witness, or the great lie that turned Sathona's mind to the deep and brought the young Krill siblings to the worm gods of Fundament. But they are our best and only record of the Hive's history, the history that is theirs to tell, as they were so often the victors. Hundreds of civilizations were snuffed out by the advancing armadas, the swarms of the Hive. Through their slaughter and through the sword logic, Ulrix, Savathun, and Xivu Arath would create throne worlds. Cysts in reality, pocket dimensions that defied the laws of the universe, nestled within the Ascendant Plane. Upon their deaths, the newly ascended Hive gods would be reborn in these throne worlds, and only within these throne worlds could they ever truly be killed. Thus, even in the face of fierce resistance, the 3 ruling siblings of the Hive and all those that would follow as ascendants thereafter would hold enough power to be nearly unassailable. They would be a scourge upon the universe, and for a time, they looked invincible. That was until they faced the Ecumene, a starfaring empire made seemingly of a conglomeration of many races, one that might have some form of dark power of their own, though this is hard to confirm, as it is only spoken of in whispers of lore recovered from one of the Black Pyramids. Thanks to the information obtained from the Witness's own pyramid vessel, we do know that the Ecumene had built a unity of minds, a chorus constructed from the powers of darkness, but not one of evil, one of harmonious thought. Together, the Ecumene were more than the Hive had ever faced, but they also had a helping hand, a Krill matriarch called Teox. She had been the original traitor who schemed to depose their father, the old Osmium king. She had been unable to kill those 3 siblings, and when they had been reborn into the Hive gods, she would flee the surface of Fundament, towards the Ammonite, and eventually towards deep space. She would find her way out into the reaches of the void, and would be picked up by the Ecumene's forces. She gave them practically all the intelligence they would need to break the Hive's offensive. And break it the Ecumene did. Their great fleets pushed the Hive back time after time, and they targeted and overkilled Ulrix, Savathun, and Xivu-Arath wherever they appeared on the battlefield. In time, they might have been successful, and might have wiped one of the Witness's useful tools from the surface of the universe. But this success would prove to be fleeting at best. Convening within Ulrix's throne world, the Hive gods discussed how to defeat the Ecumene. This discussion led to a simple conclusion. One should claim the power of the others. Thus, Ulrix killed Xivu-Arath and Savathun, claiming their power by the logic of the sword. He used this power to confront one of his own gods, Akka, the Worm of Secrets, whom he killed in the name of knowledge. With this, Ulrix learned of the secret of communing with what he termed to be the Deep. It is presumed that this led to the first meeting between Ulrix and the Witness, although in truth, it isn't clear who Ulrix spoke to. There is a difference discernible to those that read the Books of Sorrow, an inconsistency between the approach of the Witness and the approach of whatever being spoke to Ulrix in the darkness. What is known is that Ulrix emerged empowered. He had a command of powers beyond the comprehension of the Ecumene. Ulrix was no more. He had returned as Oryx, the Taken King, and he had learned the power to abduct beings through portals into another place, where his enemies would be hollowed out by malicious forces and could be returned to the battlefield as thralls under Oryx's command. These were the first Taken, and though Oryx would be called the Taken King, there would be many who would come to wield them in time. The Witness, Rulk, Savathun, Xivu-Arath. Seemingly the only requirement to wield the Taken was a strong enough will to impose upon them, for the Taken are but husks, free of meaning and purpose until one is indwelled within them by a greater force. And thus, Oryx commanded them. He would unleash the Taken upon the Ecumene, and his campaign would conjure back his siblings by embodying their different penchants. Where he was one of slaughter and war, he would summon back Xivu-Arath, and in the Ecumene's last moments, where he tricked them into a fool's gambit, he would embody his sister Savathun. Thus, all 3 Hive gods were returned, and with newfound powers, Oryx would go on to conquer more worlds, and would raise 4 wicked offspring. Crota the Light Eater, Halak the Unraveler, Uranuk the Weaver, and Nokris, whose name would be struck from the world's grave, and who would one day come to be known as a heretic. Through his children, Oryx would extend his own power, as all his children would tithe destruction to him. But they would be storied villains unto themselves. Uranuk and Halak were the fabled creators of the Oversoul and the Death Song, destructive tools within the Hive's arsenal that are still in use to this day. It was Oryx's sons, though, that would be the most storied, albeit not for the reasons one might define as productive. Nokris, who was weak of body but strong of mind, sought out hidden apocrypha that might grant him forgotten power. This led him to the Worm Gods, and in particular, Zol, who was weaker than his siblings and sought an alliance for the sake of his own survival. Zol promised Nokris a power that was forbidden to the Hive in exchange for loyalty, servitude, and his very heart. The power that Zol gifted Nokris was necromancy. One must understand, though death is the realm of the Hive, necromancy is a power that is beyond offensive to them. Death to the Hive is a sacred thing, indicative of one's place within the universe, of one's standing before the final perfect shape. Life is for the living, for the strong, and death is the fate of all those that are not strong enough to continue existing.
Oh my God.
To return a being to life after its true and final death was seen as a great heresy. This was not the same as the return of Savathun or Xivu Arath, who fed upon the bounties of trickery and war that Oryx had conjured. This was not the return of any ascendant who had tricked death and become strong enough to defy the laws of causality and build their own throne world. This was an abomination. The weak had been given a second chance. It was unacceptable. For this crime, Nokris was banished, and all memory of him would be stripped from the great archives of the Hive, known as the World's Grave. All record of him was destroyed, all trace of his story wiped clean. Only one statue, obstinate in its permanence, was left standing near the altar of Oryx. But the trace of Oryx's second son, aside from this, would all be gone. But Nokris would live on past his banishment. His chronicles would be told when we returned one day to Mars, but not before. Of Oryx's first son, though, there would still be many chronicles. One day, as Crota was attempting to learn alongside his two sisters, he would unwittingly be tricked by Savathun and would allow the Vex to invade his father's throne world.
What?
A Vex mind by the name of Quoria would arrive to learn from the battle, and quickly observing the Hive, it deduced that within Oryx's domain, it was the sword logic and veneration of it that made one truly powerful. Thus, it established a foothold in the heart of the Hive's power by killing the Hive themselves. It had established itself within Oryx's throne by Oryx's own laws. But it was still a causal being, as all the Vex are, and when Oryx returned and blunted the offensive, it was Crota who would bear the blame. He took Crota and flung him into the Vex gate network, saying, "Come home glorious, or die forgotten." And to these words Crota would hold. He would become a legendary demon, and would lead his brood to slaughter countless worlds in his father's name, dedicating secret temples to him.
Oh my God,
and
I
learning
just
much
got
of
my
the
poster for
brutality
that.
his father would
Oh,
impose
dude,
upon the
so
world,
cool. Wait,
venerating it in time.
that
But
chess
Crota's
piece looks
actions
familiar to
had
me.
exposed the weakness in Oryx's own throne world. In response, Oryx decided that the solution would be to combine his pocket dimension with a massive Hive vessel in real space. Thus, Oryx took the corpse of the worm god Akka and used its hide to create the baleful armoring that would encapsulate his throne world, the Dreadnought, a massive vessel whose construction was technically a paradox. When Oryx placed his throne world into the Dreadnought, it overlapped an ascendant plane pocket with real space. This place should not exist, but the power of Oryx was so great that he could indeed create a paradox that would be his great fortress. Oryx would then vengefully hunt down all those that were an affront to him, and would eventually find the Vex mind that had invaded his throne world. When Quoria the Blade Transform fought Oryx, it stood no chance. He took it, and eventually would gift its taken remnants to Savathun. In this moment, Oryx should have been truly ascendant, for as he had invaded and found the Vex, it was amongst the fleet of the Harmony, the next who had been blessed by the Traveler's light. It had lied to their worlds, and now they stood within the gravity of a singularity, except it had been paused, and the worlds were living in a flourishing light. The Hive had found these worlds, and were soon to tear them down, root and stem. The hive had become so powerful, Oryx in particular, that he would constrain the growth of all other things in the universe, including Savathun and Xivu Arath. And so, the three divided. Before, as a united force, they could have stood and destroyed the whole universe. But Savathun and Xivu Arath took their broods and became distant, needing space to grow and to change into something more powerful. Thus Oryx was alone, and his sisters were split from him. His swarm had made an indelible mark on the universe and had helped to serve the Witness's purpose. They had pursued the Traveler and had destroyed those that stood in the Witness's path, but now Oryx was alone. Now all the Hive Gods were alone. In this, they had shown their one possible weakness. But to the Witness itself, this was of little concern. The Hive were nothing but tools, after all, and they knew little of the true nature of the final shape as the Witness devised it. But they would soon serve a purpose in fulfilling its completion. It was in this way that the Hive and the Taken King would descend upon a distant world belonging to an alien people, a peaceful planet of artisans, weavers, dancers, and technologically inclined priests. It was here that they found the Eliksni and their homeworld of Reese, and like a great storm, they would ravage this place, and the Traveler would once again be forced to flee. The Hive's rampage across the universe would bring them into contact with many peoples and many worlds. Their swarms were vast, and as Oryx, Savathun, and Xivu Arath had all split, they had now covered different ground. Oryx's brood remained the most powerful arm, and their people would find another world seeded by the Traveler. These were the people of Reese, the Eliksni, though humanity would one day come to know them first as the Fallen. Sources from the Eliksni's own histories indicate that they held a small number of colonies throughout several celestial bodies. At the heart of their civilization, the jewel of their small empire that spanned a few stars was still set upon their home planet of Reese. They were a hardy but adaptable people. They would be sustained by a life-giving substance called ether. The exact chemical makeup of this compound is unfamiliar and unclear, but it can be created by a servitor from almost any remnant matter, meaning that the Eliksni would be able to live on in almost any place so long as they had a servitor. However, in the skies of their homeworld Reese, this life-giving compound was everywhere. It filled the very air, and turned their sky a delicate shade of pink. It allowed the Eliksni to grow to their true natural sizes. They would be between 7 and 10 feet tall. They had 6 limbs, 4 arms instead of just 2. They were dexterous, and they were nimble, but they could also stand tall with noble intent and philosophy, back before calamity arrived at their shores. The Eliksni were in many ways a truly utopian people, one of the best examples of what the Traveler could do in the right circumstances. Their society was communal in nature, and its people were organized into noble houses, known best not for their nationalities, but for their disciplines. For example, those that would one day be known as the House of Wolves were known in that time as gentle weavers, great artisans who would craft beautiful garments worn by all their people. When the Traveler arrived and exalted their civilization like the thousands it had uplifted before, the Eliksni developed, entering a rapturous age of peace and expansion. Beneath Reese's pink sky, the Eliksni grew to exalt the Traveler and all life-giving machines. They came to call it the Great Machine, and their study of its divine construction would lead to the rise of the so-called Splicers. Whilst we would know them better as biohackers and body engineers, the principal concern of splicers was in fact the study of machinery itself. The Eliksni believed that within all machines there was a spark of divine potential, and believed that within that divine spark, life itself could also be seen in some different, somewhat more intangible form. Eventually, the Eliksni would see this belief morph into a worship of machinery itself, with them acting with great reverence to machines that they would construct later in their society, machines that they would need to keep them alive. Alas, even with the many noble houses, the Eliksni were doomed to suffer the same fate as all those blessed by the Traveler, for its bounty was followed by bitterness, and the black fleets in the service to witness soon arrived. The exact details of the fall of the Eliksni Empire, and in particular the fall of Reese, are not well known. Much like our own destruction, the event is known to the Eliksni by another name, the Whirlwind. When ruin came to their system, they were crushed beneath the advancing hordes of the Witness's minions. Chief amongst these invaders would be the Hive. Oryx's swarm had arrived. His forces brought with them the same doom that they had brought to 1,000 worlds prior. To them, Reese was but another set of unbelievers to be delivered onto the jaws of death in the name of the sword logic. The houses mustered in a defense of their homeworld, believing that in spite of all the darkness, fate might be on their side. But tragically, it was not. Eliksni legends tell of the moment where the defense of their world was lost, when one of the great leaders that rallied them, Chelchis, the Kell of the House of Stone, stood before them all and cried, "Where is the great machine?" For it was in this moment that the course of history repeated itself once more, and the Traveler began to flee Reese, away from the forces of the Witness. In that moment, seeing that it had abandoned their people and that Reese was lost, many would lose hope, many would be scarred forever, many would remember. For scribes like Varex, it would represent the greatest tragedy that his people had ever seen. For warriors like Aramis, it represented a betrayal so bitter and so evil that it would create hatred lasting for thousands of years. But for one amongst their number, it created a moment of determination that defined an entire people. Seeing that the Traveler, the great machine, had abandoned their people and that Reese was lost, the Kell of the house that would one day be known as the House of Devils told his forces to break off from the engaging attackers. He ordered his ship to pursue the Traveler with all haste, and all catchers under his command were to follow this order. This Kell, who would one day claim the name of Achelux, abandoned all those houses who could not make war, and in his pursuit of the great machine, many others followed him. Thousands of Eliksni on thousands of catchers would begin the long exodus from Reese, chasing the Traveler, following Achelux's banner. An exodus that would come to be known as the Long Drift. Some houses gathered in groups of catchers, some followed the trail of the great machine alone. But no matter what, it would be a time of terrible hardship. Having left their homeworld behind, the Eliksni had little of the life-giving substance known as ether to consume. They needed to construct new machines to create ether synthetically, and so the servitors were created. They were made spherical in shape, perhaps to venerate the Traveler. Whilst the servitors could make ether out of any abandoned matter that was discovered, the scarcity of resources in deep space led to the devolution of Eliksni society. The once noble people became pirates, scavengers, and warlords. Barbaric practices became commonplace. There was not enough ether to go around. Those few that could get enough were the leaders of the houses, because they were strong. They claimed the position of Kells, and those amongst them of religious inclinations would commune with the servitors, and thus the triad of power within each house was born: the Kells, the Archons, and the servitors. A new hierarchy had been born from the broken remains of the old. Where before the Eliksni had grown tall, now the Kells would become monstrous in size as they consumed more than their fair share of ether to remain stronger still. With their utterly monstrous strength, there was less chance of them being challenged by rivals. For most, though, rationing would be the way of their life. Those without sufficient ether remained small, stunted, and weak. Worst of all, though, the punishments doled out by those who ruled became harsh to the point of being almost unspeakable. It is likely that on the Long Drift, the barbaric practice of severing an Eliksni's lower arms became a commonplace punishment for failure. This would be known as docking, and many who were docked were turned into dregs, or wretches, the lowest possible rung of Eliksni society. Thus it was that the Eliksni would pursue the traveler, and become less of a people than their history would allow them to remember. The once noble banners of their houses would be cannibalized into symbols of dominance and declarations of territory. They would no longer be the utopian people that had grown up beneath the great machine. The damage to their societal fabric was so great that it would permeate through generations. There would be newborn Eliksni, but they would mostly be born in a time where few of them would remember the Whirlwind or Reese. They had no home to call their own. It would be nothing more than a passing legend, a dream. It came to the point that when humanity named them Fallen as a common slur and reference to their status as a people abandoned by the traveler, many amongst the Eliksni did not completely reject the notion. They were a lost people, a tragic tale, a diaspora of vessels and cultures and long-lived memories that, should the universe be so harsh, could have been snuffed out in an instant. They would continue onwards and would follow the trail of the traveler to the next system that it had blessed. That would take some time, and there were other civilizations who would make their way to our astral shores for reasons other than vengeance and reclamation. There were those that would make their way to our shores in the name of empire and conquest, and they too would be making moves, even though the traveler and the witness had never laid eyes on them.
Tour bottle. Here we go, boys.
Whilst
my
many
God.
civilizations throughout the universe would be uplifted by the traveler, there were some that made their own way into the stars without the divine intervention or assistance
Yep,
from a
it
greater
is the
being.
Cabal.
One such people was found on the distant and rugged world of Tora Bartle. They were known as the Cabal, and their society was one ruled by might. In their earliest years, mighty warlords would roam their world, claiming the right to territory by conquest and combat. Even in the days when they would break out into the stars, the Cabal's great warlords would still challenge each other for supremacy in the rights of their old ways. It is perhaps then unsurprising that one of the oldest legends of the Cabal is one that concerns their first emperor, a mythical figure called Acrius. The Cabal once saw the sun and desired it for themselves,
Sweet.
so they climbed a great mountain to claim it. But before they could reach the sun to claim it, a great beast stood in their way. Generations of mighty and worthy warriors clashed against the beast, scoring small and seemingly insignificant blows against it, until one day, Acrius came and struck the killing blow. He ascended to claim the sun and was crowned as the first emperor of the Cabal. This legend shows their lack of subtlety as a people, but it also has been a literal pretext for conquest. The Cabal believe themselves to be righteous rulers in this universe, and they believe that it is so because they are mightier than their foes. The sun is theirs to claim because they are strong enough, and so they claim it. The legend of Acrius may or may not be true, but the emperors of the Cabal have been very real, and across their history, they laid claim to dozens of worlds. Some of these worlds were occupied by peoples that would be folded into the Cabal Empire. The Sindhu, The Karga Clips, the Arkborn, the Scions, all of them would have at some point been client races of the Cabal of Tora Bartle, and would be pushed into slavery and servitude of their emperors. The history of the Cabal is a long one, full of many conquests made by tyrants, but none of these despots and warlords have been more consequential than one who changed the fabric of their society so much that it led to his own downfall. His name was Emperor Callus, and while he was
Hey, I know
emperor,
that guy.
he was not truly
Killed him last year.
powerful. In the time when his reign began, he would need to upend institutions for it to truly flourish.
And so much more.
As emperor,
Besides just
he
killing him
served
last year.
alongside other powerful bodies that governed much of Tora Bartle's strength. Their people were ruled by a senate, and their military by a praetorate. The old military traditions of the Cabal were maintained, but Callus was different. He did not care for them. He was content with the idea of conquest, but he was not a martial Cabal. He sought song and beauty and pleasure in all things,
Man, dude.
and the praetorate stood in the way of this. The Senate stood in the way. So Callus created a populist revolution to overthrow them both, so that he might claim ultimate authority over his own empire. Callus changed the Cabal people fundamentally when he rose to power. His populism saw the warlike ways of the Cabal relegated in favor of a bountiful and hedonistic culture. Even at his coronation, the nature of his rule was made clear, as he had the desert sands of Tora Bartle cleansed to be pristine and white, having his army of minions remove every single offending stone or plant that might stand out, and for his entire royal court to be recreated in the sands of Tora Bartle's deserts.
Wow.
More telling were the actions he took upon his coronation itself, though, as the one true ruler of the Cabal. In the splendor of his perfectly recreated royal court, Callus had the old consul of the Praetorate brought before him, stripped of rank and title, and even clothing.
Oh, hey,
Callus
I remember that guy.
castrated the Cabal consul
It's so long.
and banished him into the wastelands of Tora Bartle, saying but a single word to him: run. This was an example of the ruthlessness with which Callus governed his imperial domain. He was benevolent
Holy
and
mackerel.
generous one moment, vengeful and petty the next. He treated the old Cabal ways with contempt and uplifted new celebrations of culture and decadence. But behind the new emperor's magnificent opulence, there was a deep sadness. This sadness was born of a love that he had lost. His original lover had left him in a time of great sorrow. Callus knew that he had broken things between them, and that despite loving her, their relationship had been damaged beyond repair, all thanks to his own selfish actions. But there was one spark of that relationship that still remained, one remnant of his old flame that he clung to. Together, they had created an heir to the Cabal Empire. Her name would be Keitel. As she grew in his new Cabal Empire, she perhaps did not first comprehend the changes to her people's proud ways. She did not originally hate her father, though it would not take long for her to have good reason to do so. One day, her father doted on her as he had done before. He had given her some of the most revered gifts that a Cabal could receive, but today he had surpassed even himself. He gifted his daughter a war beast. These war beasts in Cabal culture are the most extreme example of what it's like for a human being to own and lovingly care for a dog. They are venerated beyond exception and are some of the most prized companion animals that a Cabal can have. Keitel named her war beast Milos and loved
Aw.
it dearly beyond anything else in the world. Callus saw Keitel's love for the war beast, and in his inconceivable cruelty and jealousy, he grew jealous of Milos. He believed that she loved her own war beast more than she loved him, and so Callus had Milos killed. He could not stand the idea of his daughter
you little
loving even
emperor.
a pet
That's
more than him.
cruel, man.
This moment changed Keitel. and set her down a path that would determine the course of her life forever. She now held a burning hatred for her father that was so deep in the kernel of her heart that it would never be dislodged. And she was certainly not alone. There were many within Callus's empire that saw him with a degree of discontent. Keitel was but one of them. The Emperor's old bodyguard, Lictor Sheatet, the Evocate General and Primus of all his legions, Amun-Arath, the free-born scion dreamer known as Otzot, the master of festivals, Moli-Imoli. All of them harbored ill intent for the Emperor. But it was under the leadership of two Cabal that these malcontent actors would be aligned in purpose and turned into conspirators. The former consul that Callus had banished into the desert, and his chosen champion, the rising gladiatorial leader that had emerged victorious in the fighting pits, the Ghost Primus of the Red Legion, Gaul. These conspirators joined together and plotted to overthrow Callus, a plot that would come to be known as the Midnight Coup. Each of them would play their own part in his downfall, but it was Keitel who spelled his ultimate doom. As the Midnight Coup was being enacted, Callus fled for his throne room. He sought a relic of the emperors of old, a shard of bone taken from a wish dragon. The remains of these mythical creatures were known to grant desires to those that held them. With the shard in hand, Callus might be able to maintain his hold on power if only he wished for it. But when he arrived, Keitel was already present in the throne room. She held the shard of wish dragon bone in her hand. Knowing that she held her father's salvation, Keitel addressed him, saying, "Father, I will not be weak." She crushed the bone in her gauntlet, and with it, sealed Callus's fate. He was escorted hurriedly through the streets of the Cabal capital, his utterly massive entourage in tow. All traces of the old emperor, save for those that were part of his coup, would be scrubbed from the imperial hierarchy. They were all forced to march aboard a Cabal vessel known as the Leviathan, and Callus was forced into exile. The navigation controls for this great vessel were sabotaged, and the Emperor was left to drift into uncharted space. On Toro Bartle, the Consul and Gaul seized power and began a new era for the Cabal. The former Primus of the Red Legion would be declared as the very first and only Dominus of the Cabal, an emperor and military dictator all in one. His power over the empire would be absolute, and with the Primus of all legions, Amun-Arath, and the heir apparent to the imperial throne, Keitel, at his side, his authority was unchallenged. Emperor Callus would wallow in pity and sorrow for a time aboard the Leviathan. His cohort of scribes recorded that there was nothing that could be done to break him from his misery. No form of entertainment, no food, no pleasure would rouse him from this sorrow. The exact amount of time the Emperor spent like this is not recorded, but what eventually broke him from his stupor would be. One day, as the Leviathan sailed through the uncharted void of space, it encountered strange interference. The nature of this interference would not be known at first. Based on our explorations of similar events, and based on Callus's own recollections, it is almost certain that he encountered the Black Fleet. What he would come to know as the Black Edge. He would see the Witness. The pocket of astral disruption that they found themselves in caused massive quakes throughout the Leviathan, and Callus put on an environmental suit to see what had befallen the vessel from its own hull. Out on the exterior of the Leviathan, Callus beheld that thing that he would be defined by for the rest of his life. He would see the Witness, and it told Callus that there was to be an end to all things, and that the universe would end by its glorious design, and that he was to be its herald. After 12 hours and numerous terrible quakes, Callus returned inside with a look of mania in his eyes. He had first openly proclaimed the doom of the universe, and then, with a sigh of what seemed to be relief, he welcomed it. As he said at the time, when nothing matters, what's left? Joy, comfort, freedom, the true freedom of pursuing pleasure for pleasure's sake, because it pleases you, because you desire it. I knew this during my rule, and I'd forgotten it during my exile. I shall not forget it again. Thus Callus returned to his hedonistic ways, with a renewed vigor and a new mission. He would follow the directions of this terrible voice, and would be its herald. At first he would also aim to acquire his revenge against those that had wronged him. To this end, the Leviathan's navigation systems were returned to functioning order, and the vessel charted its way back to known space. Callus would start to actively employ some of his deadliest servants in the task of seeking revenge. His shadows. Across the many worlds that had been conquered by the Emperor of the Cabal, he had found individuals of incredible martial skill. They were brought to Callus, contained in glorious armor, embellished with golden heraldry, and offered all that their hearts desired in exchange for servitude unending. Callus would send his shadows after the conspirators, and managed to successfully hunt down the Master of Ceremonies, Callus's former bodyguard, and a favored tea merchant that he had once believed to have served Gaul's command staff. These were but the first attempted assassinations, and upon Gaul and Keitel there would be many. For his daughter in particular, he would send shadows with a specific weapon in hand, a blade that had been passed down from generation to generation, the Heart Shadow. Forged from a rare metal called enactine, this weapon could not be broken. It would always reform to its original shape if but a shard of it was exposed to psionic energy and the memory of what it had been like. The weapon was an heirloom passed through the women of Callus's line, and he had made sure that Keitel would eventually receive the weapon one way or another. His assassins attempted to take her life time and time again, and each time the mighty heir apparent would leave the blade shattered, ready to be reforged by Callus once again. In a strange way, this is how they kept in touch. Callus and Keitel would not communicate directly, but every time a new assassin came wielding the blade, Keitel would shatter it. In these reflections of each other's choices, did Keitel and Callus know of each other's continued existence. It was the only way to gauge each other's strength and intention. Assassins would be sent to kill Gaul and the consul, but likewise they would fail. The new ruler of the Cabal had set his sights on further horizons. He had remilitarized the culture of Torobatl, and had sent out many of the scout legions of the Empire to systems at the far reaches of Cabal space, each sent under a banner of war with a promise. Without victory, they would be exiled and could not return home. Gaul's forces would chart their way through the universe and would one day find themselves on the route to Sol. 5 scout legions and an elite group of Scion Flayers would one day land upon the shores of Sol's planets. But just as the Vex and Hive and Elixni would, it would take them time. Before any of them arrived in Sol, came an omen of prosperity and doom. A single event that would change the course of human history for all time and all people. Here is where humanity's part in this story begins, and it starts with the arrival of the Traveler.
I'm gonna pause it real quick, so I'll be right back because I have to use the restroom. On resume. The Golden Age. Oh, man.
At last, our tale turns to humanity, who at the time were a primitive civilization, but even by the standards of most, we had accomplished a few marvels in our time. The creation of human culture and language, the splitting of the atom, the journey of a few brave souls into space. But it was in the early 2010s that the world held its breath as a signal was detected from our closest planetary neighbor of Mars. Something remarkable was happening. The world was changing. And perhaps most shockingly of all, it did not seem to be a natural phenomenon. The events taking place on Mars defied scientific explanation. Hastily, the three greatest powers on Earth at the time assembled a joint task force. The United States of America, Russian Federation, and People's Republic of China joined forces to send an astronaut, taikonaut, and cosmonaut to Mars to investigate. The mission would be known originally as Project Catamaran, but it would be remembered in history as Ares 1. And so it was that on a fateful day in the year of 2014, the explorers Mielova, Chow, and Hardy became the first humans to step out onto the surface of another planet. They were unsure of what they might find when they arrived, and whilst all hoped for a peaceful encounter, they had been armed in case of a hostile event. Across mountainous terrain and through uncharacteristic Martian winds, they trekked toward the signal's source, anticipation building with their every step. As they crested the ridge, they saw it, the source of the signal and the reason for the disturbances. Together they beheld the entity that would change the fate of humanity forever, the Traveler. Beneath its radiant splendor, they bore witness to the first Martian rains in human history and saw life return to the Red Planet. But this was not simply the greatest discovery in all of human history. It was the start of a time of great prosperity for all the people of Earth, just like it had been for so many civilizations before. This time would be known to us as the Golden Age. Like the thousands that had come before us, the Traveler gifted humanity with the light's bounty of creation. The changes to humanity were apparent almost immediately. The nations of Earth and all its peoples entered a time of utopian peace and prosperity, with the bounty of the Traveler effectively doing away with all forms of war and prejudice. The lifespan of the average human tripled, and we did not grow frail in our old age. Those at the age of 90 were considered relatively young and highly capable. It is recorded that back in the days of the Golden Age, there were humans born with a remarkable gift. They were able to hear the voice of the Traveler through involuntary dreams and sudden premonitions. They were known as the Dreamers, and would one day come to be known as Speakers, and their words were observed with reverence and respect. We expanded out into the system of Sol and established marvelous colonies, an endeavor made easier by the Traveler, which had begun to terraform our worlds into hospitable planets. Mercury became a garden world and the breadbasket of the system. Venus turned into a lush planet of jungles and rivers. Titan was given a breathable atmosphere alongside its oceans of methane. Humanity expanded out to all these places and more as the Traveler changed the worlds around us from hellscapes into havens. Great cities rose from these formerly inhospitable places, from the marvels of the arcologies of Titan to the spires of the Martian city of Freehold. Humanity took root and flourished in Sol. Many institutions grew on to take power, the most renowned of them being the thriving new technology firms and research groups that had set up throughout the system. There was the Ishtar Collective, who were primarily based on Venus, where they had discovered the Vex ruins that predated humanity by billions of years. Their study of the Vex would bring about the creation of technological marvels and new understandings all in their own right. Then, there was probably the most infamous corporation to ever have existed in the Golden Age, whose legacy can be found scattered across the system to this day, the Clovis Bray Corporation. Named after its less than humble creator, Clovis Bray I, it was responsible for starting entire research and development colonies, as well as sponsoring scientific innovation in countless areas from artificial intelligence to artificial personhood to aerospace defense. The remnants of Clovis Bray facilities can still be found across Sol, from Earth to the Moon to Mars, and even on some distant Jovian moons. They were known to work in collaboration with certain national governments as well, and held a great deal of power and influence across all of humanity. But perhaps the greatest legacy of humanity's Golden Age was our technology. In the Golden Age, we saw the rise of new creations that might have seemed indistinguishable from even magic to those living back in the early 21st century. Humanity quickly developed spacefaring craft capable of remarkable feats of transportation, including the first near-light-speed jump drives. There was also the creation of Glimmer, a programmable matter that could be turned into almost anything imaginable when used in combination with the correct energy sources and the correct matter forge. In a very similar vein, but on a grander scale, Willa Bray, one of Clovis's granddaughters, was a leading pioneer on a project known as SIVA. This was a nanite technology that could be commanded to construct and create anything conceivable so long as it was given the correct inputs and control. The speed with which these nanites could construct something from seemingly nothing was revolutionary. There are some who speculate that the great cities of the Golden Age colonies were built so quickly thanks partly to this technology. It could even convert surrounding matter into more SIVA, allowing it to replicate quickly. It was intended to be used in deep space colonization missions as well, to allow for the creation of anything from basic habitation structures to whole colonies in next to no time at all. There was also the discovery of a new, more pure state of matter, engram. Within this state of matter, information and energy could be stored and encoded with near-perfect precision, and whilst it would decay over time, engrams became as reasonable a means to store data as any other. They were in fact significant data stores, and can still often be found in the wild, decrypted, and materialized into whatever is contained within, as long as you have the appropriate skill of cryptoarchaeology. But undoubtedly, there were two inventions within the Golden Age that were more remarkable than any others: the Exos and the Warmind. Exos were merely theoretical for a long time. The idea was a simple one: a human consciousness stored digitally on a mechanical body, thus allowing the person to live on with immortality inside their mechanical shell. It became the obsession of Clovis Bray I, who desired immortality and believed that he would be the one to guide humanity into a second age of man, where they would surpass even the Traveler. Exomines had been created before in the Golden Age by others, but they had universally failed, falling prey to fundamental flaws that saw the spark of the human mind dim and go out every time. The first hint to the secret of true Exos was discovered on the Moon. A project under the watchful eye of Clovis's grandson, Alton Bray, had uncovered something terrible but powerful. The so-called K1 project had uncovered an artifact buried on the Moon. It was known as the Anomaly, and had inexplicable properties, but chief amongst them was a series of hallucinations and nightmares suffered by the crew.
Oh no.
Clovis visited the site, and whilst others experienced hallucinations, he heard something entirely different. A voice that guided him to the distant moon of Europa, promising in his dreams that he would discover the secret to his ascension, his entire purpose and reason for creating the Exos. There, Clovis discovered what he would call Clarity Control, a statue of a tall, veiled figure beneath the moon's icy crust. This would be the first of many statues of the darkness that we would find, always veiled, always black as obsidian, and always brimming with dark power. Thanks to the visions he had received, he also divined that he would need to construct a Vex Gate. The combination of these two factors was key to the Exo's creation. Vex Radiolarian fluid, or mind fluid, exposed to the influence of the veiled statue, was the key to the creation of a stable Exo mind fluid. At a site that would be known as the Deepstone Crypt, a mass of Exos would emerge and begin to trickle down into human society at large. Little did Clovis know that the K1 artifact and clarity control were fueled by darkness, and that Clovis might have played into the grander designs of agents beyond his comprehension. The Warmind was the other invention of Clovis Bray that might have defined the Golden Age. But whilst his granddaughter Elsie Bray would have been close to the Exo Project, it was Anna Bray who was close to this one. The Warmind was a creation that would eventually supersede Clovis Bray himself, but it would be inaccurate to call the Warmind simply an AI. The Warmind was a superintelligence, refined over years and given an unfathomable amount of processing power. It is a superintelligence capable of far more than any administrative or defensive intelligence. Its original template had been derived from the Ares 1 mission, where it was a smaller AI that had simply been nicknamed R. It would now be given a new name under Clovis Bray and his granddaughter Anastasia Bray. It would bear the name Rasputin. Rasputin's systems were so vast that he would sometimes split himself into different sub-minds in order to partition different tasks into different working groups. In the Age of the Guardians, this even gave rise to the theory that there were many great war minds, of which Rasputin was the greatest. Charlemagne, Malahiyati, Martel, all of these ancient names that were once thought to be great virtual defenders working in parallel under Primes inter pares were in fact just parts of the singular warmind Rasputin. But even with this in mind, they had their own thoughts and perspectives, and they would name Rasputin according to his influence. They gave him the moniker of the Tyrant. Rasputin's mandate as the Warmind was simple. His purpose was to be humanity's shield, protecting us from threats to our existence that might come from the stars. He was linked in with almost every possible piece of infrastructure to assist him with this goal. Every vessel, every satellite, every automated weapon system. They could have all been commandeered by the Warmind at a moment's notice should an emergency arise. Rasputin even employed a small private army of loyal human and exo forces known as Seraphs. Where manual intervention was required, they represented the long arm of the Tyrant's will. Whilst he lacked any paracausal abilities himself, he still represented one of the most advanced intelligences ever created across the whole of existence, as evidenced by a moment where his significant computational power was enough to overpower even a Vex and save an entire Ishtar Collective research team. With this power, Rasputin was capable of devising solutions to problems before they ever truly arose. More often than not, this would lead to the creation of remarkable weapons created through independent sub-protocols of his own design. This could be anything from traditional small arms, such as was made in the Icalos program, or full-scale planetary defense systems. The greatest of these weapons was undoubtedly the Warsat network, which was launched continually from Mars and which spread throughout the system. Each independent Warsat held various sensors and communication systems, and was also armed with a variety of ordnance packages. Clovis Bray I would at one point plan on using these weapons packages to do the unthinkable. In his hubris, Clovis believed that he could replace the Traveler with Rasputin, and so he engineered the possibility for Rasputin to strike down the mysterious sphere. A protocol called Abhorrent Imperative was inserted into the Warmind's code, allowing him the option to do just this, should the Traveler abandon humanity. This could have led to disaster, but luckily, Clovis Bray wasn't the only one working on the Warmind. His granddaughter, Anastasia, was concerned with Rasputin's capacity to understand the worth of humanity. If Clovis Bray gave Rasputin his mind, then it would be fair to say that Anastasia Bray gave him his soul. It was thanks to her many lessons that Rasputin would lock Clovis out of his systems, realizing that abhorrent imperative was something that he should probably never use. Whilst the protocol remained intact, it would never be used by Rasputin. Even if Clovis had tried to force him to use it, it would have failed. Rasputin's love of human culture would be reflected even to the last of his dying moments. If you ventured into his bunkers, every once in a while you could hear Tchaikovsky playing in the background. With all of humanity's newfound prosperity and its security all but guaranteed by the Warmind, we set our sights further afield. This was the time in which a colonization program known as the Exodus Program was conceived of. Dozens of massive colony ships were constructed, each packed with colonists and shipboard systems that would propel humanity to the stars beyond Sol. The Exodus vessels were designated by color, such as Exodus Red, Exodus Blue, Exodus Indigo, and Exodus Black. Under the supervision of General Chen Lanshu, these vessels were assembled and launched from the old Cosmodrome in Baikonur, Kazakhstan, and negotiations with Clovis Bray were even undertaken to see Siva nanites placed aboard each vessel to assist with colonization efforts, or defense should the need arise. The Golden Age and all of its prosperity had been a great boon to humanity, but as history has shown us, this time of peace was not to last. There were signs that it would one day come to an end, but most unfortunately, they were almost universally ignored by humanity. And even as Rasputin quickly moved to counter the oncoming threat, it was readily apparent that there was little that could be done to halt the coming storm. Humanity, like so many before, would experience an apocalypse that was all too familiar to those blessed with the Traveler's Light. The forces of the Witness were on the march, and the Black Fleet loomed on the edges of our system. We would be powerless to stop what happened next. The end of the Golden Age had finally come. The collapse had begun.
Oh, man.
Though humanity had a few moments at which there were warning signs hinting towards the nature of the coming collapse, and even some direct warnings themselves, many times they were tragically ignored, pushed to the side due to hubris, or simply a lack of believing that the Golden Age could ever end. After all, it was so easy to believe that humanity would never be toppled from the height of its power. But just like every civilization before, topple we did. And this time the whole of the system would be plunged into terrible darkness, like so many others. Though the collapse might have happened quickly, it was not a single moment in time that turned the marvels of our Golden Age from splendor to ash. There were warning signs long before this, and the months over which the collapse seemingly took place would have been brutal, playing host to countless tragedies. But our warnings would begin on Titan. The proto-worm god Asa, sole survivor of Fundament, had made her home in the methane ocean's viscous depths. There she had stayed alone for eons, until the Traveler arrived and the new Pacifica Arcology was founded on the ocean surface above. A subsurface research team eventually found Asa, and she reached out to them with harmonious psychic resonance. She wished for friendship to break the loneliness that she had felt for so many eons, but she also uttered dreadful warnings. The marine xenobiologists who studied Asa heard her warnings and even brought them to their superiors. But alas, the ancient warning of the single being that might have told them of the Witness fell on deaf ears. Thus, our first chance to avert complete disaster was scuppered. On Mars, there was another opportunity. A joint venture between the Clovis Bray Corporation and the Ishtar Collective had borne significant fruit and would be the next avenue by which we might have learned of the oncoming calamity and done something about it. By utilizing Vex technology discovered on Venus and in cooperation with Clovis Bray, a new AI was created. It was not as powerful as Rasputin, but it was still worthy of great respect. Her name was Soteria, but she was also known by another designation, the Augur Mind. The Vex technology at the heart of Soteria's construction allowed her to be free of the Vex Collective, whilst retaining their remarkable computational and simulation abilities. In particular, the acquired Vex ability to simulate the future with uncanny degrees of accuracy was what Soteria had maintained. The Vex commonly use this power to chart a course to the end state of the universe, where they will be the only remaining form of life that will survive uncontested. Soteria used this technology to chart safe routes for colonial expeditions out beyond even the reaches of the Milky Way. One day, the fabled Ishtar Collective leader, known as Maya Sundaresh, removed Soteria from suspension and asked her to run a few tests, namely to chart safe courses for colonial echopods heading from Sol to the Andromeda Galaxy. Soteria initially calculated over 300 preliminary routes. As she calculated those routes in real time, her advanced algorithms recalculated, first down from 300 to 27, and then, moments later, to just 2. These real-time calculations were due to the presence of unknown anomalous variables that presented a near 100% chance of total casualties on all colonial flights. Solaria didn't know it at the time, but she had just simulated and discovered the Black Fleet, and had realized that it was on its way. Any potential colonial flights that might escape had a narrow window in which they would need to do so, for the fleet was getting closer to Sol with every second. Soteria shepherded this data to Rasputin on a private communications band, and classified the threat under the subtext code of Rasputin's own designation known as Egyptian, a threat level used to define a force that defied all causal explanation and that might be capable of the extinction-level threat that Rasputin was always working to counter. Rasputin agreed with the assessment and prepared for all-out war in the system. Soteria, for her part, was responsible for at least one attempt to save the lives of what human colonists were prepared to go beyond Sol. She prepared emergency launches for the fleet of colonial echopods at her disposal and attempted to send them out in a desperate gambit to avoid the oncoming storm. Clovis Bray saw her actions and immediately reprimanded her, believing she had gone rogue. The echopods were returned to their docking posts, and Soteria was confined to an AI pillory bunker on Mars, a prison for an artificial intelligence. A prison that was originally meant for the warmind Rasputin. This was a punishment for her defiance. In a moment of desperation, Soteria attempted one last thing. She tried to create a submind, sending out a fragment of herself as data reaching into space, a last-ditch effort to save herself and warn humanity. But it would be too little too late. And even with Rasputin having been warned, there was nothing that could be done to stop the greatest catastrophe in human history. We had been given 2 chances to heed the warnings of the oncoming collapse. Through a combination of hubris, inaction, and misunderstanding, we had wasted them. And so the Black Fleet arrived. So the collapse began. So the Witness's forces began to put Sol to the torch. The first public alerts that something had gone wrong came from Rasputin. He sounded general evacuation orders across the outer colonies. Millions of people from Titan to Mars prepared to leave. On distant Exodus program vessels, new orders were relayed to ship captains. They were to make an about-turn and use their defensive systems as orbital artillery within Sol. These orders were briefly questioned, but most would follow them. Not all, though, and even if they had all followed them, it was not going to be enough. The next sign came to be the most distressing of them all. the Traveler, which had only partially conducted the terraforming of Jupiter's volcanic moon of Io, was on the move once more. This was not unheard of. The Traveler would routinely move from planetoid to planetoid, terraforming them for humanity to colonize. But this time, its work was incomplete, and it wasn't heading for a new patch of ground to transform. It was heading directly for Earth. The reason for this retreat was unknown to humanity at the time, but it was likely the same reason for the Traveler's retreat time and time again. The forces of darkness had arrived. The broods of the Hive had arrived. The Black Fleet had arrived. The Witness's forces were here. Its advance across Sol was a tide of death, in some ways quite literally. Whilst those in the many colony ships that reached the outer system were wiped out almost universally by gravitational weapons from the Black Fleet, nowhere was there a more dramatic end than on Titan, where the Black Fleet artificially altered the moon's gravity to create a 150-foot-high wave, a super tsunami that spread out across the oceans of Titan and shattered the arcologies beneath a torrent of methane. The Warmind fought back against the Witness's fleet, but even with all its power, there was nothing it could do. The vessels of the Black Fleet had technology and paracausal power beyond anything the Warmind could have prepared for, including fields that teleported weapons away into a separate pocket of dimension just before they could impact the vessel. Any rounds fired at a pyramid ship, even to this day, experienced this same phenomenon. The Warmind struggled and buckled against the Black Fleet, and it was seemingly left with little choice. In a moment of desperation, realizing there was only one way it could survive, Rasputin did the unthinkable. Rasputin shrugged off his duties, disconnecting himself from his planetary network and splitting himself into dozens of disparate fragments in hundreds of installations. In an act that he would live to regret more than any other on any day, Rasputin abandoned humanity to their fate and chose to live to fight in the future. In this moment, as the forces of the Witness gathered, other interlopers were making their moves. The exiled Hive Prince Nokris and his worm god patron Zol had decided that they would descend upon Sol and planned to claim the planet of Mars for themselves. They descended upon Hellas Basin, where the Warmind's core was located. In response to these interlopers, Rasputin could do something. They were not the Black Fleet, and despite their power being immense, Rasputin was able to respond. Against these interlopers, Rasputin deployed a defense system that flash-froze Nokris, Zol, and the entire brood of Hive that had followed in their wake. Such an action would not only have the effect of creating an artificial ice cap on Mars, but it also suspended the Warmind, Wormgod, and Hive Prince in stasis. None of them would be able to
Oh
take
my
part in
god,
battles
this,
ahead.
I
Only
missed
when
that
the ice caps
location
again
so
began to
much,
thaw
dude.
hundreds of years later, would this new threat re-emerge once more. At the heart of the collapse, humanity would suffer without Rasputin.
What would
But
it
even
take
if he
for
had
them to
died in
bring
their
that
defense,
back?
It would have made no difference. Humanity would die in their untold billions. The forces of the Witness were unleashed upon the worlds of Sol. Survivors from the Black Armory recall some of the moments of the Great Calamity on Earth, where the Witness's forces cut down those in front of them that could not fight back, without mercy or remorse, where the Black Fleet destroyed all the satellites above in Earth's low orbit as a titanic show of their power, when a terrible great mist was released upon Earth's surface, which turned everything that touched it to nothing more than bone and dust. The forces of the Black Fleet were ascendant, triumphant. Nothing would stop them as they slowly moved in, and soon they would be ready to take the fight to the Traveler above Earth. Soon they would make the killing blow. The Traveler was there, ready for the Witness and its disciples to claim. And here in this final moment, they would finally be able to link the Veil and the Traveler and allow the completion of the final shape. On one of the vessels of the Black Fleet, one of the Witness's disciples had been selected for the great honor of leading the assault against Earth. His name was Nezarec, the so-called final god of pain. His dark influence had invaded the dreams of a few who'd lived in Sol long before even the time of the traveler's arrival, and now he had come to this new dark feeding ground. The veil was in his possession, and from his vessel within the Black Fleet, he would tear humanity asunder at their home world. For this one terrible moment, all must have seemed lost. Humanity's outer colonies lay in ruin. Its great defenders all lay dead. The escaping vessels were dashed against the Black Fleet and its forces. And yet, in this moment, the most inexplicable turn of events would take place. And it was all thanks to one who the Witness had deceived long ago. Savathun, the Witch Queen. After she had split from the taken King Oryx's side, the Witness had taken note of her cunning and her viciousness. It had planned for her to one day ascend to the rank of disciple, superseding even her brother Oryx. In a move that sparked jealousy from Rolk, the first disciple, the Witness saw her as a potentially great asset. Perhaps it was to spite Rolk for his failures concerning the annihilation of a species called the Arslid. Perhaps it was simply perceived as being the best use of resources. Whatever the case, Rolk's vessel had been grounded within Savathun's throne world, and he was instructed to train her to one day ascend into the Witness's highest ranks. In this moment of true victory, she was so close to finally achieving that station. But Savathun is cunning, and she had her own plans. Savathun had no intention of following the doctrine of the Witness and completing the final shape. Perhaps it was because her existence was predicated on lies and deception that she was so easily able to fit in with its ranks. Perhaps she had learned the truth of the God Wave, and that the Witness had lied to the Hive.
Right.
Perhaps she wished to pursue a greater form of ascension all for herself. Whatever the case may be, Savathun did as she had previously done to Oryx when he was Alrix. With blade in hand, she fought with Nezarec, betraying him and defeating him. It is not easy to definitively say that this is so, but Savathun might have used the innate power of the Veil to overcome Nezarec. Regardless, she did strike him down. And above Earth, she stole away the Veil, the key to the Witness's plans, before allowing Nezarec's pyramid vessel to crash deep into the surface of Luna. In this moment, a butcher of 10 million worlds, the god of lies and deception, the next in line to ascend into one of the Witness's most loyal disciples, had scuppered its plans and robbed it of the final victory that it so desperately craved. Savathun would shepherd the Veil away to the planet of Neptune, where a mixture of the planet's dense atmosphere, interference from local Vex, and the haywire signal of the Veil itself would be enough to hide it from the Witness's prying eyes. In orbit above, one of the few remaining colony ships, Exodus Indigo, carried the Ishtar Collective researchers known as Maya Sundaresh and Chioma.
Yeah, you're not
going
gonna be able to do that.
They were assaulted by a disciple of some kind, but miraculously managed to fend it off with their ship's
Once
defenses.
it's done, it's done.
The glaive of the disciple that had struck the vessel was used like an
You
antenna,
never got to really. Oh,
and
dude.
remarkably, it picked up the remains of Soteria's
Yesterday
wayward
was the last
submind,
day to play the
allowing
game.
it to safely harbor within the vessel
What do they have
itself.
here?
Even as the Exodus Indigo would shuttle its way into Neptune's atmosphere, they would find the Veil. Thus, many years later, the hidden city of Neomuna would be born. But for the longest time, both the Veil and the city would be cloaked from the whole universe, and none would know. It would have been assumed quite easily that the Exodus Indigo was just another calamitous casualty of the collapse. But, in reality, their survival represented the one true hope for humanity. For here, the tide had been turned. Humanity's doom was still all but assured, but without the Veil, the Witness could not enact its plans. It could not merge the Traveler's light with the Veil's darkness. It could not create the final shape. The details of what happened next are as vague and mythical as the Traveler itself, Some believed that the Warmind had indeed attempted to destroy the Traveler. Others believed that in a single titanic battle, the forces of darkness were defeated by the forces of light. Others speak of stranger tales still. But what we do know is this: the Traveler sacrificed itself to save humanity, and as it hung low above Earth, it was left broken. A massive shard of the mysterious sphere can still be found as a remnant of that titanic struggle. It sits to this day in what is now known as the European Dead Zone. The forces of the Witness were either banished from Sol or left, seeing that the Traveler had sacrificed itself to save humanity. The Black Fleet was forcibly ejected into dark space, or perhaps the Witness left, hibernating there just in case there was anything it could do to one day return and achieve victory. But for now, the Traveler had won, but the cost was utterly staggering. Most of humanity lay dead or dying. The Warmind was nowhere to be found. Our great marvels and technology and culture had been thrown into the fire. Our knowledge was lost, and the ravages of apocalypse were upon us. Worst of all, the Traveler, which had given its last full measure of benevolence above Earth in the name of humanity, was all but completely gone. Ruin was upon us. But from this moment of tragedy, a new hope was born. In the moment of the Traveler's sacrifice, thousands of tiny sparks of its own divinity were released. Tiny autonomous drones, no larger than a clenched fist, spilled forth from the Traveler. This was the birth of the Ghosts. Their like had never been seen before, and they would change the fate of humanity and all those within the system once again. Their sacred mission, their singular task, was to head out into the system to find those amongst the dead who were worthy of wielding the Traveler's light, and to resurrect them as its undying warriors. Though they would be known as the Risen or Light-Bearers in the early days, in the ages that followed, they would almost universally be heralded by another title. They would be known as the Guardians. But theirs was not the only light that would emerge after the collapse. At the apex of the calamity, as darkness pressed in all around, out in the reaches of the asteroid belt, another miraculous occurrence would take place. Aboard one of the Exodus program vessels, known as Exodus Green, the fates of another people were being changed. It would begin with a clash of light and darkness, with a singularity and a young woman who would be the first to cross over. Though she would not know her destiny at the time, she would one day be sovereign. Her mother in that moment would be Starlight, and her father would be the Dark.
Here we go, boys. Stories of the Reef. Oh, man. The Awoken.
In the midst of the collapse, an Exodus program vessel, the Exodus Green, was partway through its journey into the stars. The passengers and crew were meant to form a new outpost of humanity somewhere out in the universe. Their plans were first interrupted by a silent shadow that was stalking their ship through the cold reaches of space. The ship's captain, Alice Lee, hailed the pursuing vessel multiple times to no avail. A phantom pursuer alone would be troublesome enough, but this vessel was likely one of the Black Fleet's pyramid ships, thus spelling an almost certain doom when it caught up with them. Their plans were further altered by the beginning of the collapse. The Warmind Rasputin dispatched orders to the Exodus Green to begin using its defensive kinetic weapons as artillery and to return to the system to counter the arriving threat. Alice Lee, pursued by a mysterious assailant and being recalled to fight for a system that she would soon not even call home, ignored the Warmind's orders and sought to save her crew. Her defiance would not win her any mercy with her pursuers, which quickly entered weapons range and began to violently grip the vessel with gravity waves. Alice Lee and the rest of the crew were being stretched on a molecular level, torn asunder slowly as they tried to flee desperately. In this moment, Alice Lee sent out every comm-buoy and antenna that she could possibly extend. She sent out a request into the dark for anything to hear that might care. She declared her intention that her and her crew were to be considered a separate entity from humanity and Sol, a neutral party with no allegiance to Earth. Whether or not this made any difference to their fates is unknown, but there was at least one crew member who was determined to take fate into her own hands. Her name was Mara, and she had seen that soon she was likely to die. She wished to go out on her own terms, so she donned a spacesuit and went out on a long tether from the main vessel. Her brother, Aldwin, as was his nature, followed in her footsteps. As Alice Lee sent out her message, with the Exodus Green surrounded by darkness, a sudden light appeared. In that moment, a clash of primordial forces took place, and the very fabric of the universe buckled. A singularity formed within that clash of light and dark, and it began to drag the Exodus Green into its depths. Seeing his sister in mortal peril, Aldwin reached out and beckoned Mara to return to the Exodus Green. But Mara did not look back. And as the ship and Aldwin and Mara were pulled towards the singularity, the young woman who would one day be one of Sol's mightiest sovereigns cut the cord connecting her to the vessel and reached towards infinity. She would choose her own fate. She would be the first. Within the singularity, everything would change. The people of the Exodus Green would awaken on the other side of the singularity, and they would be forever changed by the synthesis of light and dark that they had encountered. Alice Lee was the first to wake, and she discovered Mara Sov next. And as the future queen arose from a cold dream, the two of them beheld what Alice Lee believed to be a world of her own creation. Deep within the singularity, a world had been created. Its rivers flowed like silver, and its endless forests teemed with life uncounted. They called this world the Distributory, and as it was located on the other side of the black hole, it was separated from the ravages of Sol. Inside the singularity, time also passed far more rapidly than it did outside. And so, what might be but a second for us might have been 100 years for those that lived in the Distributory. Slowly, Alice Lee and Mara Sov began to wake up the others, until most of the 40,000 or so crew and passengers of the Exodus Green were also roused from their slumber. Their numbers were harshly imbalanced, with the majority of the crew being women. As a result, the society that developed within the Distributory was a matriarchal one, and the men of the new civilization that was born were not often assigned to any positions within their hierarchy that might be considered hazardous in any manner, with their lifespans being practically infinite within the depths of the singularity. These people were functionally immortal, and so each of them would grow to become a fount of knowledge and experience, mastering their many crafts over the thousands of years. With their skin turned hues of blue, grey, and purple, these new people strode out across the Distributory and declared themselves to be children of a covenant between the light and dark. They would call themselves the Awoken. The Awoken were immediately split between those of the 891 original remaining crew of the Exodus Green and the 40,000 or so passengers that had simply been colonists in stasis aboard. The 891 were considered to be leaders, and the 40,000 were in many ways subordinate. But regardless, there were questions that all the newly reborn Awoken would be asking about their foundational experience, the existence that they now found themselves in. Answering these questions could determine the balance of power amongst this new people for time in memoriam, and so a council was convened to address all concerns. Chief amongst them was whether the Awoken should return to where they had come from and leave the distributary, or remain within its bounds to prosper eternally. Those that wished to leave were known as the Ecalists, who believed that the Awoken owed a debt to the cosmos that had saved them from destruction. Those that wished to stay were known as the Sanguine, who believed that the covenant of light and dark that had created the Awoken had been made with the understanding that they would forfeit all right to their history in exchange for a new start here within the distributary. Alice Lee proudly proclaimed the Sanguine position and declared that the Awoken should go forth and explore the infant cosmos of the distributary. In secret, Mara Sov would counsel others gathered by her reborn brother Aldrin, and would state that when the time was right, they would all return. Alice Lee would leave this first council in an ascendant position, and proclaimed herself to be the first queen of the Awoken, as she believed herself to be the first of the Awoken to have ever existed. After the many decrees about the Awoken people that day were spoken aloud into covenant and law, Alice Lee made her first command as the queen of this newly reborn people. There would be no lies amongst the Awoken. Little did she know that this well-intentioned first decree would be the source of so much pain, and would also bring about her downfall. As the Awoken people expanded out across the distributary, some would form tribal groups out by the forests and seas. Predominantly, these people were of the Ekalist persuasion. Those who dwelled in the cities, on the other hand, tended to be of the Sanguine mindset. Unbeknownst to all but a few, the seeds for division were laid in this foundational difference. One day, a woman from the original 891 crew of the Exodus Green came forward with words like fire. She was the Diasarum, and she would loudly proclaim that Alice Lee had committed deicide, the murder of a god. It had long been accepted that Alice Lee had been the creator of the Awoken peoples and the distributary. The Diasarum stated that Alice Lee could have chosen for all the Awoken to have a divine form, that she had instead chosen to grant them the same mortal form that they had maintained in their past lives. The Diasarim stated that through this choice, Alice Lee had effectively created all Awoken suffering in the universe. She had killed their potential divinity in its crib. The real damage of the statement was not simply the notion that all Awoken had been denied an existence without suffering. It was also that Alice Lee had potentially lied by omission. She was meant to be the queen without secrets, and yet she had kept the most terrible secret for herself. This moment, this accusation of the murder of unborn gods, would be the event that began the first war of the Awoken, the Theodicy War. Prior to this moment, there had been no need for paladins or protectors, but with the Theodicy War, a Rubicon of conflict was crossed, and the Awoken were changed forever. The war would erode the authority of the Queen, and she would eventually send Osana Sov, Mara Sov's mother, to negotiate with the Diasarim and sue for peace. When Osana met with the Diasarim, she promised her that her daughter Mara Sov would tell her any secret she desired to know in exchange for peace. And so it was that the Diasarim traveled to meet Mara Sov atop the mountain where she resided, and was never seen again. The questions of what happened and how the Diasarim disappeared persist in the legends here to this day. Did Mara kill her? Did she cease to be, having heard an unimaginable secret? Did she change her ways and choose a new life after having caused the first war? Was it always Mara all along? None can be sure, but what we do know is that the Diasarim was most certainly Mara's puppet in this regard. She would allow the Ekalist cause to wither for a time. She did not believe it was the right moment for the Awoken to return, but one day, return they would. Before that time would arrive, Mara would have a chance encounter that would change her life forever. As the Sanguine's faction's truth flourished, their scribes gathered all knowledge, including portents and prophecy, to their side. In this way, they heard the discontent of Mara and Uldren, who still quietly supported the Ekalist position. To these scholars, they represented something of an existential threat. If Mara were to ever gain power in the future, she could be the spark that started a second Theodicy war. One day, a colossal Awoken warrior would enter the court of some of these scribes, armed with a longbow so massive that only a woman of her unchallenged strength could even string it, let alone draw it to its fullest length. She declared that her name was Sieur Ido, and that she was hunting Mara Sov for the murder of her lady, the Diasarim. The scholars of the Sanguine saw this as a chance to potentially save thousands of lives by taking just one. So they did what they could to direct Sieur, though she would still not find her quarry for a long time. Under the Awoken's second queen, Ngoya Pin, a masked figure would enter the royal court. This was Mara in disguise, and she would counsel the queen for a long time, swaying her to become an Ekalist and encouraging her to open her court to all the knowledge of the world. The many scholars gathered there would be set to work in a way that suited Mara's cause. But one day into this court, many years later, Sieur Ido would walk, still furious over the death of the Diasarim, still hunting Mara. But when she found Mara in her laboratory, she was stopped in her tracks. Her fury was suddenly tempered by Mara's grace and beauty. Her hatred wilted, and something else blossomed in its stead. Sieur Ido could not bear to kill Mara, and so she threw down her weapon. She declared that she would wound someone beloved to Mara, thus leaving her forever maimed in spirit, because she could not bear to kill Mara in all her beauty. Mara could not refuse this challenge, and so her brother Uldren became her chosen champion. The two warriors would battle each other with blade, with rifle, and with fifth-generation superiority fighters. The news of this duel sent the scribes that had sicked Sieur on Mara into a wild panic. Over the centuries since they had sicked Sieur on Mara, they had found a place in the new queen's court, and realized that if they were found to have sanctioned this murder, they would be banished. Luckily for these idle scholars, the duel between Uldren and Sieur would have a most unexpected outcome. When fighting with blades, the brute strength of Sieur was equal to the finesse and footwork of Uldren. They both fell together, and thus it was a tie. When fighting with rifles, the two warriors fought in the distributory's great jungles. Whilst Uldren was the better hunter, Sieur used her disruptive power to brute force a victory, swaying nature's balance against Uldren, forcing the fauna to expose him. In this way, she secured victory and had been able to severely wound Uldren in the process. For their final battle, both of them were supplied with any choice of ship that they desired. Sieur had chosen a powerful Ermine TAC interceptor. Uldren had chosen an outdated ship called a Dart. What Sieur failed to realize was that per the terms of the duel, any weapons that could not be supplied would be simulated instead. The Dart's standard weapon loadout was capable of being switched with an air-to-air nuclear munition. Using this simulated munition, Uldren scored a kill from over 80 kilometers away.
Wow.
And Sieur Ido lost before she could even see him. The score was all tied up. Realizing the stalemate, Sieur threw herself before Mara and said that with the tie, her fate was in Mara's hands. She pleaded for a more kind fate than that of the Diasarim, who she had sworn to avenge. Mara approached the humbled warrior and said, "Rise, Sieur Ido. Let us take the stars together." The exact story of the blossoming love between Mara and Sieur is not recorded in complete detail, but given the lifespans of the Awoken were near infinite, it may have been a love that endured as unassailably as the moon and the tides that it brings. Mara would have need of strong confidants, especially for what came next, and few amongst the Awoken were as strong as Sieur Ido. Mara scoured the great archives of the Awoken, looking for knowledge. She had to prove what she already knew, but the Awoken had to return to the greater universe. To do this, she launched countless satellites and instruments of observation into the orbit of the Distributory's planetary gravity. When she had sufficient proof, she would address the Awoken people and tell them of this most fundamental of truths. Mara at this point was the face of the Ekalist belief, and with data to back up her assertion, she would inform the Awoken of the reality that they had to face. Returning to the universe at large would be perilous, and it would pull the Awoken from the Distributory, thus robbing them of their immortality. But Mara's sway over the people was immense. What's more, Mara told them of the fragments that had been retrieved from the observation instruments. What little they had heard indicated that their kin on the other side were in terrible danger, and that the Awoken had escaped the same fate. The Distributory was a refuge, but they had arrived there by escaping a madness more ancient than one might fathom. Despite the danger and the guarantee of embracing mortality, Mara gained the support of tens of thousands of the Awoken, thus granting her the people that she would need for an exploratory expedition back into Sol. Before she left, she deemed that there was one thing she had to do. Mara went to Alice Lee, the first Queen of the Awoken, she who had believed the Distributory to be of her design, who the Diasarim had accused so long ago of robbing the Awoken of divinity, to whom Mara had told the first lie. Sitting with her, Mara would tell her the truth. It was not Alice Lee who had created the Distributory. It was not Alice Lee who had been the first amongst their people. It was not Alice Lee who had denied the Awoken their divinity. It was Mara. She was the first. Alice Lee was enraged at the truth, knowing now that Mara had engineered all that had happened across the history of the Awoken, knowing that all the suffering of their people was her fault, knowing that Mara was guilty of the very thing she herself had been accused of, an accusation so strong that it sparked anew the concept of war itself in a universe unblemished by it. Alice Lee would then throw her support behind Mara's expedition from that moment, not out of agreement, but so that she could rid the Distributory of Mara forever. The last thing she called Mara was the Devil. After some preparation, the expedition would be successful and Mara would return to Sol. It was then that she discovered the system in utter chaos. She quickly established habitats and outposts within the reaches of what had been known as the asteroid belt. It was now strewn with the abandoned derelict vessels that had fled during the collapse, only to be destroyed by the Black Fleet, a foul reef of dead ships. Mara's Utex, the same group that would one day become the Techians, also discovered that various members of the Awoken expedition had developed new powers upon leaving the Distributory. These powers manifested most strongly in Mara, and Mara was in herself like an amplifier to those around her. It did not take long for Mara to proclaim herself as the new sovereign of this people, of the Awoken of the Reef. There were, however, many who wished to immediately depart for Earth and to assist their long-lost brethren. Mara urged caution, and believed that they needed to build up a stable base of power first. Many vehemently disagreed with her. There were even riots on the matter, which momentarily plunged the reef into chaos.
Viewers? Holy mackerel.
Exploiting this opportunity, a new set of interlopers descended on the Awoken. Through the many painful years of the Long Drift, the Elixni had arrived in Sol, more vicious and tenacious than they had ever been before. These Fallen would momentarily clash with the Awoken, and Mara, Sieur, and Aldrin had to rally their people to fight off the invaders. As the raiders were fought back, some of the Awoken had taken the opportunity to act on their desires, and a vessel was quickly launched away from the reef before anyone could stop it. Seeing her control start to wither, Mara relented. The Awoken would be given one choice each. They could either remain in the reef under her rule and build towards a future for the system on their own terms, or they could leave now and assist humanity at the cost of never returning again. Thus, the Awoken, who had already been torn apart by those who left the Distributory and those who stayed, were riven once again into the Reefborn and Earthborn Awoken. Those who left Mara's control would go on to do an immeasurable amount of good for the people of Earth. Many would even be judged as being worthy of becoming guardians upon their death. But the world that they had emerged into would be a terrifying one. Where before humanity's golden age had stood, now there was only ruins, rust, and the remains of those who had died in the collapse.
I'm gonna pause it again because I'm gonna go grab my dinner. And I'm back.
As the Awoken were given their choice, and some of them made their way to Earth, they found a solar system in turbulent chaos. The Black Fleet and its disciples had been pushed back, but there were many other threats that rose in their absence. It isn't known who arrived first or exactly when. Records from this time are scant and next to non-existent. Such was the nature of history and technology. There would be no true date-keeping or timeline from this moment onwards. There would only be the vicious clawing cycle of night and day, season to season. What we do know is that of the forces that appeared in Sol, the Awoken were clearly not the first. The Elixni's long drift had come to a close, but not all of them had universally settled in the asteroid belt, as the Awoken had discovered. Arriving in Sol, many of the different houses of the Elixni would spread out across the system to claim new territories. The House of Devils would claim Earth's Cosmodrome. The House of Rain would claim the sun-soaked fields of Mercury. The House of Winter would claim the Ishtar Sink on Venus. And the House of Wolves would claim territory in the Jovian moons. Hardy scavengers and survivors that they were, the Elixni's resilient physiology allowed them to survive almost anywhere, so long as there were enough resources for their servitors to turn into ether. But at this point, they were more than just scavengers content to pick over the bones of our civilization. They were drawn here by the Traveler, and in their exodus from Reese, many houses had developed into warbands ruled by despots. None were as infamous as the first known Kell of the House of Devils, Akalux, who had taken the action that led the Exodus fleet of the Elixni on the long drift in the first place. It was he who would plunder what had once been Golden Age London and burn it to the ground before taking his house eastward to the European plains and the rich hunting grounds of Baikonur. The Fallen were not the only warlords to establish themselves in this time either. Having been drawn there by the fall of Nezarek's pyramid, Hive forces under the banner of Crota would begin to infest the moon, where they constructed a massive pit. This pit would eventually be turned into a terrifying subterranean fortress with dozens of different offshoots, catacombs, and ritual chambers. We would know it then as the Hellmouth. From here, Crota would create the infrastructure necessary to stage a long-scale Hive invasion of Earth. When the time was right, from this fortress and its attached facilities, Hive Cedar vessels would be launched in the direction of Earth, and thousands upon thousands of Crota's brood would invade. The Hellmouth's construction had been built in a downwards fashion for another reason, though. Crota's forces were intent on reaching the Pyramid of Nezarek, but much as they tried to gain access, they were always denied by the pyramid itself, and so they collected in its shadow, like a roiling colony of ants, with dreams of stellar conquest and dark gods. Crota's father was not far behind, as many of Oryx's servants were often found in proximity of those worlds blessed by the light. As he had done many times before, he quietly established his presences throughout the system, seeding worlds with his forward armies, advance broods on Earth, the Jovians, the asteroid belt, and beyond. They would prepare for the day when Crota's army was ready, and would bring forth great tribute in the king's name. Whilst some intruders were subtle, others were utterly blunt. None more so than the Cabal. Multitudes
Oh
of
my
scout
god, I
legions
missed that
sent
place
by
even though we
Dominus
were
Gaul
just there
arrived in
not long
Sol,
ago.
including the Sand Eaters, Dust Giants, Siege Dancers, Blind Legion, and Skyburners. Together, they would collectively lay claim to Mars and spread their forces across its surface to rapidly establish a series of heavily entrenched bases and battle lines. Their control over the moon of Phobos was so complete that they were able to establish an entire fleet base there, Fleet Base Kouros, a staging ground for the Skyburners and their vessels, and a defensive hub that would coordinate the operations of the Cabal throughout the system. There were indications that even these initial scout legions were capable of some terrifying levels of destruction on a planetary scale. With that in mind, one of their most powerful assets was probably a trio of Scion Flares that had evolved into their
Scion Flares.
This trio, known as the Ice Reapers, was responsible for intelligence gathering and the retrieval of advanced technology. but their psionic powers were also put to display in a most prominent fashion. The flares began to pull Mars's moon of Phobos into an unnaturally low orbit to the point where you could prominently see it in the Martian sky. Supposedly, this was to be used as a weapon of last resort that could be deorbited from Mars, thus destroying the entire planet if the campaign was going badly. Such force feels excessive, but it is characteristically the Cabal way, and their powerful munitions and strong logistics operation would allow them to contend with the awakening of the oldest beings within Sol. Deep within the cores of many of our planets and moons, layers of radiolarian fluid began to flow with a renewed purpose. All across the system, from Venus to Mercury to Mars, the Vex began to awaken. The Ishtar Collective had previously discovered them on Venus in the Ishtar Sink, and had determined that their ruins had been there for billions of years. Now those ruins began to spring to life, and Vex frames began to emerge from those ruins to accomplish the inscrutable goals of the Vex. Whilst many worlds were blighted by the Vex, some, such as Mercury, were completely overrun. Mercury's core was consumed and completely hollowed out to create a giant Vex simulation engine known as the Infinite Forest.
Oh, I missed the
Once
Infinite
lush
Forest.
paradise and breadbasket of the system that Mercury had been was transformed into a blasted wasteland pocked with the stony spires and metallic plating of Vex installations. And then, at the heart of it all, there was humanity. Broken, fractured, surrounded, and desperate. The collapse had been a body blow to us as a species, but we now faced the grueling task of surviving the hostile system that had once been our dominion. Whilst the whole of humanity was threatened,
Oh
there was
my
one
god.
group who found themselves in an utterly unique situation. On the edges of the system, the Exodus Indigo had landed on Neptune, having been damaged by an attack on their vessel by one of the disciples of the Witness, or what is presumed to be a disciple. On Neptune, they were able to use their ship's supplies, including a small amount of Siva, to establish a basic habitable colony, and then came the remarkable discovery that Savathun had left for them: the Veil. Amongst the number of the Exodus Indigo were the Ishtar Collective researchers Chioma Essie and Maya Sundaresh. They would set about studying the Veil and would eventually find a way to derive power from it, even though it would have many adverse effects on many of the EXO members of their crew. It didn't take long for the Vex to discover them, and whilst they would be able to push into Neomuna's outer defenses, they were consistently stopped by the energy emitted by the Veil itself. In response to this, the Vex created a simulation that was woven into Neptune's electromagnetic field. This hid all in proximity of the Veil and the Veil itself, thus preventing any humans within that area from being detected by the outside world for a long time.
Wow.
It would also cut them off from any potential reinforcements, but this worked out well for the fledgling colony on Neptune. They were able to hold the Vex at bay, and to secure their prosperity in the time being. The screen hiding them from all of the events of the system meant that they were in relative isolation. Thus, with their infrastructure and their defenses starting to be built up, the city of Neomuna was born. One of its earliest residents, a woman named Michaela Eulaha, was exposed to some of the technology that had been brought with them on the Exodus Indigo. In particular, she was exposed to a strange series of nanites from Siva. The nanites infected her body and violently changed it, causing her to grow metal plating across parts of her body, giving her remarkable strength and incredible speed, as well as the ability to regenerate. She used this accident to her advantage.
Thank you
and
for the
became
follow,
a
appreciate
vicious
it.
fighting force against Neomuna's Vex invaders. Though she would only live for about 10 years after the accident, she would be known from then on as the Strider, and her selfless actions were the creation point for the Cloud Strider organization. As time went on, the establishment of the Cloud Striders was made far more entrenched. They had a device that they would eventually use called the Sidereal.
Oh
and
my
that would allow
god.
them to create new Cloud Striders.
Oh.
But given the nature of the experimental technology being
Rohan,
used,
why did you have to
only
die,
2 Cloud
dude?
Striders would be created at a time. One of the later Cloud Striders, by the call sign of Stargazer, would head out on a mission to Earth in order to make contact with any remnants of humanity that they could find. They had hoped to find segments of human civilization that they could establish diplomatic communications with, perhaps even uplifting them to rejoin humanity on
it is.
Neomuna. What they discovered on Earth was anarchy. Earth's people had not been as fortunate as Neptune's, and many of them had been eking out a living from what little remained. Worse still were those that had been blessed by the Traveler's Light. In these early Dark Age days, there was little to stop a light-bearer with a ghost from being considered a god. Every time someone killed them, they could be brought back from the grave. With their ability to defy death and with the paracausal abilities that they had been gifted with their light, some of them quickly rose to become regional rulers.
Nice.
These were some of the first warlords, light-bearers who used their powers to impose their will over others and dominate the world as they saw fit. The Cloud Strider known as Stargazer would encounter a warlord at some point, and they were followed by a small army numbering in the hundreds. They shot the warlord and retreated with their team inside a Warmind bunker. Before destroying the bunker to prevent its harmful weapons from getting into the hands of their aggressors, Stargazer petitioned one of Rasputin's surviving submines, Malahiyati, to delete all references across the Warmind network to Neptune and the Exodus Indigo. This would keep the presence of Neomuna truly secure and would make us blissfully unaware of its existence for hundreds of years. When Stargazer returned to Neomuna, they were ready to inform the populace of their findings, and for the longest time, it would be the belief of all Neomuni that Earth was merely a lawless frontier filled with tyrants and warlords, and those trying desperately to survive. For the longest time, they would have been right to believe such a thing too. For in the earliest days of the Dark Age,
you guys are all that
war
are just
ravaged
coming
the
back. You
entire
guys are all
system,
in for a rude
and
awakening
nobody was
for
truly safe.
the end
The
of the
Neomuni
Light
were
and
not
Dark
the only
saga.
ones to note this. The Awoken were keenly aware that the system was treacherous.
This is
It
going
was
to
for this
be
reason
nuts.
that Mara Sov sent out her brother Aldrin to seek a
Chaos
source of
begins
power for her
tomorrow.
that was unique in this system, thus granting her an asymmetric advantage. Aldrin scoured the system and returned with a mysterious paracausal creature, a wish dragon.
Which one in particular?
Also known as an Ahamkara, these beasts were shapeshifters capable of completely altering their form. The Ahamkara were also armed with a terrible power, wish magic, a paracausal ability that allowed them to read the desires of their prey and then grant their wishes, whilst also twisting the threads of fate to do so. Unfortunately, in the twisting of such wishes, Faustian bargains would be created. Thus, petitioning a wish dragon for one's desire was a perilous process requiring great discipline. The creature that Aldrin had discovered and presented to Mara called itself Riven in honor of its new hosts, honoring the twice Riven Awoken.
Yeah.
But it was not alone. Wish dragons populated the
3
system
years.
on almost
Holy
every planet,
mackerel.
but were particularly concentrated on Venus. Together, Riven
That's
and
fair.
Mara would set about creating a grand home for the Awoken and the Ahamkara. Mara declared that they would be more than survivors, though. They would be a people, and thus,
Especially when they
through
made a lot of
Mara's vision and
expansions free
Riven's
before,
magic,
you know,
the
Final
Awoken
Shape
would
drops.
build a place worthy of their people, the Dreaming City. This would not be the Awoken capital, but it would be one of their most holy sites, a place for them to learn, connect with their ancestors, and meditate on the nature of the world. Ahamkara would flock to the Dreaming City, and they would
I
live
wish on my
alongside the
Twitch
Awoken
badge
for
every
a
time everybody saw me in the
mostly
comments, they would
peaceful,
just know that I'm a
albeit
D1
cautious
veteran. I am
symbiosis.
100% a Destiny 1
Yet
veteran.
another
I've been
secret
playing
enclave
since
was
the
constructed
launch
in
of
Seoul,
D1.
but this time on Earth. There was no place for
Matter of
people
fact,
to run
I'll
to.
update that on my
Not
Twitch
yet, at least.
description.
In those
my
early
bio.
days, refugee caravans trailed across the world looking for anywhere that they might find some degree of safety. Some would attempt to establish small settlements and towns like Palamon or Coyote, and whilst these places would be home to some, they were not fated to last. Fallen raiders, rogue light-bearers, and the wilderness of the frontier would be the forces that eventually spelled doom to these settlements. Hope was scarce indeed, but slowly from the ashes of ruin and death, a spark of hope would be kindled. One day, a group of 5 warlords set a village to the torch. Another group of light-bearers made their presence known that day, and at great cost they defeated the would-be tyrants
There we go.
and vowed that there would be no more death. There would be
Oh
no
yeah, that
war
was
without
oh,
protectors.
dude, Rise of Iron was such a good
Humanity needed
expansion.
its protectors. And so it was that these first 4 light bearers present on this day would become some of humanity's first great guardians. Radagast, Perun, Yolda, and Saladin would be counted among the very first of the Iron Lords. In time,
As
they
we
would
were just
bring more
talking.
legendary figures into the fold: Silumar, Gelion, Scory, Timur, Ephrodite, and Felwinter. And when Felwinter was folded into the Iron Lords, he agreed that they would be able to use his peak. Though he kept the name of Felwinter Peak, from it the Iron Temple was born, and Earth had
Oh
its first
my
small
God.
enclave of relative safety for some. But it would not be the last. And luckily,
Oh, I
it would
miss
be
this place
maintained
so
even
much,
though
dude.
Silmar had to rebuild it multiple times. The names of the Iron Lords would be honored within the Iron Temple under an ironwood tree,
Oh,
and those names would stand in legendary regard amongst Guardians even to this day.
that's sick.
This was the first knightly order that
I
would
miss
bring
Rise of
some
Iron, dude. That
semblance
was
of
such a good
control and
expansion.
peace to the world.
I feel so bad
would
for all
challenge
these
the
new
warlords
players
and
who
drive them
never
back.
ever got to
Under
experience
the
this
tutelage
expansion.
of the original Iron Lords, many
Oh,
great
man.
heroes would be molded into the finest protectors of humanity, one way or another.
I really
Not
want
least
one
amongst
sword to
their number
return
would be an awoken man
in
of
final
great
shape, and
strength,
that's the Young
called
Wolf's Howl,
Zavala,
the sword.
and a strange human of
Such an
impatient
amazing sword
disposition and
for us
great
veterans.
knowledge, called Osiris.
Ooh.
The heroes of Earth had begun to make their mark, but the people of Earth still needed a true place to call home, and the Iron Temple was not large enough for the whole of humanity. For so many, there was but one place they could go, one place more obvious than any other. They went to that strange place where the Traveler had made its final stand.
Wow.
In the shadow of this broken god, humanity's remnants would begin to regroup. The refugee camp grew and grew, and eventually their numbers swelled to the point where everyone needed to be properly organized. And in this moment, we nearly destroyed ourselves once again. From the huddled masses, there were inevitably different perspectives on what had to be done. We should make ready to leave Earth for good. We should stake our claim and choose strong leaders to guide us. We should prepare for war. Each of these different ideas in turn attracted more and more people. Eventually, they attracted Lightbearers, and before the camp had even truly been able to establish itself, there were factions within its boundaries. And as these factions began to clash, Lightbearer would eventually fight Lightbearer.
What?
It was in this time that the division within this fledgling refugee camp
Oh.
gave a perfect
Interesting.
opportunity for the Fallen to arrive and plunder the great host of human survivors. They did not know the true power of the Guardians on that day, though, and in the face of an external threat, the factions were able to put aside their differences and repel the invaders. These skirmishes were known as the Faction Wars, and they nearly destroyed the only home humanity had on Earth. A leader would need to step forward. Someone would need to organize them. But it would not take long for the Elixni to return. This time, though, they would return in strength. The Faction Wars may have been the first time that this new fledgling city had seen battle.
Faction
It would
Wars?
not be the
Oh,
last.
dude, that was such a
As
cool
more and more
event.
Guardians
in
returned,
Destiny.
and as more and more walls were being erected to defend what was this small refugee encampment, eventually, the House of Devils saw a moment to strike. This would be the first great conflict between the Elixni and humanity on such a scale, and for the Fallen, it was dramatically important. They had seen that the Traveler had settled on Earth. They had seen that it had died for this other people. They had even seen that it had sheltered them beneath its great bulk. And, worst of all, it had granted its gift, its blessing, to the various members of that civilization even beyond its own death. For the Fallen, this was not just a religious war. This was their moment to prove that they were still worthy of the great machine. And so the House of Devils descended
great,
upon the
great
city
question.
in numbers. The defense of the
It
city
might
under
have
this
been, but I
barrage
don't
of fallen
remember. I don't
artillery
recall.
was mostly conducted by Guardians, though some rudimentary frames
might
and some
have,
members
but
of the civilian
I really
population would be
really
armed.
do
In this
not
terrifying fight,
know.
this first battle, there would be 6
It might have
different
been.
fronts.
That's all I'm
And
gonna
the many
say.
guardians that would hold those different
That's my
fronts
answer to you.
would not let even a single one break. Thus, the battle was known as the Battle of the Six Fronts. And from this moment, the city would truly emerge. It was humanity's first true victory, and many legendary guardians such as Commander Zavala, Saint 14, Lord Shaxx, and Osiris would emerge as legends on that day,
Is this the
having defended
wait a
the
minute.
city with their vicious light.
Is this the Battle of
It was
Twilight
also in
Gap?
this moment that many other legends were born.
I don't remember when
A
it went to.
speaker had come
Oh
forward,
yeah.
one who could
Yeah,
supposedly
you're right.
hear the traveler's voice. And what's more, he had begun to organize the last city properly.
Mm.
There were factions within our ranks, and there were
Yeah,
various
Red War was the
light-bearers
last
that
time we
needed
ever
organizing.
saw the speaker, which was
It was
7
clear
years
now
ago.
that the light-bearers
Oh,
were
dude.
split across 3 disciplines: hunters, titans, and warlocks.
Man.
The speaker created a vanguard, a group of 3 individuals, one representing each discipline. Titans were heavily clad in the greatest of armor and favored more brutish aspects of martial combat. Their will to charge the enemy was only tempered by their instinct to defend those in need. Hunters were nomadic and free-spirited. They often roamed alone or in small posses, acting as scouts on the wild frontiers of Earth or beyond, or bold adventurers, willing to disregard authority
I want to see what
and
they
their
say
own
of the
safety
Warlock. I
for a
want to see
little
what he
glimmer
says for
and
this.
glory. Warlocks quickly became known for their wisdom and sheer arcane power. Of all the different classifications of Lightbearer, their connection to
right.
the Traveler was the fiercest, and through that connection, they would unearth
That was
grand
after,
arcana and
Activision
forge new
and Bungie had
techniques of
split up.
light.
That's when they made the game free to
These
play.
Lightbearers that had defended this
You are
encampment
absolutely
would
right.
no longer be known as Lightbearers, though.
Which I
Thanks
knew
to their
that.
defense of this fledgling city, the Lightbearers had earned themselves a title. It would define them for the rest of their existence. They would be known as Guardians, and the first amongst the Vanguard were drawn from their number. Thus, Saint 14, Osiris, and Tallulah Fairwind ascended to be the first ever mentors of the Vanguard, the Titans,
Oh,
Warlocks, and Hunters, respectively.
whatever
And
happened to
as for the
her?
factions, they were also
Tallulah
looped in.
Fairwind.
Whilst they had
Huh.
nearly destroyed the last
that's
city during
Kate's
the
mentor.
faction wars, they still represented many important
Wow.
perspectives. And so, with them in mind, the speaker would take a look to see which ones were worth
Oh,
representing.
dude, this
Those
tower
that
art.
had directly
Oh my
instigated
god.
violence were exiled permanently. But those that had not, and those that had peacefully laid down their arms, would be allowed to continue persisting. Of the many that petitioned to be represented more directly, there were 3 that were most popular: the Concordat, the New Monarchy, and the Dead Orbit. Their perspectives would be represented on a consensus council. They would be at the heart of government within the consensus at large, that was also joined by the Vanguard members and the Speaker. There was also a greater consensus council that also consisted of any other citizens and other factions within the city. Those such as the Future War Cult or the Symmetry were represented here in addition.
Oh, okay,
This
I
was
see.
by far the greatest echo of the Battle of the Six Fronts, the union of humanity's light-bearing defenders and those who would represent the civilian population into a government was a significant step forward for humanity. But it wouldn't be the
Oh.
only echo. The Six Fronts for which the battle was given its
Dude,
name were held
I remember
predominantly
when,
by 4 Titan orders.
I
As
would
best we
go to
know,
a store
they were
called,
the Pilgrim
I
Guard,
think,
the
what was it
Firebreak
called back
Order,
then?
the Stoneborn
Shopko?
Order,
Yeah,
and
Shopko.
the First Pillars.
I would go to Shopko and I
Regardless
would
of
buy
which of these orders were present on that day,
like
we
PlayStation
do
gift
know
cards,
that the
so I'd be
defense of
ready
this
for the next
fledgling
expansion.
city on
Oh
6
man,
fronts
that
by
was a
4 orders of
lifetime. Remember?
Titans is the reason for Titan heraldry being what it is: a hexagon of 6 sides with 4 different divided pieces to it. Their heraldry has always remembered 6 fronts. It
Dude,
is one
that'd
of
be
their
sick if they add
proudest
this armor to the
achievements,
game.
to defend the
I know
last
Crest of
city
Alpha in there for
without a
Titans,
single
but
one
not
of
for
these
Hunters or
fronts
Warlocks.
breaking. And as it began to grow, this fledgling city
Warlocks
that had
didn't really
once
have
been
it, but
nothing but a
Hunters did.
refugee camp simply became known as the Last City, the last safe haven for humanity in Sol, as best we knew at the time. Whilst there were some amongst the Titan Orders who lamented the way that 6 Fronts ended, In particular, the Firebreak, who wished that they could have their glorious charge into the ranks of the retreating Fallen. There were many other dangers throughout the system, and soon the Guardians would be rallied to deal with them. In particular, securing the city's defenses would allow us to turn our eyes to the rest of the system. There were terrible things happening on Venus. In particular, the Ahamkara was starting to transform it. We
Wait,
didn't understand why at
what?
the time, but it is likely that this is thanks to the
Ooh.
intervention of the Nine. And from what we had seen, we had realized
I
the
don't-
power of these terrible beasts.
Let's
was a
not talk
threat
about
that we
that
could
part
not
because I don't
allow to
want to.
exist.
People have seen spoilers.
So
I
the
want
order
people
was
to
given.
not say any spoilers in here. And
Guardians would
if
hunt
I
down
see
the
anything, me
Ahamkara
and my moderators will
and
remove
bring
it.
about their
but-
extinction.
But
It
just
was
your
not an easy
speculation, though.
choice to make. Guardians had gained power.
Yeah,
from
I
their
think so. I
bargains,
think someone might,
but
but
much
I
had
don't know
also
who.
been
I'm gonna
lost,
leave.
and
I'm not gonna
Ahamkara
make any
bargains
guesses.
were
I'm gonna go
notoriously
in surprised.
fast. The Ahamkara would be hunted down and made extinct. The terrible weight of this decision would be a stain upon Guardian history for all our days. Thankfully, though, we weren't truly efficient. For all the Guardians that did hunt down dragons, there would be many that didn't return. And there were rumors that some escaped the hunt, though the Cryptarchy mostly dismissed this as nothing but superstition. But the Guardians
I
never
haven't seen
found
anything
Riven.
just from the
Arasav had
trailer.
hid her away in
Okay.
the Dreaming City, and at long last, she had found her unique source of power. But this was not the only tragedy that would befall the Lightbearers in the Dark Age. As what one might consider to be the Dark Age drew to a close, the Iron Lords were making significant progress in cutting down their warlord aggressors. Earth was starting to fall under one banner where human territory was concerned.
Oh
And the
man.
Iron Lords were doing a decent job at uniting humanity. And then, they discovered something. The Iron Lord Warlock, known as Felwinter, was searching relentlessly for Siva alongside Lord Timur. The nanotechnology that was meant to all but guarantee the self-sufficiency of humanity would be a grand prize. In fact, for many of the Iron Lords, it would be an obsession. Eventually, Felwinter discovered where to find it. And he also discovered something about himself.
Oh yeah.
He learned that he was a
Mhm.
Siddhartha Golem, an exo risen to be Rasputin's eyes and ears within humanity, effectively a spy, but more accurately, someone who would be able to keep tabs on human civilization and for Rasputin to learn from. But when Felwinter was destroyed and then risen again as a light bearer, what little of Rasputin that remained on Earth was incensed and enraged. Continuously, Felwinter would be the target of orbital strikes and strange attacks from any Warmind installation that he went near to. Felwinter was in many cases like a son to Rasputin, and what little of him had recognized Felwinter in that moment was jealous of the Traveler for
Man,
having
I remember
stolen
that
his
event.
son,
That event was so
or what he
cool.
would think of as his son. And like so many jealous fathers, Rasputin would seek to punish his offspring. Eventually,
What?
with much work and dedication, Felwinter would discover that there was a production site for Siva nanites in the eastern section of the Cosmodrome.
I remember
was
traveling
what
there
the Iron
in
Lords had been looking for.
2017, or no,
It
not
represented
17,
a way
16.
to lift the people of humanity
Never
out
mind,
of squalor
16. It's been a
and
bit.
to return us to the Golden Age.
Oh,
The Iron Lords
dude.
descended upon the Cosmodrome in force at the order of their leader, but first amongst equals, Lord Radagast. More than 100 Iron Lords descended upon the
Holy
Cosmodrome.
bells, 100
What
of
they
them?
found that day was not Siva as a tool, but Siva as a plague. Siva had been given orders upon noticing the intrusion and presence of Felwinter. These orders came from the remnant of Rasputin that controlled it. It was a series of orders contained in only 3 words. 3 words that Rasputin would live to learn and regret till the end of his life. Replicate, eliminate,
Oh yeah, Lord
immunize.
Saladin favored this
the
character,
nanites were
and she
unleashed as
died
weapons.
inside there.
And there was nothing that the Iron Lords could do. Over 100 Iron Lords descended into that place, which would one day be called the Plague Lands. Of those 100 or so that entered, there would be only 2 survivors that day, Lord Saladin Forge and Lady Ephrodite. Siva production was momentarily stopped. The Iron Lord Yolda had taken an explosive device deep into the Siva replication complex,
I remember
and
this.
she had managed to detonate it just as everyone was being consumed by the nanites. But even in their failure, the legend of the Iron Lords lived on. partly as a cautionary tale, and partially as a heroic one. And they were not alone. The Lost City might have been built on the greatest tragedy of humankind, but from its humble beginnings, legends would rise, and with them, there would be a chance for humanity to prosper once again.
The City Age.
Something that regularly proves to be a frustration when talking about Destiny's lore and its timelines is that in the relatively early dates, before the actual foundation of the city, after the collapse, and from then on onwards, there are very few actual references to actual dates. The people of Earth had little time to record keep, and as they fled for their lives, the days bled into each other, the months bled into each other. Thus, it is often hard to determine where one age begins and another has ended. There is no greater example of this than with the transition from the Dark Age to the City Age. Some say it began with the completion of the first of the city's walls. Others say it began at the conclusion of the Battle of the Six Fronts. Others still believe that it began with the formation of the Consensus. No matter the truth, the result is the same. The Guardians had arisen to find their city alive and with hope for the future. And in their noble defense of the lost city, the Guardians would push out into the wilds to deal with strange and deadly forces that had plagued our worlds. A new order was a real possibility that at last lay within reach. Or so they thought back in the days of the City Age. These moments might have been separated by days, they might have been separated by centuries, but regardless, we know from the legends that stand before us even to this day that they did happen. There are small hints as to the chronology of things, but still, there are moments where things might be inaccurate. So, with that in mind, the events are chronicled in this order, as I believe they are indeed the correct order. There must have been first a time of peace, where Guardians were allowed to reflect on their greatness, and when the city was assured of the supremacy of its defenders. It is perhaps the only thing that makes sense, because of the hubris of what happened next. The city was keen to expand its territory further. It started with small expeditions to the outer worlds of the system, and to the inner core. In particular of note, Saint 14 had been tasked with leading one such group of survivors to try and recolonize Mercury, before realizing that it was overrun by the House of Rain. Whilst these initial failures had slowed them down, the lost city was still looking to reclaim humanity's lost wonders, and they set their sights in the same place pre-Golden Age humans had long ago. They looked to the moon, our one true celestial neighbor within striking distance. The initial reports suggested that Luna was Hive territory, with something of a ragtag fallen presence there too. The Consensus was committed to securing a foothold on the moon and retaking it for humanity, and even as they suddenly realized that it was also home to the Hive, they did not believe they could be stopped. But in the meeting where the forces were being committed to war, and where the Consensus was ready to vote on an invasion of the moon, they were interrupted by a Guardian called Lord Shaxx, a former warlord of great renown and power. Shaxx was one of the most tested battlefield commanders in the city, and he knew in his gut that the assault on the moon was a terrible idea. He had seen what the Hive could do. He remembered a key victory that the city had fought against them, a conflict that they had barely won. It was known as the Battle of the Burning Lake, and there Shaxx had witnessed firsthand the power of the Hive's blades, and understood that in them there was a potential answer to the light of Guardians. They were not like any other force in Sol. They could summon the true powers of darkness to their side. But despite his pleas, Lord Shaxx was ignored, and the Guardians of the Lost City began to assemble into the greatest army of Guardians that had ever been seen. A host of thousands would assemble under the banner of the Cormorant Seal, led by the Praxic Order, and they would march on Luna with the intent of reclaiming humanity's stellar birthright. Unique weapons of war such as the Thunderlord, and its sisters, Abaddon and the Nova Mortis, were created in preparation for the assault. It was meant to be the great liberation of Luna, but it would be known instead as the Great Disaster. Upon their arrival, the forces of Guardians would spread out to capture their objectives, and would encounter fierce resistance from the bands of Fallen that they came across. But when they hit the depths of Luna, then things would change. The hit and fade tactics of the Fallen would be troublesome, but they were merely a band of exiles trying to scrape out a living on the moon's harsh surface. The real threat below were Luna's true rulers. When the armies of the Hive emerged to engage the Guardians, the battle that would commence was titanic in scale. The Guardians would see the strength of this terrible power firsthand, and would be forced to face their champion at the height of his power. Crota had arrived, and his brood washed over the army of the Cormorant Seal like a tide. With his sword, the Darkest Edge, in hand, Crota personally slew some of the last city's greatest champions, including Wei Ning, one of the greatest titans that ever lived. Their light was drained by his blade, and their ghosts would be crushed into screaming knives that he used to murder them. At Mare Ibrium, where the greatest part of the battle took place, Crota fought with 1,000 knights at his back. The skies themselves turned green with soulfire, and when Crota's sword fell, it cracked the surface of the moon, creating deep green fissures that remain to this day. The Guardians were pushed back, and then routed entirely. A general retreat was sounded. The battle was lost. Following this moment, the Consensus, tail between its legs and realizing its mistake too late, declared that there would be an interdiction zone on the moon and within all cislunar space. No operations on the moon were to be sanctioned by the Vanguard, and Guardians venturing there would receive no further logistical or operational support. The moon was lost, and humanity's dream of reclaiming their Golden Age heritage was promptly shattered. Despite this, vengeance was a desire that burned in the chests of many Guardians. None more so than Eriana III, who had seen her lover Wei Ning die at Crota's hands. A vision given to her by a wizard that she had interrogated on the moon showed her this exact moment. Alongside her friend Eris Morn, a renowned hunter, she sought the knowledge of her enemy, which she would use to destroy them. She would find herself then in the company of the one person who truly had that knowledge, an exiled master of Hive Arcana, the warlock Toland, the Shattered. Toland would join them and advised them on their return trip to the moon, but he did not disclose his true intentions till it was far too late. He was obsessed with the Hive's sword logic, and believed it to be the proof of their supremacy throughout the universe, and so it was that this three was joined by the other half of their fire team, the six that would go on to assault Crota, the first Crota fire team. Eriana III, Eris Morn, Toland the Shattered, Omar Agar, Sai Mota, and Vel Tarlo. They would return to the moon and assault the Hellmouth to avenge those fallen at Mare Ibrium. 6 of them went down into the pit. Only one would crawl out. Vel Tarlo and Sai Mota would fall at the hands of the Hive, be they the Darkblade's thrall or the clawing screams of Omnigul. Omar Agar would be captured and broken, torn upon the rack by Crota's heart, a wizard whose intent was torture, and who stripped the light from his very being in strands to be fed to Crota's rising brood. Only Eriana and Toland would make it to the deepest part of the Hellmouth, to the stills, where no light reaches. They crossed into Crota's throne world, where Toland heard Yut the Death Singer, and died in body, though not in spirit. It isn't clear whether Eriana would face Crota or not, but there are hints that this moment might have indeed occurred. Rumor has it that in her final moments, she seemed as wholly luminescent as the sun itself. Alas, Crota's darkness was greater. Only Eris Morn would survive,
it did.
thanks to the sacrifice of her ghost Briar. in the deepest parts of the hive's
Can't
lunar
remember if Garden of
fortress,
Salvation came
lost
out
in
the
its
second week
catacombs with the
of
darkness
that, or was the
closing in all
first
around
week
her.
of that
She
expansion?
clutched at something
remember.
that she had kept close all this
Ooh.
time. A relic of the Great Hunt against the Ahamkara. A
Wait.
shard of dragon bone. Even the remains of the Wish Dragons are potent enough to grant the desires of those that wield them. And in this moment, Eris's desire was great. She had lost her sight, lost her light, and lost her ghost. She wished for deliverance. And perhaps for revenge. And then black tears of terrible darkness began to drip from her eyes. She had already been robbed of her sight, but now at least it seemed as though she knew the way. She would steal the eyes of an acolyte, and for 100 years she persisted in the Hellmouth, until the fateful day when one day she might find a chance to crawl out and be the arm of vengeance
October
returned
5th
at
of
last.
2019.
That would not be for some time. The city had suffered greatly at the hands of its foes. There was trouble brewing within its own walls as well. Back at the Battle
Oh, yeah,
of
it
the
was a
Sixth Front,
Saturday.
Osiris'
Remember that?
appointment to the Consensus was one of the earlier causes for a great degree of turmoil. The Concordat initially had frustrations with the Great Warlock. Osiris was often too consumed with his own work to attend Vanguard meetings, and the Concordat had more strange, specific complaints. Whether they were true or slander isn't known to this day. Osiris was consumed by his study of the Vex, and he believed that they were the greatest existential threat to humanity in the Lost City. The Speaker saw them as little more than a distraction keeping Osiris from his duties, and worse still, the two of them vehemently disagreed on many issues. Osiris often challenged the Speaker's authority, something the Speaker could not easily abide. The Consensus and the Lost City have always been a political place as well as a place of refuge, and in such a setting, a man like Osiris would gain a reputation beyond the reality of who he was. His controversial words and beliefs would be described by some as heretical, but others would see them as prophetic.
Comes out Friday
Ultimately, this created a division of sorts
comes
within
out
the
on
city,
Friday the
and
7th.
some would disregard his
June,
words
so,
entirely,
yeah.
whilst others believed that he spoke hidden truths in defiance of the Speaker.
I'll be streaming it.
A cult of personality was starting to form, with some openly proclaiming themselves to be Osiris's followers, much to Osiris's frustration. He knew he was no prophet. He saw himself as one simply trying to convey knowledge of the coming future. The people were twisting his words through reckless abandon and the desire to create sensationalism out of fact. And so he resolved to cut through the perspectives with knowledge.
Guess
He
we will
resolved to
find
write
out
his
when we
findings
get to
down
that
and collate
bridge.
them in the book,
Not sure
much
though.
against the warnings of his pupil, Ikora Ray, another
If it's the
powerful
equivalent of
warlock.
Crota, it might take
Osiris
maybe
believed that he would
a
add
good team
objectivity to the
doesn't
situation
die
by
and it's
doing
perfect.
this.
Probably
But in
probably
reality,
around that.
The
The
release
time
of
frame
these
of Crota,
findings that
maybe.
he had made
But we'll see.
only became far worse. Osirian cultists began to distribute his findings en masse, calling them parables and prophecies. The Speaker saw this and believed that it was a brewing insurrection, or at least a disagreement amongst the people of the Lost City that might boil over. He spoke to Saint 14, and despite Saint's urgings, he demanded that all copies of Osiris's writings should be burned. But this was only the beginning. Osiris still believed that the Speaker wasn't listening to his warnings. He was correct, but his irritation with Osiris had gone even further at this point, and it had prevented him from listening to even Ikora, who was standing in for Osiris at consensus meetings. This inaction, as Osiris saw it, had even gone so far as to weaken the city. Osiris claimed that in particular, the defenses of the Lost City
maybe.
were
I don't know.
weak around an area known as Twilight Gap, a prescient prediction, though none would know it until much later. The Speaker reached his breaking point as the divisions between those that followed Osiris and those that rejected him were growing to a boiling point. In a full session of the Consensus, the Speaker moved to exile the Warlock Osiris. The motion was presented in all its grandeur with a great speech by the Speaker, and just as Osiris was about to be exiled, he arrived and declared that he would leave the Lost City regardless, imposing himself in a time of exile. Ikora Ray from that day onward would hold his position as the Warlock Vanguard. Followed by his ghost Sagira, Osiris would head to Mercury to understand the Vex better and to prepare to face them should the need arise. A gaggle of cultist followers would leave the city too, heading out into the wilds to make their homes beyond the speaker's influence. Some of them even followed Osiris to Mercury and set up a camp within the Caloris spires. Losing a few cultists is one thing, but Osiris's exile left tangible scars on the fabric of the city beyond even just a few people leaving. It was the first time that an internal force had split the city since the time of the faction wars. It was the first time it had truly been a single man. It was the first time it had been a guardian that had caused it. Whilst this hadn't spilled over into real conflict, it had split some of the guardians from the speaker's authority. Osiris's influence had started to inspire guardians to act independently of the authority of the Vanguard. This weakened the city, as some of the legends that we had known for so long as great defenders instead headed out into the wilds and never returned. Most notable of those would be those who followed on from Osiris's words that the Vex were indeed the most dangerous threat to the last city and humanity. Of them, the most infamous were the Hunter Pahanin, the Warlock Praedith, and the Titan known as Kabir the Legionless. These three would head to Venus, to the most infamous fortress of the Vex that had been around in Sol for billions of years. They attempted to infiltrate and destroy the Vault of Glass. So it was that they entered, but only one came out. The Hunter Pahanin witnessed the power of the Vex and was forced to flee against it, being haunted by it for the rest of his days. The Warlock Praedith of the future war cult was lost within the deepest reaches of the Vault, and was imprisoned there seemingly for all eternity. The Titan Kabir was beaten back by the Templar, and then drank of Vex Radiolaria, thus enabling himself to be consumed by the Vex completely, and to become one with them. Before he died, he did at least manage to drain what light of his remained into a shield, a paracausal force known as the Aegis that would break the unbreakable and let the light into the Vault. Thus, some of humanity's greatest heroes would fall. Long ago, such individual legends being lost might have been born by the lost city, but now they were occurring just as humanity was about to face its greatest test yet. Out in the system, scouts amongst the hunters had noticed significant fallen troop movement for some time. This was no coincidence. Long had the houses waited and watched the traveler with envy. They had always plotted the downfall of the city. But doing so was no small feat. After the failure of the House of Devils at the Battle of the Six Fronts, it was clear that the lost city could not be taken easily. Not a single fallen house would be able to assail the Guardians in their own home. But what about a united force? If there was not one house but many houses attacking, then there was a far greater chance of victory. And so it was that the four greatest houses of the Elixni coordinated together. The Kells of the Houses of Devils, Kings, Winter, and Wolves would marshal their forces and send them to Earth. Together they would unite in the greatest host of Elixni that the galaxy had ever seen, ready to defeat the Guardians, break their walls, and reclaim the great machine at last. The exact number of fallen assembled in this battle is not made clear, but based on what little we know about the troop strength of the force being brought by the House of Wolves, it is easy to speculate that there must have been over 1 million fallen in this army. Such a tidal wave of a force would have eradicated the lost city for good were it not for the actions of two staunch heroes who stood strong in their roles, one as a sovereign and the other as a guardian. The houses began to make their moves. The House of Devils, Kings, and Winter would be able to mobilize their forces more quickly, and assembled on Earth with some haste. But the House of Wolves was not in the inner system. They were in the Jovian moons, and they would need to pass through the asteroid belt with their many catches in order to reach Earth. It was in this moment that their Kell made a fatal error. He stopped their catches at the largest asteroid in the asteroid belt known as Ceres. What he didn't know was that this was firmly in the middle of the territory of the Awoken of the Reef. Mara Sov, the Awoken Queen, was presented with a choice in this moment. She could allow the wolves to pass through, thus allowing them to trample on Awoken sovereignty and let the last city burn. Or she could intervene at this interruption and invasion, and she could put Awoken lives at risk in doing so. Mara had to choose to hide or to go to war, and Mara would choose war. Her devastating first strike on the House of Wolves made use of a tremendously powerful gravitational weapon, an ancient set of beings known as the Harbingers. The Harbingers were so powerful that they destroyed the asteroid of Ceres and left 500,000 dead from the House of Wolves in this first opening engagement. It is known as the Scatter, and it did exactly that. The Wolf Kell was amongst that number of dead, and in this sudden action, Mara had allowed herself to be embroiled in a conflict of her own, a conflict with the House of Wolves that would be known as the Reef Wars. Eventually, the House of Wolves would regroup under a powerful leader known as Skolas the Rabbit, but they were unable to continue onward to Earth until they had dealt with the Awoken threat. With that in mind, the Awoken had bought all the time that the city would need. But as we'll soon learn, even that almost wasn't enough. Mara Sov would continuously fight the House of Wolves to a standstill, up until the point at which one broke ranks with the wolves. A scribe known as Varex the Loyal of House Judgment. He saw that Mara Sov was a leader that might at least be able to ignite the Elixni's fires for loyalty and unite them under one banner. He gave her critical information that led to the defeat and capture of Skolas. Skolas would have called Varex a traitor, no doubt, but given that he'd already removed 2 of Varex's arms, I feel as though Varex might not necessarily have cared. The remaining wolves either bent the knee to Mara, or were imprisoned alongside their Kell in Varex's new jail, a facility that would one day come to be known as the
Prison of Elders.
With her victory here, Mara Sov had denied one of the fallen houses full ability to attack Earth and potentially reclaim the Great Machine. But she had also denied the greatest possible reinforcements in the system for the houses of Kings, Winter, and Devils. Now there were only 3 houses instead of 4, but regardless, this was still the largest Elixni army that had ever been marshaled. Quickly, the last city's defense had to be organized. Lord Saladin Forge was in command with his protégés, Commander Zavala, and Lord Shaxx at his side. As the last of the Iron Lords, aside from Lady Ephrodite, who had fled long ago, Saladin was well prepared for a siege, and he had great degrees of experience.
Where has she been for the last few years?
And Shaxx also had an uncanny ability to see when a battle could be turned, something which would happen in the greatest and most heated moment of the battle.
There it is.
In the end, the actions of a single fire team, Shaxx's fire team, would determine victory or defeat that day.
This is
and that
Battle
fire team
of Twilight
was present
Gap.
at the weakened part of the city's defenses that Osiris had pointed out to the speaker himself at Twilight Gap. Here, Lord Shaxx was forced to hold the line, which he quickly saw was starting to buckle and break. Saladin also noted this, and believed that this would be where the tide broke through. If they broke through, it would be the end of humanity. The forces of the Elixni would overwhelm the city, and none would survive. Lord Saladin made the awful choice of sounding a general retreat to the city's Ridgeback district, believing that that might be the only place they could hold back the fallen. But Lord Shaxx knew that with such a move, doom would be guaranteed for the last city, and so he disobeyed Lord Saladin. Alongside his fire team, Shaxx held the line, dying over and over, back to back, until eventually reinforcements could arrive. Legends were born that day, not least amongst them Anna Bray. The same Anna Bray who had designed Rasputin in the Golden Age. She had been risen by the light of the Traveler, and had seen her name tag and badge on her person from the moment she was risen. She would remember her name, and so would many others, thanks to her actions in the battle that day. Wherever her golden gun shot, a whisper of the Traveler's light would be left. These remnants of her light would still be present to this day. It was also in this battle that she faked her own death so that she might explore more of the legacies of her own family's past without the interference of the Last City. The battle was fierce, but eventually the Guardians with their rallied forces would push the Eliksni back, and the counterattack was decisive enough to help break the Fallen's charge for good. Lord Shaxx and his fire team had saved the Last City. The losses from the battle were staggering. A whole generation of Guardians was devastated, in more ways than can be imagined. The Battle of the Twilight Gap would change the Lost City forever. It marked a point of remembrance and a turning point in our story. The Guardians had held their own in an age of great uncertainty, but now the true danger of their foes was also made more clear than ever. Some chose to look on Twilight Gap with remembrance. Basil Crux and Victor Lomar, two of the city's great industrialists and the creators of the Crux Lomar Foundry, would use this opportunity to design a new weapon of war in commemoration of the battle.
Oh,
The
man.
Yellowthrone, forged from the armor and light of Guardians that had fallen that day. It was said to ring out with the power of the Fallen, giving voice to their strife once more with the howl of wolves. Others looked upon Twilight Gap's events and saw the city's place as being ascendant. Never again would the Eliksni assemble a force of this size, and never again would they invade the city with the lofty dream of reclaiming the Traveler. They would be a broken people completely from this point onward. Others saw that the battle had left the city weak, and endeavored to protect it against even those recovering foes that were on their way. None would make a greater mark in this regard than Saint 14. With the blessing of the Speaker, and with a certain fury in his heart, Saint 14 viciously hunted the Eliksni across the system, becoming a legendary monster in their eyes. He hunted down the leaders and Kells who had fought at Twilight Gap, killing as many as he could get his hands on. These would be known as the Crusades of Saint 14, and they would come to a close when he went to battle the Kell of the House of Devils. At the time, the Devils were led by Sulcus, whose might was so great that he managed to grab the Titan and hoisted him clean from his feet, choking the life from him. In a famously Titan move, Saint 14 summoned all the power he could, ready for one last strike in melee. There was just enough space to land the blow. But it wasn't a punch. Winding back his neck, Saint 14 headbutted Sulcus, the Kell of the House of Devils, so hard that this single strike was enough to cave in the Kell's skull, killing him instantly. Saint 14's helmet still has a dent from this fabled incident that can be seen even to this day. He was ready to return to the Lost City, but then the Speaker contacted him with new information. Osiris had been seen on Mercury. The Titan changed course and went to search for his friend, his lover. He would find his way to the Infinite Forest, the Vex simulation engine that Osiris had begun to enter and study. Into the deepest recesses of the Infinite Forest, Saint 14 would disappear. His seat on the Vanguard would be left empty for a time.
They're talking about this.
But he did not
How
return.
he died.
Soon it was filled by Commander Zavala, and it was assumed that Saint 14 had been lost. Legends had begun to disappear. At this point the city was still weakening. A rot was setting in, and it was in this moment that, smelling the blood of the city, the Concordat would rise and make things so much worse. The exact reason behind their rebellion isn't well known. Much of their history has been scrubbed from the Lost City's records. What we do know is that they rose to overthrow the Speaker and the Consensus. Their betrayal would lead to the ascension of a faction that replaced them, the future War Cult. Their revolution was short-lived, and they were finally defeated in one of the Lost City's towers by the Guardians and forces of New Monarchy. The Concordat and its leader, Lysander, would retreat into the wild, where they have remained ever since. Even to this day, when the Witness's forces crowd all around us, we still know Lysander is out there, somewhere. With so much calamity and so much conflict, Lord Shaxx felt it necessary to act. He put a proposal to the consensus. Guardians had always sparred against each other. As immortal beings with incredible might, they were able to resurrect after their deaths. Dying was not necessarily a problem for a Guardian unless their ghost was also killed. And so, there became a culture. Guardians would fight against each other and learn from their mistakes. Combats were sometimes collectively referred to as the Crucible, and these moments of fighting and infighting were often used to settle disagreements in a martial manner. Some Guardians, such as Ikora Rey, were notorious combatants in this regard. It was Lord Shaxx who proposed a formalization of the Crucible under his watchful eye. He would organize matches to pit Guardian against Guardian, thus allowing their existing ranks to train in an environment where their deaths were not punished permanently. The consensus would agree to allowing the Crucible to be conducted, and Crucible matches would become a part of the Last City's culture, with Guardians of all stripes gaining fame and fortune for their performance in the arenas of Lord Shaxx. The citizens of the Last City would watch the televised conflicts, or would show up if some of those arenas were able to be viewed in person. Factions and weapon foundries would sponsor Guardians who were willing to bear their colors or insignias into battle. Betting on Crucible matches became a relatively common pastime, and fans would develop loyalties or attachments to individuals or teams that performed well within Shaxx's Crucible. With the Crucible being truly formalized, now what had merely been sparring sessions could be turned into a true training avenue. A new generation of Guardians were being put to the test, and were being readied for war. But there was still some time before these Guardians would be ready, and the old guard would suffer some terrible fates before their replacements could come in to take the reins. The most notable of these was Andal Brask. He had volunteered to become the Hunter Vanguard after losing a bet with his close friend Cayde Six. Cayde had killed a terrible fallen mercenary called Taniks the Scarred, and had bet with his friend Andal that he'd do it first. Andal lost that bet, and that's why he had the desk job, the Hunter Vanguard position, the one job no hunter truly wants. The only problem was that Taniks was more machine than monster, and wasn't so easily killed. He would swiftly return to the fold time and time again, until he got lucky one day, and ended the life of Andal Brask and his ghost. Cayde realized his error, and realized that it was his overconfidence that had effectively gotten his friend killed. In a moment of reverent self-sacrifice, and a dedication of duty, Cayde took up Andal's cloak. To know the significance of this moment, you need to understand the significant part of hunter culture that their cloaks represent. They are full of meaning and stories. They are a representation of you as a person. When a hunter cuts apart his lesser's cloaks and adds it to their own, it is a proclamation of dominance. When a hunter's cloak is emblazoned with the insignia of their posse or faction, they are proclaiming undying loyalty. And when a hunter takes up the cloak of his fallen comrade, it is a vow. And Cayde vowed to honor the memory and sacrifice of his fallen friend. And so not only did he take Andal's cloak, but he also volunteered to be the next Hunter Vanguard. As time in the City Age dragged on, things slowly began to fall into decay. When the city's walls were constructed and finished, there were 8 towers that perched along its circumference, each manned by Guardians, Frames, FOTC force members, and members of the Stoneborn Titan Order. It was bristling with guns. It was well defended. But as the City Age started to come to a close, all but one of these towers had fallen into disrepair and had been abandoned. The enemies of the city were beginning to close in. The time of the great City Age heroes had seemingly come to an end. An old and familiar kind of darkness began to creep in from the edges of the system. Known at the time only to a select few, including a single Cloudstrider known as Rohan, who had found a backdoor into the Black Garden, a terrible kernel of darkness had been planted. A false copy of the Veil had been created, a copy that had been nurtured by the Vex of the Black Garden, and had been nothing but a source of poison for the Traveler. With this new darkness rising, and no one knowing of it, the Traveler's light began to dim. A warrior of great strength and resolve would be needed to deliver humanity from the approaching perils of this treacherous time, and their prayers were answered. One day, a ghost continued its search for its guardian, trekking across the wastelands of the old Cosmodrome at Baikonur, the wastes that were now referred to as Old Russia. Here, amongst the rusting cars and unassuming bones of the collapse, on a small hill just before the old Cosmodrome's walls, they found something. They found hope. They found you. And with you, the whole world would be changed forever.
Man. Holy mackerel, dude. Wow. Should probably grab my Gardettos while we're in intermission on this. Yeah. Alright, Mr. Bife, where are we going to next? The Awakening. Oh, man.
Our journey began, as journeys do for Guardians, in darkness, until light. Not some great and glorious thing filled with triumph and fanfare, but a slow and steady thing, like the rousing of a great hero after a long and well-earned slumber. We awoke to the sights of old Russia and the voice of our ghost, and we realized that we knew nothing of our past. When one of the worthy dead is chosen by a ghost and risen as a guardian of the light, they remember nothing of their past lives. Some might get lucky, and they might have an object from their person that identifies who they were. It could be as simple as a name badge. It could be something as extensive as a journal for those who are lucky enough. But most of the time, Guardians are risen with no idea of who they were, and no connection to their past lives. So it was for us. We would have no conception of who we were and what we had done, or why we were in old Russia. But it didn't matter. The Cosmodrome at Baikonur was a dangerous hunting ground, and immediately we were being pursued by a squadron of fallen
That's
raiders.
why we weren't
Our ghost
allowed
would
to
search
go
through
there
the wreckage and
during
ruins until they
B2.
found what
Huh.
they were looking for. Us. But they were now not the only ones taking the risk. We needed to escape, and so narrowly evading the fallen House of Devils, we found our way into the wall and found an old jump ship. It had not been operated in hundreds of years perhaps. It was rusty and in need of repair, but it would be enough to get us to the place we needed to go. It would take us to the place we would one day call home, the last city. From atop the wall, we took our first steps into the tower, and we saw that we were surrounded by a company of many heroes. Maybe it was here that we quietly made a choice to do good and to fight for these people. People we didn't know yet, people we had only just realized existed in this strange world on the brink of collapse again. If we made this decision in this moment, that was perhaps our first true unspoken act of heroism. But it would not be our last. After speaking with the Vanguard and listening to the speaker, we knew our purpose. As a guardian of the light, we were bound to defend our home and our people, lest all of Sol should fall into ruin. The speaker warned us of an imminent threat, that the darkness was coming back, and that we would not survive it this time. We would need to push back the darkness, alongside with guardians on Earth and beyond. We would not know the face of this evil for some time, and the speaker would die before he learned the truth. But we would ride out to face this evil nonetheless. And so we went forth. We first returned to the Cosmodrome, where we acquired a jump drive for our ship from a fallen Archon who had initially pursued us alongside the scouting team that found us. His name was Rixis, and with his defeat, the House of Devils had suffered its first major blow at our hands. We would also go on to defeat the High Servitor of the House of Devils, Sepix Prime. Across the Cosmodrome, we first encountered the Hive and their wizards who came from the moon. But it was our discovery of Rasputin's remaining systems that would be most valuable. Through both fallen meddling and the reactivation of an ancient communications array,
Aw,
we
man.
discovered in a portion of the old Warmind bunker system within old Russia. The portion of Rasputin would be sent out to the rest of the system, a portion that one day would be reunited with the whole. The Hive's presence was worth investigating further, and so we followed their trail to the place that Guardians had long feared, to Luna. Touching down on the surface of the moon, we were able to follow the signal of a Guardian who had ventured here. We followed their trail until we discovered a massive pair of doors and a looming Hive structure. Before these doors, the Guardian was found, and they were dead. Not even the light remained. Before the doors of this temple to Oryx's son Crota, we saw what was left of them, and briefly turned around. There we saw our first glimpse of a stranger off in the distance watching us from beyond. But we had but moments to observe this. The door in front of us began to unseal. Inside, the Hive would face us, and we would discover the Guardian's ghost. This would also be the point at which we discovered the extent of the Hive's presence on the moon. For centuries, they had been building up their forces and had been waiting to launch a full-scale invasion of Earth. We delved deeper into the Hive's secrets, stealing from the world's grave the archive of the Hive, and defeating the abominations that they raised in their summoning pits. We shattered the remnants of Crota's sword to the darkest edge, and defeated a warden of Oryx's shrine on the moon. The deepest parts of this infestation were remarkable, but the true malice of the Hive was unknown to us until the speaker contacted us out of the blue. He stated that the Hive were engaged in a ritual to drain the Traveler of its light, and so we rushed back to the Temple of Crota, where we had first descended into the Hellmouth. In that moment, we were contacted yet again by that mysterious stranger on the ridge. She sent us coordinates to a region of Venus known as the Ishtar Sink, which we would soon investigate. And she promised us that if we were to defeat the Hive, there were greater threats still to the system out there. We returned to our mission and descended into the Hive ritual chamber. There we discovered what the Hive were experimenting on, a shard of the Traveler itself. It was unclear how they were able to use this to manipulate the Traveler and to drain its light, but it did point to the idea that all shards of the Traveler are somehow linked to it. After successfully freeing the shard of the Traveler, we went on our mission to Venus, emboldened by our successes. We found ourselves cutting through the overgrown ruins of the Ishtar Academy. It was here that we first encountered another foe, the Vex, the time-traveling machines of unknown origin filled with millions of radiolaria. After defeating them, we met the Exo-Stranger at last. To cut a long story shorter than was necessary, she informed us that the Traveler would not truly heal until we found the legendary Black Garden's heart and ripped it out. Our ghost prompted us that the information we needed could only be found with the Awoken. They were the only ones who knew about the location of the Black Garden. In possibly the most frustrating of turns, the Exo-Stranger had little more to say to us. After all, she had no time to even explain why she didn't have time to explain. But we at least had a heading, and as she disappeared into nothingness, we resolved to go to the Black Garden. But first we would need to pay the Awoken a visit, and so we went out to the territory of the Reef and were quickly picked up by the Awoken patrols. In our initial somewhat frosty reception with Prince Uldren and Queen Mara, we were told that if we recovered the Eye of a Vex Gate Lord, they would forge us a key into the Black Garden. Despite Uldren's insistence that this was a fool's errand, we began our search and returned to Venus. Along with discovering a Golden Age Ishtar Collective lab and defeating the Tell of the Fallen House of Winter, we were able to pinpoint a location where we would find a Vex Gate Lord, a place called the Endless Steppes. As we ventured there, we had to battle through many Vex frames to reach our target, Zydron. But even this powerful Vex Gate Lord, an Axis mind in control of all the local Vex, was not enough to stop us. We struck it down and took what remained of it to the Queen. Uldren begrudgingly obliged and ripped out the relevant components from the Eye of the Vex Gate Lord. Unfortunately, the component was broken and would need to be charged in order to allow us ingress into the Black Garden. Uldren gave us our less than functional prize, and at Mara's request informed us that an entrance to the Black Garden could be found near Meridian Bay on Mars. The Queen also demanded that we would one day return to repay her generosity. She had shown us mercy given that we had barged into her kingdom, and she would allow us to leave, assuming that we returned when the time was right. But that would have to wait until another day. The Martian sands were calling our name. Meridian Bay was a heavily contested zone when we arrived, filled with Cabal forces from the 5 scouting legions that had invaded Sol. Pushing through them, we first laid eyes on the gate to the Black Garden, in a place called the Valley of the Kings. Now all we needed to do was properly fix the Gate Lord's eye. As we explored Mars for a way to do this, we carved deep into Vex territory, shutting down many of their portals that allowed them to exit from the Black Garden in great numbers. We also had to contend with the Cabal forces there, and dealt many serious blows to them, including taking out 3 of their Scion Flayers, and even defeating the infamous Valus Ta'ark, who was stationed on the Cabal land tank of the Cerberus Vey 3. Alongside these great defeats, we also discovered something remarkable. We found Rasputin again, the same fragment of him that we had aided in the Cosmodrome. He was here as well within the Warmind systems of Meridian Bay. He was starting to regrow in terms of strength. Soon, perhaps, he would be ready to fight once more. Eventually, though, our ghost would discover our true objective, a means of charging the Gate Lord's eye. A massive Vex spire deep in Cabal territory would be our in. This particular firebase, where the spire was located, was controlled by elite Vex clearing units of the Cabal Blind Legion, and their Primus didn't take kindly to his territory being invaded, but we managed to defeat him and successfully interfaced the Gate Lord's eye with the spire. All that remained was to return to the Valley of the Kings and enter the Black Garden itself. As we approached the gate, Vex poured forth and the gateway reacted to us. We defeated them and crossed over. We found ourselves in a strange place, a world of stone and brass and moss. Ancient Vex frames stood here, motionless, covered in the growth of the garden. These were the sole divisive, the Vex that lay within the Black Garden itself. They had seen the divinity planted here by the Witness not long ago, and had sought to bind themselves to it for their own survival. That divinity would be what we faced at the Black Garden's heart. Unbeknownst to us at the time,
Oh,
this
man.
roiling, formless mass of darkness was a copy of the Veil, a flawed copy that had begun to poison the traveler with its imperfection. As we stepped forth, we saw the Vex frames doing as they did within the presence of this unknown divinity. They had decided that the greatest means by which they could survive was worship, and so they had reverently decided to enact the behavior of worship, bowing eternally to this new, fetid thing. We saw the Vex frames leaving this state of worship and reacting to us, and in their adoration, some of them were empowered by darkness. 3 great Vex Axis minds known as the Soul Progeny were calcified into statues before this black heart, each of them representing the past, present, or future. They would all come to life one at a time, empowered by the Black Garden's heart. But with its power attached to each of these Vex, the heart was weakened each time we struck one down. And when the last mind fell, the heart began to collapse in on itself, in a great torrent of cascading energy. As the light from this moment overwhelmed our senses and blinded our eyes, the heart was destroyed. The destruction of the heart of the Black Garden would send echoes out across the universe, and would set in motion everything that followed. The Traveler's light would begin to return, and slowly it would start to heal itself at last. As we returned to the city to celebrate our success, we were greeted one last time by the Exo-Stranger. She gave us her weapon and reminded us that there were more foes that we would soon need to confront. Her words and whispers would send us forth, and we would pursue the rumors of the dark power that the Vex had sought to unleash from the Black Garden. That trail would lead us to the most infamous Vault of Glass. The fire team that had tried to raid the vault before us was lost mostly to time. Little is known of the exact details of the assault of Pahanin, Freydith, and Kabir, but we do know that their ill-fated attempt to destroy the Hazen Lords was unsuccessful. What we found within the vault was the remains of Kabir, the Aegis, the last vestige of his light, and we would put it to great use, using it to break the unbreakable within the vault. To assault this great stronghold, though, we would need to face Vex with true control over time itself. The power of these Vex was ontological in nature. They would be able to cut the threads of the timelines themselves here within the vault, a unique power vested in this place alone. To put it simply, if you were removed from the timeline here, it would be as if you never existed at all. To fail was not simply to die, it was to never have been in the first place. We faced down their great constructs, including the Templar, the Gorgons, and the greatest of them all, Atheon, Time's Conflux. Defeating these Vex would undo their control of the vault, and leave it as an empty shell of what was. Our first great conquests were complete, but many more battles awaited us. The resurgence of the light had drawn the attention of others, of those that lay on the moon, of those with envious eyes and hungry, slathering jaws.
The dark below. Oh, man.
Even as we had struck down the heart of the Black Garden and attained our first great victory, our actions on the moon had aroused a slumbering giant. Crota, the son of Oryx, had seen the return of the light's power, and would begin to marshal his forces on the moon and on Earth. This would be the prelude to what would be an invasion well over a century in the making. All of the forces that we had discovered on the moon would soon be sent onward to invade Earth and to destroy the last city. But a remnant of Crota's past persisted still. A remnant that would be the bane of him and all of his kin. For long ago, 6 of them went down into the pit. And now, ragged and scarred, but enlightened and determined, one would crawl out. Eris Morn, the last. She would quickly find a vessel and make her way back to the last city. But her return was not the happy reunion that some might have hoped for. The time in the Hellmouth had left her changed, and having lost her sight long ago and having had to replace it with the eyes of an acolyte, she was seen as a terrible abomination, a thing of darkness. Her ghost Briar was gone, her connection to the light was severed, and now she wept an eternal veil of shadows, like blood drifting through droplets of rain. The Speaker and Commander Zavala wanted to immediately exile her, but Eris had been a member of Ikora Ray's organization known as the Hidden, the great order of spies and scouts that Ikora used to keep tabs on the system at large. At her request, Eris Morn was allowed to remain. Eris immediately sought us out and told us of the coming invasion of Crota. To counter it, we headed to the Cosmodrome first. Crota's disciples were making their landings there, and so we needed to blunt the offensive before it could truly begin. We went to kill Sardon, the Fist of Crota, and to prevent Omnigul, Crota's will, from corrupting the systems of the Warmind Rasputin that were found within old Russia. The Seraphim bunkers beneath the surface were held, and the Hive were not able to use the Warmind's weapons against us. Rebuking these assaults would leave Crota's immediate invasion plan halted. It broke the tip of his spear. Seizing on this momentum, we would return to the moon, and defeated the Son of Oryx for the first time. We would discover Crota initially in the darkest ritual chamber of the Hellmouth, the Chamber of Night. But we would not face Crota as he had been in the Great Disaster. We would face a weakened fragment of his power. Long ago, a Hive Knight of Xivu Arath had clashed with another knight bearing tribute for Crota's father, Oryx, and, by extension, as part of that chain, Crota himself. Both knights died, and their tithes never reached their overlords. In the case of Crota, who would have tithed this knight's portion to Oryx, it meant that he believed he needed to retreat, to regain his power in this crystalline form, so that he could safely be manifested again when he was stronger. Trapped within this crystalline matrix, and unable to take true physical form without the intervention of his brood, Crota was vulnerable, and despite his still overwhelming power, we proved more than a match for him, and shattered his crystal, banishing him from this mortal plane. His initial assaults on the moon might have been stopped, but as one of the Ascendant Hive, as the son of Oryx no less, Crota was uniquely positioned to survive death. He would only truly die if he was destroyed within his own throne world. Thanks to the teachings of Toland the Shattered, Eris Morn knew this, and she asked us to assemble a team to do what she had tried many years ago, to do what the others had failed to end Crota once and for all, and to secure vengeance for Wei Ning, Eriana III, Sai Motar, Omuragar, Vel Tarlo, and Toland the Shattered. Once again, 6 of us went down into the pit. And this time,
love that.
We would not crawl out. We would go deeper. We fell at the heart of the Hellmouth. We fell into the stills, where Eriana and Toland had once seen the light of Crota's Netherrealm for themselves. We battled through Crota's seemingly endless hordes to reach the keyhole, the gateway that led into the Netherrealm of the Son of Oryx. On the other side, we were greeted with a green flame sky beneath the Oversoul throne, and we would face Crota, the Son of Oryx, one last time. Though his might was remarkable and his strength was boundless, We fought the Hive God with strength that he himself would muster, with the logic of the sword, the immutable rule of the universe that the Hive had learned so long ago, that only the strong shall live, and that the weak will die. And what's more, we would triumph. We took Crota's own sword, the Darkest Edge, and plunged it into the son of Oryx's heart. In his final desperate moments, as his cries rang out across the night, the sea of screams shivered. When Crota's cry was ended, silence. But something out in the night had heard him. Soon it would be upon us. But till that moment arrived, we would believe this to be our greatest victory. And the vengeance that would soon stalk us from across the stars would not arrive in the system for at least a few months more. And in this time there were other concerns for us to deal with. We were called back to the Black Garden to deal with a new Vex Axis mind called the Undying Mind. It was attempting to return the heart of the Black Garden to life. Needless to say, we could not stand for such a thing, and so we shut it down for good. But the echoes of this mysterious construct would still persist in the infinite weave of time that was the Black Garden. Just like the other soul-divisive Vex, these Vex would bide their time until an opportunity presented itself once more. And back in the system, there were other forces on the move. Strange happenings were occurring out in the asteroid belt, and soon the Queen would call on us for that favor we owed her.
Oh yeah. House of Wolves, baby. One of my favorite expansions.
It is not a common thing for the Awoken of the Reef to seek out assistance. It is even rarer for them to seek it out from the likes of Guardians. And yet, Mara Sov had seen how we had dispatched with the son of Oryx. And so we had at least proven our competence in battle. And that competence was needed. Skolas, the Kell of the House of Wolves, whom Mara had defeated in the Reef Wars, had broken out of the Prison of Elders. The exact details of this breakout aren't known, but it appears to be with the assistance of the Nine. Why they did this is something of a mystery, but what we do know is that they gifted Skolas with a ketch.
Is
one
that
of the
the
great
taken?
fallen warships.
No, it can't be.
With this, he had an opportunity to call his forces back to his side. Many Corsairs of the Awoken would die in the ensuing chaos, and a few infamous fallen wolves that would come to be known as the Queenbreakers even attempted an assassination on Mara Sov herself. Corsairs died in her defense there, and her fury was palpable. As the traitors turned tail and fled, Mara tasked us and her recently appointed Queen's Wrath, Petravenge, with hunting down Skolas and all the treacherous wolves. We would also be assisted by Varix the Loyal, the same scribe of House Judgment, who had originally betrayed Skolas. We quickly discovered that his fallen wolves were converging on the Simic Fell, the ketch on Venus that had once housed the leadership of the House of Winter, namely the Winter's Kell, Draxis. We briefly interrupted Skolas, making a proclamation before the crew of this ketch. Varix translated this, and as it turned out, Skolas was proclaiming himself to be an Elixni legend, the so-called Kell of Kells, who would unite all the Elixni houses, have all servitors and ketches bent to him, and even receive the blessing of the Traveler itself. Before we could defeat Skolas and put an end to such delusions of grandeur, he escaped, and had succeeded in rallying what remained of the House of Winter. Our first mission was a failure, but we didn't let that stop us. Quickly we managed to pick up his trail again, and we would head to Earth in order to cut Skolas off. He was heading there to try and integrate the forces of the House of Devils and House of Kings into his growing armies, using either force or diplomacy.
I wish we could
But our
travel this
arrival
spot.
in both cases scuppered all of Skolas's plans before they could even bear fruit. With pressure being put upon the Wolfkel, and with no other houses to turn to in the system of significant enough power, Skolas looked for other means of conquering his foe, and his madness could be seen here. He desperately sought out an advantage from the Vex. He made a small raid into the now weakened Vault of Glass, and successfully tapped into some of the Vex technology there, a testament to his madness and the skill of his splicers, who even deployed a few weakened oracles to try and wipe us from existence. With the danger Skolas presented rising, it was becoming incredibly important for us to capture him with all haste. His forces were raiding more Vex installations, including the ominous Citadel on Venus, the massive Vex spire that pierced towards the sky. They were hoping to use its technology for their advantage. Unfortunately for Skolas, his movement to
This
the
is
top
not
of
the only
Citadel
Vex
had left
Citadel
him
we've
cornered.
seen.
We
There
ascended
was
to the
also
top of the
one in the
spire, at the very height of the Citadel,
in the
and
Black
there
Garden.
we battled with the Kell of Wolves. Even as he used Vex technology to pull his house through time, Skolas was outmatched and fell before us. He was captured by Marasov and Petrovenge, and he was promptly returned to the prison of
This is my
Elders.
first one I've gone to, but the
Wolfkel
second
would
one we could have
stand
gone to
trial,
is the Black Garden.
not before being interrogated by Varix and Mara. Skolas told them in a moment of fear that despite the malice they had dealt to him, there was an even greater force headed this way, a dark and looming shadow that would crush all with its presence. Later, Mara would prophetically dream of this foe. She saw what was to come, and knew that it could spell her doom and the doom of the whole system. Many envoys went back and forth from the reef in those days. In particular, Eris Morn, Osiris, and Marasov would all meet, convening to discuss the threat that they would soon encounter. But more than simply this, the three would discuss the nature of the ultimate enemy that they would need to confront, lest they should witness its wrath for themselves. And thus, a plan of loose cooperation was devised between the three of them, and a plan to address Oryx was formed. It would be a plan of many steps and phases, one that would evolve and shape its foundations over time, but it would first be set into motion months later by Marasov's choices over the rings of Saturn, and its consequences would echo across the Ascendant realms forever. But before such plans could be enacted, there was one last complication to deal with. Skolas was still alive. Given what approached on the horizon, the reef could ill afford a second breakout. And so, in the ways of old of the Elixni, the Wolfkel was sentenced to trial by combat. We would be his chosen executioners, and so we entered the prison of Elders and fought the hordes of Skolas's minions who had been imprisoned there. The Wolfkel was fierce, and did everything in his power to destroy us. But we had already destroyed gods in our short time as guardians, even with his many tricks and his minions being flung at us left, right, and center. This pretended prophet,
Bless
this
me, holy
so-called
mackerel.
Kell of Kells, was nothing more than a charlatan.
Bye-bye, Skolas.
He was no match for our light. Skolas the Rabbit would be vanquished. The Wolfkel was no more. For a short time, things seemed calm across the system, and we reinforced, preparing for our next battle. Little did we know that what we would soon be engulfed in was no battle, but a war. A war against one of the greatest champions of the darkness that the system had known since the collapse. For only recently we had slain Crota, and his death rattle had echoed out across the night. And now, the night would answer.
The Taken King era. One of the most greatest expansions I have ever played
It
in my
started
lifetime.
with a presence, a movement of unknown vessels that were quickly identified by the Awoken. Crota's father had heard his cries, and despite the teachings of the sword logic, Oryx would seek revenge for the death of his son. He had brought his armada, he had brought his brood. Worst of all, he had brought his dreadnought. It was the Awoken who would encounter him first. Mara Sov marshaled her fleets and the many ketches under her command. She met the king out in the edges of the system, and at the rings of Saturn, the two monarchs did battle. As the fleets engaged, the combat at first seemed even, until Mara unleashed her harbingers like she had done in the Reef Wars. These ancient anomalous creatures brought with them the same devastating force of gravity that they had before, and Oryx's fleet was crushed between the debris of Saturn's rings. The harbingers slammed into Oryx's dreadnought, leaving the rest of the Hive fleet in disarray. But the dreadnought still stood, unblemished. Now it was Oryx's turn to unleash his own force. Using the dreadnought's mighty weapon, Oryx projected his own throne world into real space. Mara's fleet was crushed. She was taken, the Techeuns were taken, and as they attempted to flee into the dreaming city, Oryx's corruption spread forth across the system and through the gap that they had tried to use to escape. Oryx's echoes would spread out across the system and found their way into many places of power. They took Hazen Vex within the Vault of Glass. They took powerful covens of witches on Earth. There were fleeting steps made by these echoes into the resurfaced Black Garden, and they even ventured into the Dreaming City, where through one of his echoes, Oryx would speak to Riven of 1,000 Voices, the last known Ahamkara. After a brief bargain of sorts, the Wish Dragon herself was taken as well. Thus, Oryx proclaimed his arrival in Sol. Thus ended the Battle of Saturn. Thus began the Taken War. We would first learn of it when we saw massive Cabal fleet movements from the Skyburner's base on Phobos. We went to investigate and discovered that this was not the Cabal forces marshalling. It was an evacuation. It didn't take long for us to discover the Taken for ourselves, and we barely escaped before being overrun. The Vanguard quickly convened to analyze the threat, and thanks to Eris, they too would learn of Oryx. Being one for decisive action, Cade had a plan, one which he immediately contacted us to enact. We went to one of Cade's old stashes in old Russia to recover ancient stealth drive technology stolen from Rasputin. Even here on Earth, the Taken were starting to make their appearances. It was here that we faced our first echo of the Taken King himself. After recovering the drive, we took it to Cade, who installed it on Eris Morn's ship. Eris wouldn't fly the vessel herself, that honor would be ours to undertake. But the vessel was ideal for this mission. With the stealth drive installed and with it still covered in Hive detritus, it stood the best chance of masking itself from Hive detection and getting us close enough to board Oryx's dreadnought, shut down his superweapon, and prepare a landing zone for Guardians to invade. Which is exactly what we did, though we discovered that the stealth drive and Eris's ship weren't exactly going to make a return journey. We also realized that we weren't the only invaders, as the Cabal Skyburners had crashed one of their vessels, the Dantalian Exodus 6, into the Dreadnought's hull.
Oh yeah, here we go. Now we're getting into the good parts.
After we'd secured a landing zone, we had to go after Oryx, an idea that these Cabal had also had in mind. The Primus of the Skyburners was pushing deep into the Dreadnought with his forces. Oryx put a stop to his throne-breaking ambitions by taking him, and thus the Cabal forces were mostly shattered. It was also here that we discovered the way deeper into Oryx's Dreadnought, and also that it was blocked. It could only be accessed by certain Ascendant Hive. We were at a dead end, but Eris still had a plan. We didn't need to actually be an Ascendant Hive. We just had to pass as one. In order to accomplish this, we were going to have to go back to the place where we had defeated our first great Ascendant Hive. We would need to return to the places where we had killed Crota, both in his throne world and on the moon. First, we would need a shard of crystal that we had destroyed in the Chamber of Night. Upon reaching reaching it, we had to fight off Bax, the Gravekeeper, a powerful ogre who was guarding this site. Given his failure to defend it, he was also taken when he was starting to lose his battle with us. Oryx clearly had other plans for him in mind. As we recovered this shard of crystal, Oryx unleashed his Taken in an ambush, attempting to stamp us out for good. He nearly succeeded, but thanks to our swift exit, we were unharmed. We also briefly raided one of Rasputin's bunkers to recover another copy of the stealth technology that Cade had used, this time from an actual underground part of Rasputin's network. This was all being done for the next part of our infiltration. Crota's throne world
I play
was
this
heavily
mission a
guarded
lot to
now,
prepare for
and
Crota.
a death ceremony was being hosted to
You
send
guys saw
Crota's
it.
soul into the next realm. From there, we would need to infiltrate the ceremony and steal some of Crota's essence, indwelling it within the crystal. Oryx's two daughters were present. Oranuk and Urhalak were praying at the side of their brother's tomb, and when we started to steal the brother's essence, the two reacted violently. The transgression of our light here was quite the insult. We would have been snuffed out, but thankfully Eris Morn was able to help us escape using some of the Hive's own magic to pull us out. We now had all we needed to confront Oryx, and so we returned to the Dreadnought and passed through into the sacred space where the altar of Oryx could be found. There, we would find the Taken Primus and Bax, the Gravekeeper, once again.
Oh
It
man.
would be our final test before we faced Oryx himself. Before Oryx's altar, we found the Taken King, and in this place of darkness, we would fight and match our light to his shadow. It would have been a hard-fought battle, but regardless of Oryx's millennia of conquest, our light was stronger. In the moment of his defeat, he channeled his power and took himself, cheating his death and allowing him to pass back into the deepest parts of his throne world. All that remained of the Taken King was his sword, Willbreaker. From this sword, Eris took a shard and gave it to us. It would take time and guidance from Lord Shaxx, as well as a large amount of a purified Hadium alloy from the Dreadnought, but eventually the shard of Willbreaker was purified and would be infused with our light, allowing us to wield our own mighty blade. In the final moments of its creation, we would need to destroy Ekthar, the Blade of Oryx. This symbolic
Sound familiar,
conquest
doesn't it?
reforged Oryx's old blade from a thing of darkness into a thing of light. Armed with this new tool, we would prepare to conquer the rest of the Dreadnought. We defeated a potential successor to Oryx, a dark blade known as Alak-Hul, in the Hanging Crypts.
Oh
We
man.
prevented the Agonarch Coven from raising a great Taken abomination and unleashing it upon the system. We prevented a pair of Bond brothers from destroying the Dreadnought's core and half the system along with it. And we set our sights on Oryx's court. In this place we would destroy many of his ascendants, preventing them from tithing their strength to their king, weakening him further. Because make no mistake, Oryx was still alive. In his throne world he lived on, and was more powerful still there than he had been in the physical world. Before we entered that throne world, we would need to crush the Taken remnants out in the system. The Taken War was not yet won. We had to dislodge covens of Taken gathering on Earth before they could root deep within our home. We returned to the Vault of Glass, where the Taken infestation had forced the Vex into an unusual position. They had to return Praedith to our timeline momentarily, so that he might guide us in and defeat the Taken infestation. On Mars, the Taken were at risk of overrunning the now surfaced Black Garden, which had momentarily been dimensionally locked to Mars's surface, after our destruction of the Black Garden's heart. Finally, we returned to the first place where we encountered the Taken, and on Phobos we fought them there as well. They were strongest here, but we carved away the infection before it could truly threaten Sol any further. With his minions scattered, and his armies in chaos, Oryx was left weakened. All we had left to do was to dethrone the king himself. We assembled a fire team and struck out into the heart of the Dreadnought. Oryx was our target, but by passing into the Dreadnought's heart, we would also need to face Oryx's remaining retainers. The King's War Priest was engaged in ritual combat, and by killing this millennia-old destroyer, we were able to gain further ingress. But we took an unexpected forward path. Venturing through a portal summoned after the War Priest's defeat, we found ourselves in Golgoroth's cellar, where Oryx kept drafts of slowly corrupting light for consumption, like fine vintages or artworks painted in suffering. Here we found and defeated Golgoroth, an ogre corrupted with the power of the Hive and the Worm Gods, an ogre who had been created to tithe violence to Oryx, to corrupt the light within the cellar, and to contain one of the tablets of ruin within its flesh. After defeating this monster, we would progress further, and eventually we ascended to the final overlook. Here we slew Oryx's 2 daughters, the Death Singers Ur-Halak and Ur-Anuk. There was no alternative for the Taken King but to face us. He would destroy us by the right of the sword, or he would die trying. His power was all but certain here. Titanic in form, Oryx attempted to crush us with all the might at his disposal. But by using the corrupted light and detonating it, we were able to burn away Oryx's darkness and send the Taken King screaming back into the void. As his final scream rang out across the stars, yet again, just as had been the case with his son, a terrible silence fell over the Ascendant Plane. It fell over the whole Dreadnought, the whole of the system. And this time, nothing would answer. All of creation could breathe a sigh of relief, for we had defeated Oryx the Taken King. Unknowingly, we had set further events in motion with this. We had sent signals to the rest of the Hive Pantheon and the rest of the Hive swarms. The king was now dead. The light had triumphed. Oryx's sisters and the great subjugator, Rolk, the first disciple of the Witness, would take notice of our actions, though we would not see their plans unfold for many years. With the death of the Taken King, we also had the chance to recover 3 strange artifacts. The Blade of Famine from the War Priest,
The Shroud,
of Ur-Anuk from the Daughter of Oryx, and the Taken King's own ravenous heart. Alongside these, our investigations in the Dreadnought had allowed us to recover the calcified fragments.
45 of them.
When the over 50 of them were fully assembled, these fragments gave us the knowledge of the first
Most
5
of them
books
were
of
50.
sorrow, and
Might
led
have
us
been
on
45
the path
though.
to the weapon that Oryx had conceived of long ago. With his ravenous heart, his daughter's shroud, and his war priest's blade, Eris Morn forged a weapon unlike any other. The remnants of Oryx's soul and purpose made manifest. The touch
Maybe it
of
was
malice.
50 calcified fragments.
With this powerful weapon in hand,
It's been a bit.
Guardians had begun to feel somewhat unstoppable. There were more troubling events still unfolding. Having lost all their commanders, the remaining Cabal aboard the Dantalian Exodus 6 were sending out a distress signal. We rushed to the heart of the carrier's command deck to try and stop them, but it was already too late. The message had been sent out into deep space, and it was requesting reinforcements. The message receiver at the time being was unknown to us, but we did know that it had been sent to the ruler of the Cabal Empire. That ruler would be Dominus Gaul, the one who would arrive soon and change the system forever. But it would take a full year for him to marshal his forces and reach Sol, and before he did arrive, Guardians would have to face a new threat from an old enemy. The House of Devils were on the march, and this time, they had discovered a weapon that would change the fates of the system forever.
The Plague Lands. Rise of Iron.
Approximately a year after the defeat of the Taken King, Lord Saladin summoned us to the Cosmodrome, in particular to an old snow-covered mountain with an abandoned fortress at its summit. Little did we know that this would be some of the holiest and most storied ground Guardians could set foot upon. We strode out onto the mountain and for the first time entered Fellwinter Peak. The mountain was being raided by the House of Devils, and whilst Saladin was still trying to find out why, we were able to fend off the invaders. But we did discover something strange. It was Sepix Prime, the same servitor that we had destroyed 2 years ago. But this time it was different. It was changed, covered in a strange red and black mechanical growth, like a plague of machines, like infections, like tumors, and somehow, any damage we were doing to Sepix, it would regenerate. Upon reporting this to Saladin, he exclaimed with shock and demanded that we destroy the construct with all haste. Sepix escaped in the end, and as we secured the Iron Temple with Saladin, the Hunter Shiro IV, and the Cryptarch Tyra Khan, our next objective would be to pursue Sepix, who had retreated into a previously sealed-off section of the Cosmodrome. As we pursued the servitor, we saw the source of its infection. Siva, the nanite technology that Rasputin had used to kill the Iron Lords all those years ago. The House of Devils had found it, and their splicers had weaponized it, turning many of their soldiers into cyborgs. In the view of the Fallen, to become a machine is to become a god, and so with Siva, the Devil Splicers had discovered a source of divinity itself, a means by which apotheosis could be achieved. It also made them far deadlier than they already were. Pushing deeper into the Plaguelands, we discovered that the Devils had used Siva in all sorts of ways, not only modifying themselves, but also their forces, and any of the Cosmodrome's old defenses that were still inactive, which could be repaired using Siva. These guns were powerful enough to threaten the city, and so while they were active, incoming reinforcements could not be dispatched. We had to destroy them immediately. Whilst we succeeded in this task, it was starting to become clear that the Devils were a far deadlier threat than we had initially realized, and their grasp of Siva was starting to accelerate. Saladin would bring us back to the temple and would tell us of the Iron Lord's history with Siva. This exchange revealed to us that the House of Devils had control of Siva in a rudimentary sense. They did not fully have mastery over the nanites for the moment. With that in mind, we tracked down the original source of Siva thanks to the assistance of the Cryptarch Tyra Khan, and returned to the Golden Age labs of Clovis Bray in Freehold on Mars. After confirming that it was there on Mars that the Devils had learned how to control Siva, we would be able to discover a weakness in the mechanism used by the Devils to control the nanites. Returning to the Plaguelands, we had our objectives. Shiro had devised a means of temporarily halting the Devils' control over Siva and shutting down their defenses for a few minutes. After we had sabotaged their systems, we would descend beneath the main base of the Elixni. The Splicers had built up an area into a massive fortress, and Siva's destabilization had caused it to start detonating. Regardless of the danger, the Splicers were undeterred, and so we descended past the Archon's Forge deep into Site 6, where the Iron Lords had met their end. This was the Siva replication complex, and we had to destroy it for good this time. But in the deepest reaches of this place, there was a faint echo of light. Falling from the infestation, we saw what had become of the Iron Lords, as the infested and bloated remains of Fellwinter, Gelion, and Yolda rose to fight against us. Their light was entangled with Siva nanites, which now returned to the purpose Rasputin had given them so long ago: replicate, eliminate, immunize. We battled with the remnants of the Iron Lords and destroyed the Siva nanites that infested them, freeing their light and finally laying them to rest. Before we left, we recovered Yolda's helmet and set Site 6 to self-destruct. It isn't known if all the Siva within the complex was truly destroyed. Inert Siva may still be lying around the Cosmodrome to this day, but for the moment, the Devils were unable to make more of their own nanites to control. They would only have the stocks that they had made thus far. We returned Yolda's helmet to Saladin, who felt a weight of so many years lifted from his shoulders. His friends had finally been set to rest. He proclaimed us to be the Young Wolf, the first of a new age of Iron Lords, and gifted us with a blade to represent our new title and station. We would go out into the Plague Lands and start to rid them of the infestation of the Splicers. We destroyed the rejuvenated version of Sepix Prime and ended a Splicer priest called Kovik before he could merge Siva
Oh
with an
my
entire
god,
brood of Hive.
Abomination Heist.
We reignited Radagast's original purpose by using Siva and the armor of the Iron Lords to create the tools of a better tomorrow. Namely, we used them to forge anew a more powerful iteration of the infamous Yalahorn. The hold of the House of Devils Splicers was weakening, but Shiro 4 picked up something distressing. An intercepted transmission from the House of Devils indicated that there was a secondary complex where the Devils had been storing the Siva nanites that they had gathered. From within, the leader of the Splicers was calling out to all other Fallen, encouraging them to gather in the so-called Perfection Complex, where they could be freed from their mortal bonds. With this message and the large build-up of the industrial base in the Plague Lands that the Elixni had been working so hard to create, it was clear that soon the Fallen would build up enough strength to threaten the lost city again. This was something the city was unlikely to survive. With the power of Siva, the Fallen had something they could potentially use to strike back at the Lesser Guardians, and there were not enough legends within the tower to hold back an assault of this strength. So Shiro, seeing this plot unfold before him, ordered us to kill it in its crib. We engaged in a coordinated raid on the facility and a preemptive strike. We would take out the Splicers' leadership before they could gather enough strength to actually threaten the city. We quickly infiltrated the facility and discovered the Splicers' second-in-command, Vosik. His command over the Siva was powerful, but rogue Siva nanites had started to persist within the swarms, and the Guardians would weaponize these nanites, turning them on their masters, bringing Vosik down. We ascended through the old Russian wall next, and discovered a way to its summit. There we saw proof of the Fallen's intent and ambition. A powerful prototype siege engine, powered by nuclear components.
Oh man.
Such a mighty device would have been powerful enough to
Well,
break
this
down the
machine-
walls of the lost city,
Such an
and so we
amazing
had to
boss
see to its
fight
destruction.
and encounter.
After overcharging it,
Bye-bye,
we saw to
siege
its doom
engine.
by sending it tumbling down off the incomplete section
Bap.
of the Cosmodrome's walls,
Explosion
where
into the
it
lake.
crashed into
It
the
goes.
seas below. As we approached the Perfection Complex, the Siva infestation was getting stronger, but the ragged Fallen kit bashing had started to give way. Smooth, angular nanite construction now filled these halls. The seat of the power of these Fallen Splicers was near. As we descended into the darkness of the Perfection Complex, we faced Axis, the Archon Prime. He had not just combined himself with the machines, he had ascended into one, leaving behind his biological self and truly achieving the Elixni's version of godhood. But this pretender was no match for the light of Guardians, and there was little that could be done to stop us, even with the command of the Siva itself. We brought down Axis, and after thoroughly scouting the Perfection Complex, we recovered another relic of Siva which could be reconstituted into a weapon that used the nanites as ammunition. We would call it Outbreak Prime, and whilst it was eventually contained by the Cryptarchy, for a brief time, we used it to sow chaos amongst the ranks of the Splicers. With our victory over Axis and all other threats seemingly gone from the system, there was a brief period of peace. It was declared to be an age of triumph. It was declared to be a time for humanity to celebrate their guardians and the successes that they had accomplished. But beneath this age of triumph, signs of what was to come could be seen. It started with the Fallen. They had begun doing something unheard of. They had begun shredding their banners and fleeing into the deeper wilds. The state of existence within which the city had lived, known as the 100-Year Siege, would come to a brief end. There weren't enough Elixni assaulting the various walls for it to be considered a siege anymore, and the Cabal scout legions began marshalling for reinforcements that we should have been preparing for ourselves. Our age of triumph was short-lived, and would be brought crashing down by the arrival of a foe unlike any other. He understood our power, and he would seek to deprive us of it, so that we would be left defenseless. The Red Legion was coming. The call of the Dantalian Exodus 6 had been answered, and at the head of the invasion fleet stood the principal instigator of the Midnight Coup, ruler of the Cabal Empire, and the first ever Dominus. Soon, we would face Gaul, and he would not have mercy for our light.
Red War, baby. I was there for that 7 to 8 years ago.
There were some warning signs of Gaul's approach, but we were blind to them. And so the Red War began with a swift, all-out assault on the last city. The walls that had held back the Fallen for 100 years were shattered in mere moments. The Cabal fleet left the tower in ruin and rained drop pods on our home from above. At the head of their fleet, a massive looming vessel began to unfold and made its way toward the Traveler, unfurling into a true
Man, I really
massive
wish people could
structure.
replay that campaign
We
again.
would not know its purpose at the time, but all too soon we
It was
would
such
see
a good
that it would
storyline.
spell our
Red War was
doom.
such a good tutorial
We
base for new
returned
players
to
and
the tower
returning
from the
players.
wilds after coming back from a patrol, and saw the devastation firsthand. Our vaults were destroyed, our home was crippled, and in the opening moments of the war the Cabal had captured the Speaker. After pushing through the tower, we rendezvoused with the Vanguard and Amanda Holliday, who shepherded us up to the Cabal command carrier. We were able to disable it briefly, but as we fled to the top deck, we saw that we were too late. The vessel had attached to the side of the Traveler, and as we wondered at its purpose, we saw him. Dominus Gaul, the Ghost Primus of the Red Legion. He told us to behold our future, and the cage activated. We were cut off from our light. Our ghost fell to our side, motionless. Our powers were gone. Gaul proclaimed our weakness and our unworthiness before kicking us from his command ship. Our drained ghost fell with us down into the ruins of the last city that we had failed to protect. We fell into unconsciousness, and all seemed lost. But out of the darkness, a faint light flickered. We saw a vision of a silver hawk in flight. We saw visions of new weapons, of light, and new challenges that we might face. The vision ended with a view of a shard of the Traveler in a place we had never been to, a place we would know one day as the European Dead Zone. And then we awoke, lightless. We struggled to our feet. We were in the ruins of a city canal, and thus far we had been able to evade the Cabal. We found our ghost, and we had to choose the only option that was available to us. We could not face the Cabal in this state, and so we fled. For weeks we trekked across mountains and through valleys. We passed the bodies of our fallen comrades, and eventually we saw a familiar sight. A hawk, just like the ones from the visions. We followed it, through mountains and passes, until at last we collapsed from exhaustion. When we next awoke, a woman was bringing us to our feet. The hawk was hers. Her name was Soraya Hawthorne, and she lived out here in the wilds. She escorted us to a safe haven in the dead zone called the Farm. And there we reunited with another familiar face,
Sweet.
Tyra Khan. She instructed us to follow our vision with caution, as the area around the Shard of the Traveler had been converted into a dark forest by the wayward light of the Shard. Following our only hope, we pushed through fallen marauders and held close to our ghost. As we reached the luminous Shard, our ghost felt the Traveler's presence once more, and was filled with light. In a cascading array of returning power, we felt our strength build once more. We were not empowered in the same way as we had been, but once again we were blessed with immortality, and we could wield the light as a weapon once more. Our newfound powers would represent a turning point in the Red War. We were the only Guardian in existence to have recovered our light, but we had to make the most of it. We were the last trick up the sleeve of all the Guardians in the Lost City, and so we needed to get to work. After clearing up Hawthorne's communications, we picked up a transmission from Zavala, commanding all remaining Guardian forces to rally on Titan. When we ventured there, we found the remnants of the tower's military in disarray. The arcologies were infested with Hive, and we would have to secure the platforms before we could properly reunite with Zavala. After doing so, we would be able to take our first steps against the Cabal. The forces on Titan had intercepted a multitude of Red Legion transmissions. Using one of the Golden Age CPU cores from within the arcology, we would be able to decode those transmissions and discern the best way to strike back. It was also there that we discovered one of the deepest recesses in the lower decks of the arcology, just as we acquired the CPU core. We stopped and saw a giant looming shadow just outside of the observation deck. There was something magnificently large in Titan's oceans, a leviathan the likes of which we had never seen. This was technically the first time we had seen Asa, the proto-hive worm god
I remember
that had
that
escaped the
worm.
Witness and Fundament. Though we didn't know it at the time, we were beholding one of the greatest signs of hope that we would ever lay our eyes upon. We didn't have time to marvel at her passing, though. We had to escape with the core. Unfortunately, the secrets it decoded left little good news. Along with the cage, the Red Legion had brought another massive construct with their fleet,
Ooh.
a space station known as the Almighty. This station was capable of devouring planets, but it did so for an even more destructive purpose. Using its core weapon system, the Almighty could be used to cause a star to prematurely go supernova. Even if the Cabal lost, they could destroy all of Sol and wipe humanity from the face of existence. Even with this dire news, Zavala's resolve wasn't broken. He sought to reunite his fire team and to take back the lost city no matter the cost. So our next objective was clear. We had to go and
Aye,
find the other
Sloan,
fire team members
Commander
of the
Sloan.
Vanguard, which meant going after Cade 6. Fortuitously, with the CPU in hand, we were able to intercept various other signals from around the system, and one of them would be a signal from Cade's ghost Sundance. That signal drew us to a planetoid called Nessus. Here we discovered that Cade had been tangled in some Vex technology that he didn't completely understand. There was also a colony ship that had crashed here, the Exodus Black, one of the Exodus program vessels from so long ago. Its crew were all dead, save for the onboard AI, Failsafe. Thanks to Failsafe's assistance, we were able to save Cade, and we discovered that the technology he was attempting to lift from the Vex was a teleporter, short range but still capable of being used within the Lost City to get close enough to assassinate Dominus Gaul. That was Cade's plan, at least. But to execute it, we'd need to be able to truly reunite the Vanguard, and Cade would not be doing this alone. So we had to go and find Ikora. Cade told us that she almost certainly made her way out to Io, a sacred place for warlocks, as it was the last place the Traveler had touched before the
Io.
collapse
I
began.
miss this place too,
When
even.
we met Ikora, We also found the Red Legion, and we quickly discerned their purpose. At the cradle where the traveler had sat down, they were trying to drain the light from Io, light which bloomed from the planet's core in a latent fashion in the wake of the traveler. The Red Legion were draining all of it. We had to prevent the Red Legion's sacrilege, and in the process we also discerned their plans. They weren't just draining the light so that they could prevent us from having it. They were trying to take the light for themselves. The Taken population on Io also converged on the Red Legion's experiments. Amongst their number, observing the Cabal and the Guardians alike, were a few envoys of yet another dark figure in the background. Savathun, the Witch Queen, showed her hand for the first time on Io. Her forces marshaled and kept a watchful eye on us as we did what our work demanded, though we wouldn't know the Witch Queen's purpose until far later. Suffice to say, her observations of the Cabal and the Guardians fighting over light now make a lot more sense. Ikora was starting to formulate a plan, even though she had only been back with our fire team for a brief amount of time. We realized that in order to discover more about the Almighty, we would need to leverage one of the oldest assets in the system, a Warmind bunker that was still active on Io. We would be able to use its systems to scan the Almighty for a weakness. From here, we determined that we couldn't simply destroy the Almighty, as it would take the sun with it. Instead, we would need to board the station and sabotage its main weapon. With this knowledge in hand, we reunited the members of the Vanguard at the farm, back in the EDZ. The plan would be to engage the Red Legion in a two-pronged assault. The Vanguard would engage in the initial attack on the last city, and would focus on getting the Vex teleporter as close to Gaul as possible. When we had disabled the Almighty, we would rendezvous with them and use the teleporter to get close enough to Gaul to assassinate him ourselves. It was a risky plan, but it was our only realistic hope. But in order to board the Almighty, we would need to commandeer a command vessel from the Cabal, and there was only realistically one option. We needed to steal the personal shuttle of one of Gaul's chosen, a warrior known as Thumos the Unbroken.
Ah,
We dislodged
yes,
him
good
from his
old
personal
Thumos the
command
Unbroken.
carrier, the Oribas Vectura in the EDZ, and proved that his name was in fact not well earned. Just as quickly, the plan had to be initiated. We boarded Thumos' ship and boarded the Almighty. It was already in the process of charging, and was consuming the planet of Mercury for fuel. We fought our way to its core, disabled it, and allowed the assault on the last city to begin. But all this time, as we had been gathering our allies, and as we had been fleeing to find our light once more, Gaul had also been planning. His capture of the Speaker, our leader, at the beginning of the war, meant that he had an extensive amount of time to interrogate him about the nature of the light. Gaul made his desire clear to be chosen by the Traveler, and even though the Speaker had pushed back against him, his resolve was starting to break. The Consul, the other member of the Midnight Coup who had led the overthrow of Emperor Callus, had also been with the Red Legion, and was counseling Gaul, stating that he did not need to be chosen by the Traveler, that he instead could do as the legendary Acrius had done, and simply claim the light by force. This disagreement, as well as the Speaker's admission that the Traveler wasn't explicitly communicating with him, would lead to a moment of utter rage. The Consul would leave the Speaker dead, and in response to him being called weak, Gaul would kill the Consul, proclaiming that he would indeed take the light for himself, no matter the cost or impediment. As we returned to our home, the city's sky was ablaze with gunfire, and the Vanguard were under pressure. By the time we reached them across the city rooftops, they were all but spent. We used the Vex teleporter that Cade had painstakingly set up, and went forth to face Dominus Gaul. We found him aboard his command ship, and before the cage of the Traveler itself. As we approached, an inferno of dark, twisted light was ahead of us, and light had been siphoned into containers all along the command deck of the ship. something terrible had happened. In front of the cage of the Traveler itself, we fought with Dominus Gaul, and realized that Gaul had indeed harnessed the light and infused himself with it, temporarily but painfully gaining a twisted measure of the light's own power. We faced a paracausal threat that day. We fought Gaul as an equal. He was one of the most powerful Cabal to ever exist, a raiser of 1,000 worlds and an annihilator of suns before he had even claimed the light. But now he had our own powers. Now he too had become legend. In a battle of light against light, we proved the superior force. We struck down the Dominus in spite of his rage and his belief that the light should be his to wield. But as his body fell, the light erupted from it, and Gaul momentarily manifested in a godlike, towering form, a luminous being, standing before the Traveler, almost the same size as it. He addressed the Traveler, believing that he had indeed become a god. But he was mistaken. As he proclaimed the dawning of a new age,
Bye-bye, Gaul.
something awoke within the Traveler. Power, boundless and pure. Whether through our actions or as a response to a divine challenge, the Traveler had awoken. It was alive once more. It shattered the bonds of its cage, casting off its shackles, and it immolated the false god that stood before it. In a blinding explosion of light that destroyed the foundations of the cage itself, light erupted from the Traveler. It shattered the cage, freeing itself and proclaiming its return triumphant as humanity's protector. The light that emerged from the Traveler would spread across the whole of the cosmos, starting at Earth, and then spreading out over the planets of our solar system and beyond. The light poured across the universe, as far as it could reach. The results of this moment would take time to emerge. Many worlds in Sol would be changed. Many great beings would react to this moment where the Traveler had returned. But worst of all, in the darkness out between galaxies, something else had begun to stir at the reaction of the Traveler's reawakening. A presence once lost to time, banished from Sol at the end of the collapse, was returning.
The Black Fleet.
The Black Fleet perceived the light. The Witness, who had so long ago been cast out, began the long, slow march towards Sol. The Traveler was reawakened, and now it would be able to have its final shape once more. No matter the cost, it would achieve its ultimate goal for the universe. It was only a matter of time before the Black Fleet would return. For now, in the aftermath of the Red War, seemingly there was peace yet again. The Red Legion were cast out of the city, but there were still many remnants out there in the wilds. But at very least, the walls were secure. Our last tower may have been destroyed, but the Guardians once again were the defenders of their city, and with the Traveler's reawakening and the destruction of the cage, all the Guardians had their light back once again. But the defeat of Dominus Gaul also prompted another actor at the edge of our system to make their move at last. One day, we received a strange invitation. Gilded and covered in Cabal heraldry, it was a letter. It was a long letter, an entire treatise, from someone known as Emperor Callus, the same deposed emperor who had been removed from power by his daughter, Gaul, and the consul in the Midnight Coup. He was inviting us to his Leviathan, a vessel that would soon appear above Nessus, and he planned to reward us for defeating one of the foes that had deposed him. An invitation from the former emperor had the vanguard notably concerned, as did the following arrival of the huge world-eating vessel itself. As it began to consume Nessus, We made an action to board the Leviathan and began to fight through the many loyalists of Callus. Eventually, though, we realized this was not some grand garrison. This was more of a pleasure barge, a palace built in opulence for the purpose of entertainment. Eventually, we would make our way through all of Callus's games and found ourselves in a throne room. There, we did battle with the Emperor of the Cabal, or at least we at first thought we did. The more we battled with this Emperor, the more he started to break down, until it was eventually very clear that we weren't facing a real Cabal Emperor, but instead a robotic double of himself, a facsimile designed to render his true self protected. As we struck down the construct, it told us to take the riches we had earned and to grow fat from strength. He also told us of an impending cataclysm that loomed ahead of us, a black edge that he had seen at the forefront of the universe's leading void, a fate which we should all prepare for. We had little time to think on Callus's words, but they would be representative of the doom that was approaching us in the form of the Black Fleet. But before we could even begin to prepare for them, the wave of light sent out by the Traveler was awakening terrible gods and ancient constructs across the system. All of Sol was about to change forever.
I curse
It would start with
Osiris.
the return of an old mentor to Ikora Rey, a fabled warlock lost deep within the Infinite Forest on Mercury.
Now we go to Mercury. Curse of Osiris.
It had been barely a few months since the return of the Traveler, and already the system had gone through a vast series of changes. But unseen to us on Mercury, Osiris and his ghost, Sagira, were also experiencing strange happenings. In part, they saw how it was affecting the Vex, and our futures should they be the ones to build them. One day, as they explored the simulations of the Infinite Forest, Osiris saw into a future that filled him with dread, a future where the Vex had finally won. This was when Osiris also was confronted by something else. Panoptes, the Vex mind responsible for discovering and creating the simulation where the Vex were victorious. In a moment of desperation, Osiris flung Sagira through a portal out of the Infinite Forest. She was damaged by stray goblin slap rifle fire, but her shell would be discovered by the Vanguard and was returned to the last city. Ikora ordered us to make contact with the Osirian cult on Mercury and to attempt to explore the newly active gateway into the Infinite Forest. We failed to enter it at first and saw many strange Vex from the future and past showing up, indicating a huge influx of active units in the area. The Osirian cultist, Brother Vance, would make a recommendation to us after we had saved him and those who resided in the lighthouse. He knew that we would need to make contact with Osiris and that saving his ghost was probably one of the best ways to find out where he was. Some of the other cultists in the EDZ had the equipment required to reactivate Sagira. It was our only lead at the time, so we followed it. The cultists were unfortunately dead, but we did find the equipment needed for Sagira to temporarily indwell within our own ghost's shell and help us enter the Infinite Forest. It was there that we first met Osiris, or rather, his echoes. These were effectively perfect copies of Osiris, made in a strange shimmer of light. He had always been able to summon them, a strange quirk of his own paracausal abilities, based in an unknown teaching that only he seems to have mastered. These echoes led us through the forest and showed us how Mercury was corrupted by the Vex back at the turn of the Golden Age, before leading us to the dark future where the Vex were victorious. Here, we saw Panoptes for the first time and had to quickly
Oh, hi,
escape its
Panoptes.
grasp, which would be capable of superseding our light within the simulations of the Infinite Forest. Leaving the forest, it was clear that we needed to destroy this construct. Over our investigations, we learned that that would require us to locate a map of the Infinite Forest and to discover the original moment where Panoptes had been created within its simulations. With this information in hand, we would be able to track the Vex mind through the many pathways of the forest. We fought through Red Legion invaders, stuck in a time loop, various Vex constructs, and a variety of other strange hazards, all to acquire this information. But eventually we found what we were looking for. As we discovered the exact temporal coordinates for Panoptes, it showed up right in front of us and abducted Sagira's essence from our ghost's own shell. We were promptly ejected from the Infinite Forest and could only return later with the aid of Ikora Rey, who used her remarkable power to smash through the gateway's defenses and allow us ingress. We quickly converged on the coordinates that we had discovered, along with Osiris's echoes and Osiris himself. Panoptes was destroyed by our combined might, and Sagira was released. The threat of Vex supremacy had been cut short. After reuniting with his ghost and his student, Osiris sought to return to the Infinite Forest with the aim of defending us against the Vex, and further searching for Saint 14. We would return to the lighthouse and made use of its infinite forge to craft several implements of war. None were more curious than the perfect paradox. The discovery of this weapon was linked to a signal within the Infinite Forest that matched the signature of Saint 14's light. Converging on that point, we discovered that it was indeed his light, but he was nowhere to be found. As it turned out, the Vex had created a singular mind over countless thousands of simulations that was designed specifically to drain his light. We would follow the path of Saint, and discovered what seemed to be a memorial to the great Titan. He had slain thousands of Vex in his explorations of the forest, and they had expended significant resources to defeat him. On his body, we discovered the broken remnants of this shotgun. We reforged it in the lighthouse's infinite forge, but it led us to a moment where something seemingly impossible happened. Remarkably, Saint 14 had left a message for us with this weapon, stating that he remembered the moment when we gave it to him. We had only ever been raised as a guardian within the last half of a decade. Saint 14 received this weapon in the early City Age or late Dark Age, perhaps. Regardless, we weren't alive for that moment, so it seemed impossible that we would have been able to give him this weapon. Regardless, we held on to this weapon, understanding that not only was it one of the finer crafted shotguns that we had received at the time, but also that with time travel and the Vex, certain possibilities may arise even if they are technically impossible. This perfect paradox might yet come to pass. We might yet live to see ourselves present Saint 14 with this shotgun. We all mourned the loss of this great hero,
Rest
but we
in
would
peace,
not have
Saint
long
14.
to do so. Soon we would need to descend upon Mars and face a rising new threat. The Traveler's Light had awakened slumbering gods and begun to thaw the ice around Hellas Basin. Soon Mars would become a battleground of old
hi,
machines
Warmind DLC.
and ancient shadows once more.
Oh my god. I miss this theme. Oh man, the Warmind and the Worm God.
What happened next began with an unusual amount of warsats falling in Hellas Basin. Mars was known to be the home to many of the Warmind's systems, but this activity was unusually focused. The Red Legion's propensity to scavenge such valuable technology meant that we quickly had to investigate the region. We were greeted with a transmission from another resurfacing legend, Anastasia Bray, the long-lost guardian, the infamous hunter of Twilight Gap. She had converged on this location in her quest for the core of the Warmind Rasputin. Whilst we'd interfaced with trace segments of him before, this was his true core and the heart of his system, and she'd found it just in the nick of time. We arrived as the ice was beginning to thaw, and as the forces of Zol and Nokris were beginning to return from their long slumber. Commander Zavala was quick to assert himself into the picture, given that he saw the Warmind as an imminent threat to humanity if it wasn't capable of being
What do you
made
think
into an
you're
asset.
doing, Guardian?
Anna Bray
Shanks.
wasn't so convinced
Oh,
and
this
believed
was-
that
this
Rasputin
cutscene
could
was
be an
pretty
ally
cool.
of his own volition, something that Rasputin quickly pounced upon
me,
the
at least.
opportunity to prove by deploying weapons for us to use against the Hive. In particular, a javelin filled with Warmind energy known as the Valkyrie. For the time being, Zavala was still unconvinced, and so he continued to take command, focusing his efforts on drawing out the newly rising threat on Mars, the worm god Zol. We would need to kill Zol, of course, and Zavala thought that we would be up to the task. After all, we had defeated the Taken King. We had killed gods of the Hive before. Surely this time it wouldn't be so different. In order to do this, we would need to lure Zol out, and so we converged on the European Dead Zone to steal a small shard of the Traveler, a source of strong light which would be enough to tempt Zol's hunger and bait the trap. But the trap would not be on our own terms. We would need to descend deep into the Martian tunnels in order to lure out Zol. There we would face Nokris' brood for the first time, and saw firsthand the power of Hive necromancy used against us in order to summon back numerous dead Hive into the battle as it was going on. Fighting through them, we eventually reached a massive ritual chamber and faced off against Nokris for the first time. He was defeated, but he escaped his death thanks to Zol holding possession of his heart. Not unlike an ascendant plane, although not in keeping with the logic of the sword. As we placed our bait here in the center of the brood's hold, we tried to lure Zol out, and the worm did make an appearance. But even here, with all our light, the worm's power and darkness was overwhelming. Quickly, after it addressed us only for moments, we realized it was going to be too strong. We were buried in the snowy drifts beneath the Martian surface. Our ghost was luckily able to fish us out, but the situation was beginning to evolve in a rather dramatic fashion. Zol was now making a beeline for Rasputin, and our plan had completely fallen apart. Zavala caved, and admitted that perhaps we would need the Warmind's assistance and its Valkyrie weapons to actually defeat the Worm God, just as Anna Bray had continuously pointed out. As we closed on Rasputin's core, we overloaded some of his systems in order to overcharge the Valkyrie with yet more power, an unfortunate but necessary step for what we were about to do.
Oh, hi,
Despite Zol's
Zol.
gargantuan size and his great power, with our might and the Warmind's weaponry combined, we were able to overcome this great beast, and saw it destroyed in the shadow of the Warmind. In the aftermath of the battle, Rasputin made contact with us, telling us that he would be the guardian of the system of Sol and of humanity, as he had once been, and that he would have no equal. In this moment, he began to launch an entirely new series of warsats into the system, and expanded his reach and sight to all new avenues and all new heights. Our further explorations of Mars would lead us to rediscover some of the Icolos weapon project, and in particular, updated designs for the sleeper simulant that Rasputin had initially created for Guardians during the Taken War against Oryx. We also found our first hints as to the true identity of the Exo Stranger. After decoding several messages and sigils left behind, we discovered that the Exo Stranger was likely to be none other than Anna Bray's own sister, Elsie. Elsie's final message was simply asking us to watch over Anna, and to ask us to be ready, knowing that soon we would meet again. There was also one mysterious circumstance, whispers on Io that drew us to the Lost Oasis. Beneath, in dark catacombs, we would hear the words of Zol again, even though he had perished at our hands. and from these whispers a challenge was rendered. Down here in the dark, upon completing this challenge and proving our might within the Hive's own logic, we would discover the Whisper of the Worm, the last remnants of Zol's hungry soul, cleft into a weapon
yes.
and made manifest in our hands. Zol would bind himself to the logic of the sword and to us so that he could not only survive, but feed greedily upon the killing blows that we dealt to our foes. And there would be many foes awaiting us in the future. Far greater challenges awaited us on the horizon, and it would all begin in the reef.
Oh, yes. Forsaken Prince. The Forsaken DLC.
As the conflict on Mars began to die down, Cayde and the Queen's Wrath, Petra Venj, had gone hunting. A new abomination had hit the reef in recent months, a writhing mass of new Eliksni forces that were not quite alive. These new dead Eliksni, or rather undead Eliksni, were known as the Scorn. Tainted by some kind of dark ether, they could be risen again from the dead repeatedly. They were led by 8 barons, whom the Hunter and the Queen's Wrath would work to capture successfully over a long campaign. In the process of this, they discovered that the true leader of the Scorn was an all-too-familiar face, a traitor, Uldren Sov, brother of the late Queen Mara. For their crimes, all of the Scorn and Uldren were locked away in the max security wing of the Prison of Elders. As one of the barons, Fikrul the Fanatic, spoke to Variks the Loyal, he made it clear that the Awoken lacked a strong leader without Mara. Variks saw this, and feared for the fate of his own people as well. But it was the words of Uldren that may well have pushed him over the edge, and made it feel as though it was necessary for him to perform his next treacherous action. Variks made off with his own personal ether supplies, and released every prisoner within the Prison of Elders in order to cover his escape. As this happened, many terrible criminals were released, such as Aramis the Shipstealer, Baron of the House of Devils. But of course, most crucially of all, the Scorn was set loose as well. Petra recalled Cayde immediately to help her contain the prison break, and Cayde invited us along for the ride. And thanks to Cayde's assistance, we were able to truly lock down the prison once and for all. But Petra had a deeper concern. She headed down to the Supermax wing where the Barons and Uldren were being locked away, and she found that they had all made their escape. They were leaving via the airlock on the lowest part of the Prison of Elders. Cayde destroyed a part of the prison's central processing hub and rode the debris down to reach them more quickly. Unfortunately, this left him isolated and alone, and destroyed some of our
Cayde
ways
6.
down that we might have used to get to him more
I
quickly.
can't wait to see you tomorrow,
Alone,
dude.
he faced off against the majority of the escaped Scorn. They were armed and ready for this moment, and whilst it was not the falling clubs and gnashing teeth of the Scorn foot soldiers that got to him, there was one amongst their number who was better armed, a Baron, Purha, the rifleman. He would take up a perch above the battlefield and waited for an ideal moment to strike. But he didn't kill Cayde. He killed Cayde's ghost, Sundance.
Which
Cayde
how
was
it
left
all
broken
started.
and beaten by his encounter with the Barons. Without the light, there was little hope. But it was Prince Uldren who stole Cayde's weapon, the Ace of Spades, and asked him if he had any last words. Moments before we could arrive at the scene, Uldren delivered the killing blow, fatally shooting Cayde 6. As we arrived, Uldren and the Barons escaped, and Cayde passed away in our arms. We would return Cayde's remains to the tower, and though Zavala didn't want to commit forces to hunting Uldren for fear of losing more friends, Ikora had a fire in her heart. So did we. We stated plainly for Zavala that he wouldn't need to commit any forces, breaking the silence that had persisted since the Black Garden's heart. For the first time, we spoke and promised Uldren Sov would die by our hands. But before going after Uldren Sov, Ikora had found something that we needed to address. She had been having visions and dreams of light, potentially sent to her by the Traveler. We followed those dreams to Io and were gifted with new understandings of our light. With these new powers in hands, it appeared that the Traveler might be preparing to arm us better for what came next. To hunt down the Barons, we would need to head to the Tangled Shore, a lawless and wayward patch of space within the reef's territory, frequented by pirates and smugglers. Petra picked up on our signal shortly after we arrived and offered us some assistance against the Barons. That assistance came in an unusual form: Eliksni. Criminal Eliksni, but Eliksni at our side nonetheless. This was perhaps the first time we had properly fought alongside allied Fallen. It turned out that these Eliksni didn't work for Petra, but instead worked for the Spider, an Eliksni crime boss who had grown frustrated that the Barons were cutting into his business on the shore, having even removed him from his previous hideout. He agreed to give us their location in exchange for us running a few errands for him on the shore. When he did give up the location of the Barons, they had had the necessary time to fortify it into a stronghold of their own, and though we carved through numerous scorn, we arrived too late. The Barons escaped, and we had to individually hunt them down before reaching Uldren Sov. And so we went down and hunted them all. The Rider, the Mad Bomber, the Trickster, the Rifleman, the Hangman, the Mindbender, the Machinist, and eventually, as we made our way to a well-guarded Awoken watchtower, we faced down the last of them, Fikrul, the Fanatic. But while we had been hunting, Uldren had been listening. As it turned out, his murder of Cayde had not been of his own volition entirely. He had been guided to his target by a spectral vision of his lost sister Mara, who had told him to let the reef burn, and that only he could free her from some dark prison. The spectral vision guided him to the European Dead Zone, where he took a shard of the Traveler and brought it with him to the Tangled Shores watchtower. Deep within that watchtower, the one that linked to the Dreaming City, the corruption behind Uldren's eyes was starting to grow. In that moment, the darkness within Uldren and the shard's light were combined. They opened a gateway within the inner chamber of the watchtower, a gateway that led to the Dreaming City. The apparition of Mara thanked Uldren and said that he had indeed been the key to freeing her. But in truth, Uldren had unleashed a powerful Taken entity, a chimera possessed of a greater mind, somewhere off, far beyond the portal's end. It quickly consumed him, swallowing him whole just as we arrived on the scene. We had to destroy this terrible monster.
Haven't seen you in a long time.
And after defeating it, a broken, beaten, and no longer bewitched Uldren was lying face first in front of us. Just as he had done to Cayde, we then offered him his last words, with the Ace of Spades being held in dark offering of finality. It isn't clear to this day who killed the Forsaken Prince, but his death would create echoes across the many years of our story still to come. Petra wasn't done though. Regardless of whether we had shot Uldren or whether she had, she insisted that the work needed to continue, and it would continue in the Dreaming City. She told us that we needed to make contact with Mara Sov, and that she could do so if we merely returned to the watchtower and stepped through the gateway that Uldren had created. On the other side, we got our first glimpse at the Dreaming City, the Awoken's most sacred place in all existence. We met up with Petra, and after reactivating an Awoken device called the Oracle Engine, we heard the voice of Mara Sov. But unlike for poor Uldren, this was no apparition. This time, the voice of the Queen was real, and as it turned out, Eris, Mara, and Osiris' plans had borne fruit. Back at the Battle of Saturn, the Queen knew that she would need to die, and that her death would leave Oryx exposed. But she had prepared for this moment. Much like the Hive, she had carved a throne world for herself out of the Ascendant Plane. With the assistance of her captured wish dragon, Riven, she was able to create Elysinia, a throne of her own that would allow her to persist beyond death. But unfortunately, the Dreaming City had been left vulnerable to an attack by Oryx in the opening moments of the Taken War, and so Oryx had reached through and corrupted Mara's throne world, and had even sent his agents into the Dreaming City. It was now infested not just with Scorn, but also with Taken. And worse still, hive broods were descending upon the Awoken's most holy stronghold. But, worst of all, Riven had been taken by Oryx before we had destroyed him. She had been the one who had been directing Aldrin. She had been the one who had given him the visions of Mara.
Taken
She
Riven.
had been the one responsible for Cade's death. Petra had put two and two together quickly enough, and Mara did as well. Aldrin might have pulled the trigger, but the real menace behind this was the manipulations of Riven of a Thousand Voices, the last known Ahamkara. The vengeance of a monarch who has lived for 1,000,000 years is something to behold, and the action which Mara undertook was swift and decisive. Without hesitation, she decreed that the Dreaming City should be opened to the Guardians, and that we should assemble a team to hunt the last Ahamkara. We were promised the bounty of the Awoken's realms yet again if we could slay Riven, and so we eagerly set out on our mission. As we worked our way towards the Queen's Walk Spire, we could not have known the doom that we would unleash. But as our feet touched the ground, our hearts were set on vengeance, and so perhaps it was already too late. We began our missions by freeing the Techians, Kali and Shuro-Chi, who instructed us that they would be able to contain Riven's heart if only we killed her. They also warned against the strong desires that we brought to bear in our fight, telling us that our desires as 6 immortal Godslayers could feed a nation of Ahamkara, let alone just one. But maybe we should have listened more closely. Moving deeper into the heart of the Dreaming City, we faced challenges from powerful Taken and some of the Awoken's defenses that sealed Riven away. And when at last we reached the spire itself, we confronted Riven in her titanic form. She had been empowered with the darkness of the Taken energy thanks to Oryx, and her already significant power and strength as a dragon was nearly unmatched.
Alright.
Racing up and down the spire, we fought with her, the
Oh,
last
yeah.
dragon, the last Ahamkara, until at last the killing blow was struck, and there was nothing more that Riven could do but grant one last wish. When we took her heart to the Techians, they contained it away, but Riven's sirens still spoke to us, and revealed that we had unwittingly given her the power to grant the wish of another dark entity. As immortal Godslayers, our will and desire was indeed a banquet for Riven, just as the Techians had warned. And with our wish to kill her granted, she fed gluttonously on that power. She used it to enact the whimsical wish of another being who had visited her in her time of isolation. Between the death of Oryx and our arrival in the Dreaming City, another mysterious presence had crept in. One whose name we would know and fear from this day forward. Savathun, the Witch Queen.
Ooh.
She had also
Hi.
made a wish of Riven of a Thousand Voices.
Good to see you, Witch Queen.
This time, it was not one which Riven could so easily twist or so easily grant without the requisite power. Savathun's wish, the last wish Riven granted here in this moment, was that the Dreaming City should be taken. And so, with our power having been delivered unto Riven's hungry jaws, it was so. The Dreaming City was cursed to exist in a terrible limbo. Every 3 weeks, a cycle would continue. The curse would grow in potency week by week until it crescendoed in that 3rd and final week. And then, the cycle would begin again. Those trapped within the weft of the Dreaming City's curse are bound still to this day. They will repeat the same 3-week cycle over and over, perhaps for all eternity, until the universe has gutted out and there is nothing left but entropy. There is little that can be done to save them. None can leave, none can flee. They are trapped. They can only live out their eternal fates forevermore. Riven's final vengeance against the Awoken would not be the destruction of the Dreaming City that she had helped to build. It would not be the death of Aldrin at the hands of those looking to avenge Cayde. It would instead be the cursing of the Awoken people and their most sacred place. Riven had laid a trap like this for a long time, and now, in this darkest moment, Riven's vengeance was complete. But as the curse cycle continued onward and the forces of the tower attempted to learn more about what exactly had caused it, there was an unexpected spark of light in this dark place. A ghost named Glint entered the Dreaming City. It had been doing what all ghosts do. It was searching for a guardian. His guardian. It found an abandoned monument on a distant cliff. There, under a funeral pall, a body had been laid to rest. Scanning the body, Glint determined that it was one worthy of wielding the Traveler's Light. This was the one. This was his guardian. But the man Glint raised had once been known as Aldrin Sov. As a guardian freshly reborn, this former Prince of the Reef had no memories of his past life, no recollection of the people he had killed or the pain that he had caused. He was a new person. His past life was not his to live. Soon enough he would find his former identity, his past self, and would discover the truth. But until then, he did have to choose a new name, and so he would be known as the new person that he was, no longer as Aldrin Sov, the Forsaken Prince, but as the Crow, a light bearer.
Pretty cool. Ah, yes. Dangerous allies in beautiful seasons of opulence.
In the aftermath
Armory
of Riven's
and
defeat, an age of
Drifter.
lawlessness descended upon the tower. Guardians had shown their open resentment towards the Vanguard for refusing to send a full force to go after Aldrin Sov. The fact that a rogue Guardian had achieved the version of justice most people wanted to see by taking things into their own hands only soured this wound further. It was a time when we saw the authority of the tower loosen to the point where we began forging strange alliances with many new faces. Of particular note would be Ada I of the Black Armory, the former Emperor of the Cabal, Callus, and a mysterious man with no name who would ask that we simply called him the Drifter. Our first real meeting was with Ada I, and she very quickly made it clear that she was not exactly fond of Guardians. She ran what was left of the Black Armory, an institution that had been started back before the collapse, which Ada had preserved in her time. Master weapons crafters, with some of the most powerful technology preserved from the Golden Age and improved over time. She had seen the assaults of the warlords in the Dark Ages and had even seen the Black Armory suffer
What is that
under
token
those
that
assaults.
we're holding?
The warlords had sought the remarkable weapons technology of the Foundry, technology
what
that
that
Ada I
was.
had managed to preserve. But now she needed assistance. Her forges were either lost or overrun, and the potent arms of the Black Armory had drawn wondering eyes. So, wearily, at the advice of the Spider, she extended her hand in cooperation to us, against all of her best instincts. Whilst we would reclaim the forges from a number of assailants, none would be more persistent than Civix, the leader of a new group of Fallen known as the Kel's Scourge. He was a ruthless opponent, who would first be known to us for his most daring gambit, a raid upon a Black Armory vault located within the last city itself. Given the Elixni's propensity for taking technology and splicing it together with their own, they quickly used whatever they found within the vault to great effect. They augmented the armor, weapons, and shields of their soldiers. Worse still, they began to entrench their position, and even constructed the first iteration of a war machine that would go on to mar the system for years to come. They created Insurrection Prime, the first ever pattern of Fallen Brig. Guardians had to clear out the force of Fallen Raiders from the last city's Botsa district, especially given the fact that the invaders had discovered superweapons capable of bringing devastation to the city at large. This was a desperate gambit by the Fallen, but it was an equally desperate defense by us Guardians. Luckily, we were able to fend off the Kel's scourge. Even after Insurrection Prime fell, though, it was clear that what was left of the Black Armory's stocks within the vault had been taken. Civix was nowhere to be found, and there would be a trail of discarded and torn papers from the Black Armory's files. We had discovered that his rummaging would lead us to other forges. In particular, notes had been found that would lead Civix on a trail to the European Dead Zone, to the lost fourth forge of the Black Armory at their old EDZ facility. This also contained a project that was unique to the Black Armory at the very end of the Golden Age, a project that was being created in the so-called Niobe Labs. Project Niobe itself would be an attempt to combine a forge with a working exomind from Clovis Bray, an exo-body. As it turned out, Ada-1 was the prototype. After breaking through layers of security and finally facing off against the Kel's scourge one last time, we discovered a critical component that Civix had retrieved: Ada-1's lost obsidian accelerator. Returning it to Ada-1, returning the Black Armory papers and returning her forges to working order meant that she would at least be able to trust the Guardians, seeing that despite the actions of the warlords, we were not all cut from the same cloth. We earned her trust that day, and, in the process, earned ourselves some of the most powerful and infamous weapons that have ever been wielded by Guardians. The great Izanagi's Burden in particular was a weapon that still stands the test of time to this day. Much like so many others, it has slain gods in our hands. The Drifter was the next face to darken our door, although by this point we had already engaged with him several times, particularly in his so-called Gambit.
Oh my god, I missed this Gambit, Matt.
In a race to manipulate
Can't they
darker
bring this
powers
back,
and claim
please?
victory over the Taken.
This map was so
Rumors and
amazing,
mystery had
dude.
swirled around the
Why?
Drift for years. He had had dealings
I would
with
love
the
for
Dark
that to come
Guardians
back.
known as the Shadows of Yore. He had supposedly lived in the days of the Iron Lords, and had made petitions of Fellwinter himself. He had visited the so-called Fourth Tomb of Nezarec and lived to tell the tale. He had been to a dark world and seen umbral monsters devour his crew's light. Regardless of which of these rumors were true or not, it was clear that this light-bearer was dangerous. Our involvement with him deepened when we made our way into his ship and communed with the suppliers that would allow him to harness the Taken. As it turned out, these suppliers were the Nine. Our interactions with them prior to this point had been very limited. Only the creature Zur, who we'd seen occasionally in the tower, had communicated with us. And of course, there had been our brief contact with the emissary, who had invited us into trials in the past, trials specifically set forth by the Nine to see us in combat. This emissary communed with us once more. She was mostly unknown to us merely as just the Nine's mouthpiece, but they explained the nature of many beings as we interacted with them throughout the system. They also gave us the first true hints that there were some amongst our ranks that would begin to wield the powers of darkness, and that such darkness would represent an elemental balance of sorts. They had seen that Elsie Bray and Eris Morn would go on to wield the darkness, and they saw that all fates would converge on us. They also saw that the Drifter was beginning to wield darkness as well, in possibly the least surprising turn of fate. They didn't explicitly hint that we would be doing the same, but the possibility was left open. From the Nine, we learned that the Drifter had indeed been one of the so-called Shadows of Yore, and had once gone by the moniker of Dredge and Hope. After the Nine had seen his capacity to wield darkness without corruption, they had gifted him the Hall, the massive orb at the tail end of his vessel, an engine of potential and the source of his Taken when connected to the realms of the Nine. As we communed more with them, we would continue to re-enter the Hall, which reshaped itself every time. When we did, we discovered more of their secrets, eventually culminating in the revelation that the Drifter was aware of an impending doom, and that he was preparing to survive a second collapse of sorts. The Nine had warned him of this incoming threat, and had told him to keep playing the game of Gambit, leaving him with one of his signature jade coins, this time not embossed with the sigil of a familiar enemy, but instead with a vessel of the Black Fleet. Yet another warning that they would soon be upon us. The Drifter's mystery was a curiosity to us all, but it was also a potential threat to the general safety of the tower in the eyes of others. There were some who believed that the Drifter represented a greater existential threat than even figures such as Oryx, for he was not simply a representation of fear and darkness, he was a representation of potential temptation and corruption. In particular, there were Guardians that, given the choice, would have seen Drifter killed. Amongst their ranks was a member of the Praxic Order known as Arnor Mahal, a hidden agent. She would take time to investigate the Drifter and find out whether he was working for good or not. In the end, Arnor chose not to strike him down, even though she easily could have, given the chance. He gave her valid information on the whereabouts of some loose shadow of your pretenders, and with this she was satisfied that the Drifter could at least be trusted to discern who was too dangerous to be allowed to thrive. The Drifter was safe, for now, though it would still be correct to say that the Vanguard tolerated his presence rather than welcoming him. In this time, we also made contact with another mysterious figure, an Eliksni captain called Mithrax. We had met him before on Titan, where he had continuously given us the slip in a battle for a methane reactor at the station's core. We spared his life in a moment of mercy when fighting against a Hive Knight. This gesture of mercy that he had capitalized on was something that had utterly changed him. After dwelling on it for some time, Mithrax had decided on a course of action that would mark him as a unique member of the Eliksni, one with determination and grit, and above all, faith. He believed that he could be the Kell of a new house of Eliksni, one that stood in allegiance to the Guardians, and stood for the will of the Great Machine. He named it the House of Light, but his fledgling house would need time to grow, and in the meantime he needed to show his loyalty. And so it was that through a convoluted list of messages and alerts, he was able to bring us to the farm, where he then told us of another invasion of the last city that would occur soon. Not an all-out invasion and an attempt to rob a larger vault of the Black Armory this time. No, instead, it would be a more covert operation conducted by a fallen baron who had escaped the Prison of Elders, Eramis the Ship Stealer. She was planning still an audacious heist, a raid on the old tower's deeper vaults that were held by the Cryptarchy. If she succeeded, she would make off with the remnants of Outbreak Prime, the Siva weapon that had first emerged during the Siva crisis. Mithrax offered us aid and became the first notable example of cooperation between the Eliksni and humanity that wasn't explicitly made under pirate schemes. As we succeeded, it would also be the decisive moment that would drive Eramis closer to the side of darkness. She would curse Mithrax and the Great Machine, and she would seek power elsewhere. The old dogma of the Eliksni was not enough. She would seek a paracausal boon. She would seek darkness. Later that same year, we would leave behind Eliksni activity, the Drifters Games, and Adawan's forges so that we could return to a place of opulence that had been pulled into squalor. The Emperor Callus had called us back to the Leviathan. We had already made several return journeys at the behest of the Emperor. The vessel had been dealing with various issues over the last year. At one point, it had consumed Nessus's planetary core, and at another point, the last flailing leader of the Red Legion, Valkaor, had invaded its upper spire in an attempt to wrest control of the vessel. This time, Callus had made a grave miscalculation of an entirely different nature. He was looking to expand his armies and to gain control over the Hive. He believed that he had to gain control over them in order to prepare the universe for the ending that he had foreseen and which he imagined when he first beheld the Witness. And so, he went to one of the Cabal's Athenaeum worlds and retrieved a Hive artifact of remarkable power, the Crown of Sorrow. The wearer of this Hive crown could supposedly gain a remarkable degree of control over the Hive and thus could be their leader. Callus wasn't foolish enough to wear the crown himself, but he did create a genetically enhanced warrior to wear it. The warrior's name was Galran, and he had been enhanced with a series of more resilient mental barriers and protections in an attempt to resist the corruption of the crown. But the true power within this crown was wielded by one who was more deadly than we could possibly have anticipated. The crown's true master was Savathun. Realistically, there was very little that could have been done to protect Galran from such corruption. When he wore the crown, almost instantly Savathun took control of him, and the lawless hive that had filled the lower decks of the Leviathan as nothing more than fodder or perhaps an entertaining amusement for Callus suddenly turned into an organized force. This area of the menagerie was known to house many exotic beasts, and in the process, some of the Vex that Callus had stored here were released as well. But as the hive were the more pressing threat, we were asked to deal with them and were dispatched to deal with Galran first. Callus called upon us, promising us untold riches should we succeed, and succeed we did. These actions would be so impressive to him that he would begin to see our place within his ranks evolve into something more. In time, he would offer us a place amongst his shadows, his secret agents that served as assassins and loyal protectors. The same agents that had gone after the conspirators.
No way, the crown. Oh my god.
You
gotta be kidding me.
Gaul and the consul. Some guardians might have accepted the
Does
counsel.
that mean that
For a time,
Callus
we
knew
might
about
have as well.
Savathun before?
The Emperor's sway would be held more strongly over some guardians than others.
Interesting.
Callus lavished us all with gifts, including donating a tribute hall of sorts to us, one that could be used to mark our various achievements. This tribute hall was fascinating, for it was haunted by an all-too-familiar spirit, Toland the Shattered. We had interacted with his incorporeal spirit countless times by now. We first saw him on the Dreadnought as he guided us towards Oryx, the Taken King, and we had met him again in the Dreaming City as he helped us to navigate the Ascendant Realms. Now we met him here, and followed his teachings to reforge a weapon of staggering power, the Bad Juju, the hungry engine of the sword logic that Toland himself had conceived of, a weapon whose hunger was seemingly unending, and whose purpose was to consume till the universe was made sharp. Toland used this opportunity to warn us, after we had acquired the weapon, that there were greater forces of darkness that we had yet to face, forces that were higher on the rungs of the pyramid than even those hive gods that we had slain thus far, and that those forces would arrive sooner than we expected. His words could not have been more prophetic, considering what happened next.
The shadow returns. I will be back. Be back. go zoom now.
Ever since the invasion of the last city during the Red War, we had not actually seen or heard from Eris Morn. She had been in communications with Mara Sov and had made several excursions with her in an attempt to better understand the foe that was approaching. Fate has a funny way of being cyclical, and Eris would find herself returning to the place where she had been changed forever. She returned to Luna, hot on the trail of this new shadow, a looming nightmare that we would soon have to confront. Our first realization of this looming threat came in the sudden resurgence of hive activity on the moon. Having now crushed Crota, Oryx, Zol, and Nokris, the renewed forces of the last city descended upon the moon with confidence. We had slain great gods of the hive, and the great disaster was a distant memory. Little did we know that the tragedy of that nightmarish past would soon quite literally come to revisit us. We made our way in the initial assault towards the new great fortress of the hive that had been risen from the moon's surface, and we then delved deeper into the pits below. Our ghost could make out strange readings as we faced the hive, and it turned out that they weren't truly hive. They looked like them. They had the same bioenergetics as them, but they were like shadows or whispers, facsimiles, foes that we had known well, and yet they were not those foes. Something wasn't right. We soon started to see visions of strange ghostly figures before us. They looked like guardians. Shadows tinted in a bloody and terrible hue. Something was not right, that much was clear, but we could not have guessed at the true extent of what we were about to face. The oppressive darkness enveloped us as we moved through a canyon that led into a great crevasse. Our ghost started to say that they were feeling strange. And then we saw it. The Pyramid of Luna. A vessel of the Black Fleet. The same vessel that had once belonged to Nezarec, the final god of pain. The vessel that had been sent crashing into the moon during the collapse. And yet here it was, the vessel that had led the assault on Earth. It was unblemished, untarnished, and it appeared to have just awoken. As we continued our approach, we were blocked by a defensive barrier of the pyramids, a force field that slowed our movements and prevented our passage. But these weren't the only defenses that Nezarec's pyramid had in place. In response to our attempted and unwelcome intrusion, the pyramid began to manifest remnants of some of our greatest fears. A nightmare, swollen with malice, began to take shape in front of us, and we saw green fire and a terribly familiar blade. What appeared before us was Crota, the son of Oryx. But this was impossible. He was striding forth once more across the moon that he had ravaged, and yet he had died by our hand. Though it was clearly some false copy of the hive god that we had once known, we cut him down and extracted a strange and nightmarish essence. But as soon as the Light Eater had fallen, he rose again, flanked by nightmares of Gaul and Fickrol, the fanatic. Some of our greatest foes manifested once more as nightmares sent to destroy us. This response from the pyramid would have overwhelmed us, but Eris Morn was there to assist us. She pulled us out with the same hive magics that she had used long ago to save us in Crota's throne world. She extracted us to an overlook that showed the pyramid in its full glory. Eris told us that in order to understand what lay before us, this ancient enemy that had caused our collapse, we would need to find a way inside. Doing this would be no small task. To bypass the defenses of the pyramid that we had encountered, we would need to understand them. After a little observation of the local hive, we discovered that they were unaffected by the nightmares. This immunity would be our key to bypassing the defenses, and whilst it was a relevant revelation, there was a more important one that happened swiftly after our investigation had started. A nightmare of Omnigul passed through the camp. It would have destroyed Eris Morn, were it not for the essence that we had claimed from the false nightmare of Crota. It turned out that this essence that we'd collected earlier was enough to defend Eris, and this was our next clue. A lucky moment, a lucky break, but it would tell us that we could indeed collect and purify the essences of the nightmares, and could then transfer their power into special tokens, a set of armor that would ward us against the pyramid. This was known as the Dreambane armor, and to complete it we would need to further refine our understandings of the Hive's own protection against the nightmares. We ventured to the apex of the Scarlet Keep and slew Crota's first daughter, Hush Ladoon. On her person, she had a tablet speaking of something strange, an object known as a cryptoglyph, a Hive artifact whose powerful runes could be used to cast their most potent spells. After a little more investigation, we discovered that retrieving it would allow us to finally forge Dreambane armor. We would finally be able to make use of any nightmare essences that we had gathered, including the ones of Omnigul and Crota that we had previously slain. But unfortunately, accessing the cryptoglyph would be no small task. We would need to find it by venturing to the lowest point, at the bottom of the Hellmouth. Deep within its catacombs, we would find ourselves in a cavern that left us in the shadow of the pyramid itself. The darkness in this place was so oppressive that our light was like the last flickering of a distant dying sun. But still we pushed forward. We destroyed a second daughter of Crota, Besselrith, and narrowly escaped with the cryptoglyph in hand. The darkness was so oppressive this time that Eris could not pull us out. We had to save ourselves. After taking further essences from the nightmares of Tanyx, Skolas, and Fogoth,
Oh,
we were
hi,
able to combine
nightmares
them
that I've all
with
killed
the earlier
of.
essences of Crota and Omnigul, and thus our Dreambane armor was complete. We had our defense against the pyramid barrier. We ventured deeper toward the pyramid, and as we fell further down the cliffs, we realized that we were able to pass by the barrier. But our ghost still kept speaking in a strange manner. It was as though it was suffering, and as though it wasn't itself. As we made our way further down, we jumped to reach the next section of cliff, and were suddenly ensnared by a strange gravitational power. It began to pull us slowly through the air towards an opening in the pyramid itself, and our possessed ghost sounded as though he was now drained of light. A new voice echoed through our ghost now. It promised us violence, beauty, and truth. It stated that all of these things waited within the pyramid, and that there was no turning back now. It welcomed us into the heart of darkness itself. After facing more terrible nightmares of Gaul, the Fanatic, and Crota, we reached the ape. Ghost sounded as though he was now drained of light. A new voice echoed through our ghost now. It promised us violence, beauty, and truth. It stated that all of these things waited within the pyramid, and that there was no turning back now. It welcomed us into the heart of darkness itself. After facing more terrible nightmares of Gaul, the Fanatic, and Crota, we reached the apex of the pyramid and saw the first of many veiled statues. The meaning of these statues is still not known to this day, but in great areas and concentrations of darkness, they can almost universally be found. From above this statue, a strange orb floated down as we approached. The artifact lay before us, beckoning us, and we reached out to touch it. And for a moment, there was darkness. And then, we were back in the Black Garden. The sky was filled with dozens of vessels of the Black Fleet, and a dark copy of ourselves approached. It promised us that soon they would arrive, and that it was not our friend or our enemy, but that instead it was our salvation. It is still not entirely clear, but to this day it is believed that this is our first known contact and communication with the entity that we would come to know as the Witness, the perpetrator of the collapse the leader of the Black Fleet, the immortal and eternal enemy of the Traveler. When we extracted from the pyramid, we quickly gave the artifact to Eris for study. It was unlike anything we had seen, and was strangely unlike anything else that we had seen inside the pyramid. It radiated strange signals and pulsed with an unfamiliar, sickly light. Those signals began to pinpoint directions to us. The artifact resonated with a new signal whose origin point would send us back to the first place where we had truly conquered darkness in any form. It would send us back to the Black Garden. Using a Vex gate that we had discovered on the moon, we ventured into that primordial place, where the Vex of the Soul Divisive still fought to bind themselves to a greater divinity, a power beyond their own understandings. Using the same techniques that they had before, these Vex had somewhat successfully bound themselves into this power, and they had achieved a form of apotheosis for themselves. As we followed the signal deeper, we moved towards its source. At first, we had always assumed that this was a great mesa, a great stone structure that lay at the heart of the Black Garden. Upon further inspection, we saw that it was in fact the remnants of a great tree, though there were no branches and no trunk, only a burnt and withered stump. Eris would later discover that this burnt stump was the remains of a tree of silver wings. Who destroyed it and why is a matter of great debate. But at the apex of what was left of this stump, beneath a lake of Radiolarian Vex fluid, we discovered that at the heart of the tree there was another veiled statue, and it was here that the artifact's signal concluded. And when we returned, having chased this signal all the way through the garden, it began to change again. Eris informed us that after this discovery the artifact had communicated further, though these communications were not visions, they were messages of a more complex nature. They were messages that seemed as though they came from a different creator. It is through these messages that we learned of the initial idea of a creation myth, of the Gardener and the Winnower, and how the balance of existence before time was undone by the Gardener's choices. What part of this might be lies, and what part of it might be truth is still unclear. But what does seem clear is that whoever wrote it is not the same as the one who made contact with us in the garden through the artifact initially. One speaks stating we will arrive, and the other states I am majestic. There are many mysteries to these communications from the artifact. Some we may understand should we venture into the heart of the Traveler. The artifact wasn't the only thing that sprung to life. The Vex of the Soul Divisive were emboldened by the recent events, and they had begun to flood the moon from the garden channels. They took the opportunity to resurrect the Undying Mind, which fled into many different timelines across the garden and made copies of itself, so that it would be guaranteed to succeed in its mission, and it could not be allowed to accomplish its purpose and return the heart of the Black Garden to life, lest the whole of the light and creation should be destroyed
Whoa,
for good.
what is this place?
Facing this threat head-on would be Ikora Ray's task. She worked to construct a device that would be able to pull the copies of the Undying Mind
it's in
from
the
every
tower.
timeline, and would allow us to destroy it for good. But with its destruction, Guardians would change the course of history irrevocably, and would hasten the march of all things to come. With the destruction of the Undying Mind, looming shadows would encroach upon us once more. They would arrive sooner than we could have realized. But in opposition to these forces, old legends would also rise, and even time itself
Thank you
would
for the
not
follow,
stop
much
them
appreciated.
from returning to us in our greatest hour of need. It was clear in this time that we were marshalling for war. Two sides of an eternal conflict were starting to square up, and we needed reinforcements. The first of which would come from a place that spoke of paradoxes and the corridors of time itself.
The seasons.
After the destruction of the final copy of the Undying Mind, Osiris noticed a distinct change in the Infinite Forest. All future Vex simulations began pointing to a single, distinct future possibility. Osiris would explore this new world that repeated through every simulation, and saw that it led to the destruction of the last city and to a monolithic structure looming over it in victory. He communicated this to Ikora, and was aware that a terrible threat would soon be upon them. But prior to this, Osiris had also been busy on Mercury trying to investigate other things. He had constructed a device called the Sundial, and it was a remarkable machine. It allowed him to tap into the corridors of time, the passageways used by the Vex to time travel, but they could be used by us to do the same. With the correct temporal coordinates, Osiris knew what he wanted to do. He wished to influence things to change one specific moment in the timeline, to make sure that his greatest error would not haunt him any longer. He would try to bring back his long-lost love, Saint 14. Saint 14's death was his greatest regret, and as he first ventured into the seemingly endless corridors of time, he sent out his echoes in their multitudes, scouting as far as he could. But no matter how far he went, he could not find Saint, not in the right moment where he could intercede and save him. After a long time of trying, he left his sundial deactivated on Mercury and returned to his other business. But it was here that another force sought to make use of it. After their defeat, the Red Legion was still looking for technology and advantage in this system, and in particular their leadership at the time had fallen to a small group of Scion Flayers. They discovered the sundial and saw that it sung with the potential to change the course of history. And so they decided to make use of it for themselves, dividing their efforts into the past, present, and future, with one of each of their senior trio pushing to control fate in each, and change the course of history so that the Red Legion had never lost the Red War. And so it was that three of the senior Flayers, Nirul, Tazarok, and Ozlekt, all ventured forth, leaving their youngest sister, Umtek, behind, as she was not ready to take on such a burden. Realizing his error, Osiris quickly recalled the Guardians and asked us to use the sundial to venture into these different contained timelines so that we would be able to destroy the Flayers within each one. This would stop them from enacting their plan and rewriting the course of history for their own benefit. We would face countless copies of these three Scion Flayers, and in each timeline we would bring them to heel, destroying them for good. But the sundial was not originally made with the purpose of chasing the Scions. Osiris had originally made it to recover Saint 14, and when we brought the perfect paradox, Saint's shotgun, into proximity with the sundial, the two reacted. Perfect Paradox managed to transmit a pair of temporal coordinates to us. Osiris would previously have blundered blindly into the corridors of time, but now, following these coordinates, we were able to follow the corridors for ourselves, and in doing so, we would find Saint. Following the first set of coordinates, we ventured into the corridors and found ourselves standing up on the shores of the verdant paradise that Mercury had once been. We immediately heard a transmission from Saint 14, who had been sent in this time with his colonial expedition by the Speaker to reclaim Mercury, the garden world for humanity. He had unwittingly run into the fallen House of Rain. They were tearing his people apart, the people that Saint had sworn to protect. He was all that was left. We rushed to his side, intervening and pushing back the fallen forces, but Saint was broken in spirit, proclaiming that things seemed hopeless. After the battle, in a moment that had been foretold, we took the weapon that we had recovered from Saint 14's corpse, the perfect paradox. This shotgun that we had remade in the infinite forge of the Coloris lighthouse spire. We gifted it to Saint, and his spirits were immediately lifted by the power of the weapon. He was even more encouraged by what our ghost decided to show him next. A holographic display of the city as it was in our time. Not some meager camp beneath the Traveler, with barely a few high barricades as walls, but a true thriving place of life and safety. When we were pulled out, we prepared quickly to head to the second set of coordinates. But first, we saw the changes in our timeline already starting to bear fruit. We picked up an old distress signal from Saint 14's ghost, Geppetto. When we went to recover it, it was surrounded by dead Vex and showed us an audio playback of the moment of Saint 14's death. Time had already begun to change, and so, determined to prevent this tragedy from happening, we followed the second set of coordinates. We landed near where the tomb of Saint 14 had been, where we found it in the Infinite Forest. But the Titan was still alive. There was still hope. Here, we got our chance to stop the construct that would have drained Saint 14's light, and it would have left him dead for good. We faced off against Agioctis, even as it tried to capture Saint. Agioctis was only programmed to drain the light of Saint 14 specifically, so when we fought the Martyr Mind, it was on an even footing. It tried to contain us desperately as a last gambit, but before it could destroy us, Saint broke free of his bonds and shattered the Martyr Mind. He had survived. He had lived. And now, all of the forces of the Infinite Forest would feel his wrath. They had channeled all of their energy, all of their production into making one singular mind to counter him. They would not be able to recreate one. Saint thanked us for our assistance and stated that he would stay in the Infinite Forest, meeting us the long way round. He would continue to fight the Vex in real time as we sped back to the present day, and in front of one of the time-locked Vex gates that presented itself on Mercury by the lighthouse sundial, Saint 14 strode forth once again, delivering yet more Vex to their graves even as he finally emerged from the Infinite Forest. We had done it. Thanks to the perfect paradox and the sundial, we had changed the course of history. We had returned a legend. We had saved Saint 14. His return to the tower was a moment of awe and wonder, and after much fanfare and celebration, Saint and Osiris were able to take a moment for their long overdue reunion. The return of the legendary Titan would do nothing to stop the Scions in their determination, though. With their control slipping, Tazarok, Nerul, and Ozletk began a process of merging to create a far more powerful force that might oppose the Guardians and salvage their plan. The merging would mean they would cease to exist, subsumed into this greater construct. Amtek was told that if their plan failed, she was to deliver their vengeance, and thus the other three Flayers ceased to be, and their combined form of Inotam was created. But even their last desperate bid to stop us was not enough. The Flayers fell, and their control of the sundial was completely lost. Osiris would move to quickly make plans to properly decommission the sundial, but not before we ventured once more into the corridors of time for ourselves. Initially, our first investigations and explorations were blind endeavors, but following the codes that had been discerned by some of the obelisks Osiris set up around the system, we were able to make our way through the corridors to a deeper set of chambers, and in there, we found something remarkable, a time-lost vault. At its heart, there was a grave, but we couldn't actually reach its center yet. To do so, we would need to take a longer and far more complicated pathway through the corridors that took a significant amount of time to map. When we did finally complete the pathway, we stood before the grave of a guardian, and as the words of Saint 14 echoed out around us, we learned that this was not just any grave, it was our own. We had just glimpsed our own death, with all the uncertainty that a moment like that could bring. We had saved Saint 14 by venturing into the corridors of time. Was it possible that we had doomed ourselves by saving Saint? To this day, we still don't know. As Saint read out our many titles and accomplishments, we still did not know what had ended our lives. Perhaps we will find out when we venture into the pale heart of the Traveler, perhaps not. But there would be many who would try between now and then. The first would be Amtek. and she would try to take her vengeance on the Guardians in what might be described as the greatest assault on the city that never happened. Amtek's vengeance would come from the sky, and it would require another god's intervention to stop it.
Season of the Wervie.
It would not take long after their defeat at the Sundial for the Scions to show just how dangerous they could truly be. Amtek might never have shown her face, but she would know ours, and she knew that in order to defeat the Guardians, she would need to destroy the city and the Traveler. It was no good to just kill an individual when they could be resurrected. She would need to find a way of severing their powers. The cage was gone, Gaul was defeated, and the Red Legion forces were mostly still scattered. But there was one asset that still lay in the system. It was her best bet for now, the Almighty. Her Scion crews, along with their Cabal allies, decoupled the Great Space Station from the direct orbit of the Sun, and soon it was on the move again. Seeing this as a direct threat, Zavala and Anna Bray both boarded the space station, and whilst they couldn't stop its engines, they could determine its course. It was here that they saw Amtek's simple and yet terrifying plan. It would be too late to stop the vessel now. Amtek's crews had plotted the vessel's trajectory. They planned to collide the Almighty with the Lost City and the Traveler. This was not merely the collision of a large space station with Earth. It would have been like a meteorite of significant enough size to cause an extinction-level event across the planet. Amtek would have her vengeance on humanity and upon the Guardians in a single decisive strike. This would perhaps be the most Cabal plan a Scion has ever come up with. But luckily for us, where the brilliant minds of the Scions would use brutality and would rain death from above, we would answer with a god of our own. Anna Bray, as always, had a plan. She went to Rasputin, who was the one being within Sol capable of deploying the necessary orbital ordnance to stop the Almighty before it hit Earth at significant impact velocity to create an extinction-level event, and more importantly, to stop it from hitting the Lost City and the Traveler. And so, there was a flurry of Warmind activity around the system. He deployed to his bunkers on the Moon, Io, and Earth, with the intent of rearming the Warmind and preparing him for this great task. Over the coming months, we would see the Warmind change significantly. It showed us not only that it was willing to learn from the errors of its past and from its own flaws, but that it had come to regret many things that it had done, from the murder of the Iron Lords to the abandoning of humanity in the Golden Age. There was something in particular that had caused a serious degree of change: Felwinter. Felwinter, as it turned out, had always been the key, because Felwinter was, of course, not merely just an Iron Lord, a Guardian, and an Exo. Felwinter had been a part of Rasputin, a spy in the Golden Age, an exo-frame designated as a Siddhartha Golem, something which the Warmind would use to walk amongst the people and better understand them. When Felwinter had been resurrected by the Traveler, Rasputin saw it almost like a part of him being stolen, and was struck with great jealousy. But long after he had struck his own son down with Siva, Rasputin had suddenly realized the grief that he was feeling, the regret of his actions. On the Moon, he made a makeshift tomb for his own son, and even held a copy of his weapon interred there. From here, we would claim the infamous weapon known as Felwinter's Lie, and we would see, at very least, that the Warmind was beginning to grow. There was an echo of something more, something that Anna had helped nurture back in the Golden Age. To this same end of showing his regret, Rasputin would make an effort to approach Commander Zavala and make inroads with him. In order to gain his trust, Rasputin showed him a map of the oncoming threat and all the information that he had accumulated from his new Warsat network. From this we realized that the Almighty wasn't the only threat in space. The Black Fleet had been gathering on the edges of our system in silence. They were already here, and Rasputin had mapped out their movements. They would be in the inner reaches of the system within months. When Zavala asked Rasputin why he was sharing this information, the answer was given in an audio recording. It was someone on Titan who had died at the beginning of the collapse, someone that Rasputin had abandoned in a moment of need. Rasputin had lived to regret more than just the death of his son. He would not stand idly by and watch it happen again. This time he would be the defender that Sol needed, and he swore to stand side by side with the Guardians as an ally and an equal, and to give his life if necessary. And soon Rasputin would have his moment to prove this to us. We had helped to launch the new warsats, and soon Rasputin would position them around the Almighty. It brought down the great space station before it could hit the last city, and as its ruins fell towards the nearby mountains, even though there was a titanic explosion, the last city still stood. The Tyrant was now humanity's great defender once more. With allies like Rasputin, it seemed as though we were now at the height of our power once again. Humanity was back. Its great defender was back. But even now we knew that the Black Fleet was approaching. The great powers of the system were preparing for the approaching doom. They were not ready for it. When it arrived, it would return our worlds to a kind of darkness that they had not known since the collapse. But the preparation that the great powers of the system made for this darkness did not begin with Rasputin alone. It would also begin with Osiris.
Oh, hi, Osiris. And now with Season of Arrivals. Ooh, that's kind of cool.
Before the Black Fleet's arrival, Rasputin was approached by the old warlock Osiris. Felwinter had been Osiris's mentor, and so it was natural for the warlock to approach with skepticism. He asked Rasputin which side of this great conflict it was on. He did not trust the old warmind, especially after he had killed his old mentor. But Rasputin would oblige Osiris by giving him the coordinates to some kind of deep space anomaly. From this anomaly, Osiris took a seed of silver wings. We do not know if this place was one of the pyramid ships of the Black Fleet. We do not know if it was something older, deeper, darker. But at Marasov's direction, Osiris would plant this seed in the cradle on Io, the last place the traveler had touched down. The seed grew into something magnificent, a second tree of silver wings. And as if drawn to its luminous boughs, the shadows soon followed. The Black Fleet was here. The return of the pyramid ships to the system brought with it a dread unlike any that had been felt before, save for in the collapse. Within the opening moments of their arrival, Rasputin did as he had sworn he would, and responded with the full measure of his new power. At first, it looked as though he was successful, but that notion was swiftly cast aside, as the Warmind, in but a single moment, was all but destroyed. Our greatest protector had given his fullest measure at the first opportunity, but it was not enough to stop even a single vessel of the Black Fleet, and for showing his teeth, Rasputin had been quickly defanged. We would be drawn to the Black Fleet on Io. One of their vessels had parked above the cradle where the traveler had once sat. We were sent there to investigate it, but were swiftly abducted once more by the pyramid. It was in this moment that we could have been pulled into darkness and never seen again. But something remarkably unexpected happened. A hive portal opened up in front of us and transported us briefly to the Ascendant Plane before spitting us back out in the lower reaches of the approach to the cradle. Someone had just prevented us from speaking with the Black Fleet, and we would later discover that it was Savathun. As time went on, it would be made clear that each week she was trying to prevent us properly from reaching the tree of silver wings that Osiris had planted, where the Black Fleet was reaching out to us to try and communicate to our guardians. Eris Morn had gone ahead of us, and thanks to her additional knowledge that had been gained from interpreting the later messages of the artifact on the moon, she had gained significant insights. Those insights would repeat each week, allowing us continually to gain more and more knowledge from our invaders. But each week, as we attempted to approach and learn more of the Black Fleet, Savathun would try and stop us. Her whims were being carried out by another defeated supplicant from our past, Nokris, who had unbound himself from Zol's service and newly dedicated himself to Savathun instead. As a part of his supplication, he had gifted Savathun with the knowledge of hive necromancy, something that should have been heresy for Savathun to reflect upon, and yet perhaps it showed a greater intent as to what she was hoping to accomplish, and it showed the direction in which she was veering. And so a cycle of battles began, every week at the Vanguard's behest and with a great degree of caution. With Eris Morn at our side, we would secure the site of the Tree of Silver Wings, and we would learn what we could of our foes from our foes. It seemed over time as though they were trying to tempt us, to invite us to use darkness, to join their side. There were others who were also unsatisfied with this perspective that we were receiving from the Black Fleet. Chief amongst them was the Drifter. He had used the light and dark before, and knew that our perspective was limited, and so he made a request of the Nine, and asked for them to explain the nature of light and dark. Alongside us and Eris Morn, we would experience a vision of sorts. We were transported deep into the Drifter's Hall, where we experienced what would be referred to by the Nine as a prophecy. In this place that the Nine had crafted, we would learn, from actions and from experience, that the Black Fleet was here to take and invade our worlds, and that soon they would be lost to us. In particular, Mercury, Io, Titan, and Mars. More importantly, though, it gave us a piece of knowledge that would only be further reinforced as the years went on. It showed us that the light and dark were not strictly forces bound to the perspectives of good and evil as we had believed. They were elemental forces of the universe, as fundamental as time and gravity, with no more moral agenda than a subatomic particle. This revelation was utterly fundamental for us to understand what would come next. It gave us our first hint that the Black Fleet was not actually the truest form of darkness, but a usurper who had used it as a tool, someone or something capable of manifesting it with great potency, but not its true source, not its true master. It also quietly pointed to the quite opposite possibility, that the light could be wielded by one who was deemed evil by us, an idea that would matter well before the end. As we continued to communicate with the Black Fleet, we would start to see the Tree of Silver Wings change. Every atom within its structure was being fought for by the paracausal energies of light that remained on Io and the emerging darkness of the pyramid vessel above. Every single element within its structure was changing, and the darkness was winning. This would be but a single sign of many. Our worlds were potentially doomed. After many tests, it was determined that the pyramid vessels were impregnable. Nothing would get past their shielding technology. Nothing could break through. Ashamir even discovered that when struck, the vessels teleported all hostile munitions into a different dimension. They did not even detonate. They did not even strike their targets true. The worlds under threat were given an order by Commander Zavala. They were to prepare for a general evacuation and a retreat to the last city. Many would follow this order, but some decided to stay. On Mercury, the Assyrian cultist Brother Vance would step forth into the Infinite Forest and would attempt to understand more of the beautiful dark song that the Caloris spires had made. His fate is unknown, but it is speculated to have been grim. On Titan, the Vanguard's deputy commander, Sloane, had discovered a Golden Age power suit that allowed her an unparalleled degree of strength. She stayed behind to hold off the forces that claimed Titan for their own, knowing that she would fight alone and she might never win. and that she would face these trials in the deepest darkness imaginable. On Io, the warlock Ashamir decided to stay to attempt to prevent the secrets of the Vex network from falling into the possession of the Black Fleet. As we left for the last time, he would enter the Pyramidion, where he had lost his arm to the Vex mind Brachion years ago, and would immerse himself into the Vex network, becoming a whisper within its code, where he could discover the secrets that the Vex held, secrets that would be crucial for us to uncover in the coming years, secrets that would lead him to the Veil. But on Mars, the hunter Anna Bray did decide to retreat, but not before salvaging everything she could of the Warmind. Thanks to her ghost Jinju and some quick thinking, she was able to save a massive amount of Rasputin's core code and store it within a pillory engram. She would return to the Lost City with this engram and the remains of a project that would occupy her next few years, a prototype exobody that would work as a core framework to try and rebuild the Warmind. In the end, Mars, Io, Titan, and Mercury would all be abducted by the Witness and its Black Fleet, taken by the same power that had allowed Oryx to create his Taken. For a time, these worlds would be lost to us. But before they were taken completely, we were able to commune with the Black Fleet one last time as the corruption completely consumed the Tree of Silver Wings. But now, as we were intercepted one more time in this last, most pressing of moments, we were drawn into what we believed was the court of Savathun, and took the fight directly to Nokris himself. His true death rang out across the Ascendant Plane, and in its aftermath, he was not there to prevent the pyramids from abducting us deeper into their innermost chambers, and our ghost was possessed again. Its voice changed to what we had heard when we had first ventured into the pyramid on Luna, the same voice that had spoken to us in the vision of the Black Garden. Barely a year, and it was back. It told us that ancient power awaited us on Europa, and that it would be ours for the taking. We also saw a strange scene before us. A pyramid vessel within a pyramid vessel, an effigy of it floating before us, surrounded by adoring worshippers from many different species. With this final message from the Black Fleet in our minds, and the worlds that we had once called our territory abducted, we gathered in the Lost City and bore witness to an event as terrifying as it was majestic. With the Black Fleet's return, the Traveler was responding, reacting to the encroaching darkness. As its old enemy had returned, it began to reform itself. The broken pieces of its shell that had orbited it since the end of the Red War began to slot back into place. A wave of great light across the system signaled the Traveler's response to the Black Fleet. It would defend itself. The question remained: what would its guardians do when tempted with an entirely different kind of power? A power that awaited us in the icy heart of Europa.
Interesting. Between light and dark.
We had heard the call of the Black Fleet. It beckoned us to the icy moon of Europa. It promised us salvation. It promised us power. As was our nature and our duty, we had to investigate what was going on. But we weren't the first to arrive on this icy moon. Prior to our touchdown, Eris Morn and the Drifter would both set foot on the moon's surface and would meet with a figure of infamy. At long last, it was time for the Exo-Stranger to step out of the shadows and introduce herself properly. As we had learned some time ago, it was indeed Elsie Bray, the sister of Anna Bray and granddaughter to Clovis Bray I, who had been the Exo-Stranger. She had come in this moment of great need to instruct Eris and the Drifter on how to use the powers of darkness. Both Eris and the Drifter had embraced a new power, stasis, an element of control and will that manifested as cosmic ice, sapping the energy from things and forcing them into a state of submission. Elsie also knew this power, and would teach them both to use it without fear of falling to its corruption. This was a departure from Elsie's previous actions in previous timelines. In many of the timelines that had come before, she was a prisoner of sorts. She would always see repeated timelines of evolving fates. She would always be able to intervene, but in every timeline prior, she had lost. The forces of the Witness had been triumphant. The forces of good had failed. Commonly, this would occur when someone obtained stasis and didn't have a guiding hand to help them control this darkness. Elsie made a change to her plans this time, and in this cycle, instead of trying to lock stasis away, a plan that inevitably failed, she decided that she would teach us to use it. In those previous dark timelines, Eris Morn had betrayed the Tower and become a terrible dark god of the Hive, with little care for her human comrades. Now, with those powers under her control, we stood a fighting chance. Neither her nor the Drifter would fall to corruption. They would be staunch allies. But as the Nine predicted long ago, all fates were converging on us, and we would need to tread this same path without wavering if there was to be a chance for humanity and all of existence to survive. When we arrived on Europa, we saw that the pyramids were already there, and quickly picked up a distress signal from Variks the Loyal. He had not been seen since he instigated the riot at the Prison of Elders, but now he offered help to us, and was asking for help in return. We were not the first to reach the old scribe, though. His new taskmaster that he had once again chosen to betray was hot on his trail, and quickly she found him as he tried to send his pleas out to the rest of the system. His new leader would be Eramis, the Kell of a new rising fallen house. Within herself she had discovered a new resolve born of hatred. This came after her failure to recover Siva. Instead of looking to the old ways, she had discovered a means to use an entirely new power. She had ventured to Europa and immersed herself in the dark power of the Black Fleet. Now she too wielded stasis, a power that was quickly corrupting her, as Variks could see. With her reformed band of Fallen behind her, she created a new house known as the House of Salvation, and told them of how they, with their new power, would no longer be bound to the fate of the Great Machine. They would be freed in darkness, and stasis would be how they fought back. She commanded her forces to kill Variks, but we arrived just after she left. With just enough time to save the scribe, he told us to spare him despite his actions leading to the death of Cade. Together we had to focus on Eramis, and we had to stop her before she could use her dark powers to create any further evil. So we ventured straight to her stronghold, a new Alexni city built on top of humanity's Golden Age ruins, Reese Reborn. There we saw Eramis's command of stasis and realized that it was too strong to confront. We were forced into a hasty retreat. Returning to Variks, we would yet again start to hear the voice of the Witness through our ghost. Yet again it attempted to draw us in, and it beckoned us to a lonely ice shelf far off in the wastes of Europa. In those wastes, a ziggurat from the pyramid ships set down, awaiting our arrival. Before we could reach it, Elsie Bray, Eris Morn, and the Drifter intercepted us. And after 7 long years of absence, at last, Elsie had time to explain. She told us of the terrible truth, that we would need to learn how to use stasis in order to conquer our foes. And with her guidance, we took our first steps. At first, we would need to use the splinters from the Black Fleet's vessels to control our stasis powers. Eramis had hunted down Variks initially because he had stolen one of them. Acquiring more splinters over time gave us more control and a greater connection to our stasis powers. We would acquire these splinters from some of Eramis's greater commanders, such as Praxis the Technocrat and Phylax the Warrior. In the process, we also weakened Eramis's Dark Council and removed powerful advisors from her side. She became more and more reckless, and thus her vulnerabilities could be exploited. Commander Zavala would eventually take note and arrived on Europa to give us some necessary intelligence and something of a dressing down. We would need to be controlled now that we had this strange dark power, and more importantly, a threat assessment needed to be made. Zavala made it clear that he did not approve of our use of stasis, but he still gave us the intelligence we needed to continue our fight. Namely, that Eramis had sent raiding parties to the Cosmodrome, including one of her sub-commanders known as Bakris. We went to the Cosmodrome and prevented the House of Devils, Eramis's old house, from reinforcing the House of Salvation with dozens of spider tanks. Eramis would grow more desperate still, heading to the Vex portal on Europa to unleash the Vex there. These forces would slow us down, or perhaps kill us if Eramis was lucky. Varix pleaded with her not to do this, though. It would be harmful to her own people, but she would not be swayed. She claimed that all her actions were made in service to Reese and to her people. The portal that opened at the end of the Glassway led to a Vex forge star known as Volantis 2082, and soon the Vex would begin to pour forth from it. The Radiolarian fluid poured through the portal as well, and it flowed once more to the place where it had been sent long ago, the Deep Stone Crypt, where the Exos were born, and where another of Eramis's commanders, Atrax, awaited it, with her own dark purposes in mind. With the Vex pouring forth, they began to swarm Reese Reborn, and it provided us with an opportunity to strike out at Eramis for good. We ascended to the summit of the fallen city and faced the Kell of Darkness. Her power of stasis was great, but we had learned to control our own instead of allowing it to control us. Our power came not from the splinters, but from within, and Eramis could stand against us for only so long. She was frozen in place by the very power that she claimed would be her liberation. The Witness does not abide failure, and whilst it had failed to corrupt us, Eramis had failed in turn to kill us, so she would bear the brunt. She would be imprisoned for her failure here until the Witness saw a use for her again. Her power was momentarily ended, but a few of her commanders still remained. The House of Salvation would not be so easily killed even after the death of its Kell, and so we had to hunt them down as well. First, there was Cridis, the Dark Priestess, who made herself quite visible and was easy to hunt. But the remaining commanders under Eramis's banner had fled to an even deeper installation within Europa. They had fled to the Deep Stone Crypt. Elsie made it clear that we needed to pursue them with all haste. Europa's greatest secrets could not fall into the hands of the House of Salvation. The crypt was defended by an unconventional AI of sorts, as well as many of the House Salvation troops that had accompanied Eramis's remaining commanders. The AI warned us against interfering with the crypt, and let us know that the response, should we ignore it, would be calamitous. But we had to stop the House of Salvation, and in the deepest parts of the crypt, we saw the last two leaders, one of whom was very familiar. There was Atrax, who had used the power of the Deep Stone Crypt to become one of the first Exo Elixni. Dozens of copies of her spread out throughout the facility, ready to do battle with us. And then there was Tanax the Scarred, the legendary fallen mercenary who had no house and would kneel before no banner, until Eramis gave him a cause worthy of his prowess. As we discovered Tanax, we also discovered the veiled statue that had been used by Clovis Bray to alter the collected Radiolarian fluid from the Glassway. It turned out that this altered fluid was a critical component to creating the Exos. The great secret of their creation was revealed. There was darkness within all of them.
No
Every
way.
single one. Taniks flared into orbit where Clovis Bray's space station, the Morning Star, was waiting, locked geosynchronously to the Deepstone crypt below. We would need to transit between the crypt and the station in order to reach Taniks, but not before defeating nearly a dozen copies of Atrax 1. Whether we truly ended her life or not is still up for debate, but regardless, we all ended up at the top of the Morning Star station, ready to pursue the last commander of the House of Salvation. As we went deeper into the Morning Star station, the AI once again contacted us and made it clear that we were out of warnings and that the nuclear descent protocol would be initiated in response. It praised the name and the genius of Clovis Bray and what we had discovered there, stating that it would be destroyed and that it was somehow the font of eternal life. As we discovered Taniks, the station's orbit was
And I can't believe I'm
destabilized,
hearing this music
and its
again.
nuclear cores were activated. It began to plummet towards Europa. If it made contact and the nukes weren't disarmed, the entire moon would be destroyed, along with everyone on its surface. Taniks and the House of Salvation troops that were on board were still trying to stop us as we all plummeted from space. But we did manage, despite their meddling, to disarm the nuclear warheads aboard the Morning Star. And before we were destroyed by the impact, we found a modicum of safety inside a sealed room. Taniks was not so lucky. He just managed to miss the door. But he was far more resilient than we had initially realized. As we climbed out of the wreckage of the station, we were back in front of the crypt. The entirety of Europa's surface would be covered in the wreckage of the Morning Star. The whole station had come crashing down, and the crypt was breached. And there, in front of the crypt, we discovered the true extent of Taniks's resilience for ourselves. He emerged as a terrifying construct of metal and malice. This was perhaps his last gambit, his last form. The remaining nuclear warheads from the Morning Star had been incorporated into his chassis, and we needed to continually disarm them as we pushed to destroy this monster. Like Cade did so long ago, we put an end to Taniks, but this time, he wouldn't be coming back. As Taniks fell and the crypt was unlocked, the deepest secrets of Europa were revealed to us. As it turned out, the crypt AI that we had been interacting with was no AI at all. It was the reactivated remnants of Clovis Bray I. His story on Europa is a strange one. As it turns out, 2 copies of his mind were made. One had ended up on Europa and had stayed here in this giant mechanical head. It was about as close to the original Clovis as it had always been. But the other copy had become an exo whose first designation was Clovis I. That version of Clovis Bray, long ago in the Golden Age, had been one of the leaders who helped to rally the Exos to fight off the invading Vex. The Vex that had originally come from the Forge Star Volantis 2082, the Exos shut down the Vex Gate, and Clovis sacrificed himself with many Exo resets in order to accomplish this. With that in mind, he decided to change his name, going instead from Clovis 43 on his last reset to a new name. He became his 44th Exo iteration. He would be named after the wail of his sword, the nickname that had been given to him as he cut down countless Vex. He would become Banshee 44. As it turned out, he had been alongside us in the tower this whole time as our faithful but very forgetful gunsmith. Exos are not meant to be reset that many times, and so it isn't surprising that Banshee didn't remember. The Clovis AI would begrudgingly help us to learn the last of Stasis's secrets, and we would ultimately gain mastery over the element for ourselves, without the risk of corruption. With that, we had learned a fundamental truth. Darkness was not evil just in the same way that light was not inherently good. Appearances weren't what they seemed, and those of previously unscrupulous or evil intentions could turn from that darkness to see the side of good. And we would learn that lesson many times, not least of which when we returned to the Tangled Shore.
Season of the Lost. An all too familiar
As
face.
the conflict on Europa continued to unfold, another front had opened up in the new war for the system, this time in the Reef.
Oh.
The Hive God of War had suddenly made her presence known. Savathun and Oryx had wandered in this system before, but now it was time for Zivor Arath to make her presence known. Osiris would investigate this new presence in the system as he discovered numerous hive structures, biological in nature, known as cryptoliths. They were of Zivu's design and from her horde, and could be used to extend her control of minions under her command far and wide. But these were not simply hive. Many Cabal and Fallen would also fall under the sway of Zivor Arath, with these cryptoliths being like hubs of control. Those that fell to Zivu's wandering strength would be risen as what was known as the Wrathborn, and they would be a plague upon our system in much the same way as many of the other hive minions had been. As Osiris continued his search and sought to understand more, he was caught by the wandering eye of Zivor Arath's High Celebrant. Osiris was cornered, and in a moment where Zivor Arath unleashed her power upon him, he was struck down. In this moment of terror, Osiris survived, but his ghost, Sagira, was destroyed. Osiris lost his connection to the light that day. We swiftly pursued Osiris, who had chased the High Celebrant into the Hellmouth, attempting to secure vengeance for Sagira. However, without his light, he was not only mortal, but far weaker. He did not have the command of any force that he had had before, and his aims of avenging his ghost by taking on something far greater than a typical Hive Overlord was a foolish ploy at best. His life was nearly ended by a typical Hive Knight. We found him just before the night struck. But so did a familiar face, who stepped out of the shadows at the edge of our vision with an awoken blade, gutting the Hive Knight before it could end Osiris. It was Uldren. Or rather, it was Uldren's risen form, the Lightbearer known as Crow. Crow and Osiris returned with us and headed to the Tangled Shore. As it turned out, in the 2 years since he had been risen in the light, Crow had found himself in the employ of the Spider, who had found him after the resurrection and press-ganged him into service. The Spider had secured Crow's cooperation by placing an explosive charge beneath Glint's outer shell, ensuring that if Crow ever stepped too far out of line, a simple flip of a switch could end Crow's power, his ghost, and his mortality. Given the number of times that stray guardians had discovered Crow and seen the face of Uldren Sov, killing him for the pleasure of it, this was an imminent threat, one that Crow had to take seriously. He had seen a system that shot back at him at every opportunity, that gave him no reason to trust others, and that told him that everyone was a danger no matter what. But these were not the concerns of the Spider. Crow was simply another tool to him, and the Spider had bigger opportunities and problems. He stated that we could have any treasure within his vast collection, his vast hoard, if we helped him hunt down Zivor Arath's High Celebrant and rid the shore of her influence. The presence of the Wrathborn was bad for business. We would oblige, and over the coming months, we would do just this, hunting down the High Celebrant's minions and the Wrathborn forces wherever we found them. In this time, Crow would slowly prove to not only be a valuable ally, but also a completely different person from the man who had coldly claimed the life of
Servers will
Cade
roughly be
Six.
back.
He had a sincere drive to do good, a moral compass that often bent strongly towards the arc of justice, and an unbiased love for the people of every species of this system, be they human, awoken, or Elixni. Much like the oldest versions of Uldren Sov that Mara might have remembered from the distributory, Crow would see the good in everyone. He delighted in telling stories to children. He delighted in the simple good of friendship.
Yeah,
we began to see
man.
for ourselves that there was indeed good in him, that this was not the same
There's some
villain
stuff I
who had
want to get
killed
done when I
Cade,
finish this
and that
movie.
this was not the
I
same
cannot
cold
wait.
prince that we
I
had
got a
met upon our
Crota
first
Zen poster I
moments
want to hang
entering
up
the
and
reef. This was
try to-
a different
try to
man.
get my new panels set up by
Uldren and
tonight,
Crow
hopefully.
were not the
Or at least
same.
early in the morning.
Working together
Either way.
alongside Crow, we managed to save him at least once during our hunt for the High Celebrant. The Great Hive commander had fled into the Ascendant Realm near the Dreaming City and was taken out thanks to our combined efforts. Crow would be thankful for our interference and ultimately realized that working together, we could not only be friends but also a powerful
Do
team.
not say
We
anything.
were the first Guardians that he had truly worked alongside in any professional manner for any extended period of time. There was a kinship there.
Anybody
and he
posts
had proven
spoilers,
himself
they're
to be
getting
an
banned.
ally worthy
Or
of our
timed
time.
out.
We returned successful to the Spider,
Thank you.
and when the time came to claim our prize, we named the Crow, buying his freedom from the Spider's shackles. It enraged the Spider, but a deal was a deal, and so he acquiesced. When Crow asked why, we told him our simple answer. He was a Guardian. This was something Crow would learn to reaffirm as he began to receive visions from the Traveler. They manifested first as paracausal feathers
Dang, man,
that we
that's a
followed
rip.
across the system. Feathers that spoke about visions from Crow's perspectives. Through these feathers, we relived some of Crow's dreams, and he would confirm to us again that he had indeed been dreaming. Sometimes he was seeing a hawk, sometimes he was a hawk, and the visions always led us to a shard of the Traveler in the EDZ. We went to investigate this place.
I wish this
And
mission
there
was
we
back.
literally found a paracausal hawk of pure light. Following this hawk, just like Crow had done in the dreams, would indeed lead us to a shard of the Traveler. And there, something was waiting for us. A broken effigy of a weapon
Oh,
from
hi,
our
Hawk
past.
Moon.
Hawk Moon. It was nothing but a shell, but with the aid of the light it could be remade. This weapon was made of the same material as the Traveler's outer shell, a paracausal flesh that grew and glowed with potential. As Crow unraveled more of his dreams and visions, the weapon was slowly forming into the paracausal tool that he would one day call his own. Cleansing the corruption of the Taken would allow us to finally claim the weapon as our own. After many repeated pilgrimages to the Shard to improve upon Hawkmoon's design, Crow too would acknowledge the truth that we could already see. At first, he had rejected the idea of being another puppet for a greater being in a grand game, but eventually, he saw the truth. He was a Guardian, an instrument of the Traveler's will. He knew his place. He knew his purpose. In celebration of this fact, there would be much merriment and drinking, but Osiris would gift Crow with something remarkable. A new set of robes, a new cloak, and a mask. Using the mask and this new garb, Crow would be able to take steps into the Lost City without the fear of other Guardians attacking him for knowing who he was. And as the threat of Xivu Arath faded away, Crow had that chance to prove himself as a new and true Guardian. It would become even clearer than ever, in time, heralded by the sound of stomping feet and heavy metal. Once more,
Yeah.
the Cabal were on the march. But this time, they were not the Cabal that we had known. The Scout Legions, the Red Legion, they were all broken. Their leaders scattered. This time,
Can't
we
wait
would
to get
face
my
not a
old
legion,
headphones back because I
but a
miss my
people.
old
not an
headphones that
Imperium,
broke.
but an Ascendancy.
Which I bought them.
commanded
I'll
not
get them
by a
on Wednesday.
Dominus,
Maybe I might get them tomorrow,
but by
but
an
we'll
Empress.
see. Hello, Nessus. What are we doing here? This time? Oh, yeah. Right. Season of the Chosen.
The defeat of Xivu's forces was impressive not only to Spider, but also to a watching pair of eyes from far beyond Sol's borders. Empress Keitel, daughter of Callus and Gaul's co-conspirator in the Midnight Coup. She reached out to the Vanguard with an offer. She would join her forces with ours and fight by our side against the darkness and the Hive. In return,
like,
all we had to do
I think
was swear allegiance to her and submit one.
We'll
from
see what
amongst
happens
our
with the
own
whole
ranks
Sony
to
thing
sit
with
on her
that.
war
We're gonna
council
see the consequences of that, I guess, after post-final
subservience
shape,
and
I
safety
suppose, in the
at the
coming
price of
year.
freedom. This was not
That
a
is
choice
unfortunate
that,
that
was
this
willing
happened.
To make. He rejected the Empress's
Yeah.
offer. But true to her word and to her honor, she would not make war on us for a simple refusal of an alliance on her own terms. Zavala and Osiris were permitted time to leave unharmed. But from this first meeting, we risked a cold war with what remained of the Cabal Empire. Keitel had arrived in a whirlwind fashion from Torobatl, and was calling for all of the legions in Sol to join to her cause with great haste. She offered them glory in the ways of old of the Cabal, and a place of honor if they could rise to become one of her chosen warriors. Behind this urgent marshalling of forces, there was a bitter tragedy at play. Keitel had seen the Cabal homeworld of Torobatl fall to Xivu Arath's forces. She didn't just want supremacy in Sol like Gaul did. She needed an alliance with Xivu Arath's enemies, and she needed the remaining forces of the Scout Legions and Red Legions. She didn't want the light itself. She wanted the aid of the light to save her people. But she had just asked us to bow to her when our home had been invaded by her very own soldiers. They had brought humanity low and had nearly destroyed us. We could not simply oblige her, and could not provide her with the alliance that she sought on her own terms. The war that brewed between the Vanguard and the forces of Keitel's ascendancy never boiled over into proper conflict. Instead, we would play a delicate diplomatic and pseudo-military game of sorts. Keitel was inviting great champions from across the system, and with enough support, she would easily rally all of the Cabal forces. They would then easily be able to force the Vanguard into submission through a more deadly proposition than the original alliance. And thus, Osiris opted for a different strategy. We would personally enter into the trials that Keitel was putting forward for her forces, and as we entered, we would destroy the competition, preventing any successful champions from emerging amongst the remnants. This would keep Keitel's forces weak, and, if nothing else, would mean that the Empress would need more time to rally her forces. Osiris would also adopt another change. Crow had been brought into the city, and would be alongside him and acted as security for both himself and Commander Zavala. Crow would always wear his mask, though, in order to keep his identity secret. Only in moments of silence and solitude would he remove it. One night, within the city gardens, Zavala also sought solitude, but neither he nor Crow was alone.
Yeah.
A Scion assassin had been placed within the city walls, and their goal was to take the life of the commander. Before they could carry out their mission, Zavala spotted them and quickly dispatched of them. But not before Commander Zavala saw his face, and for but a moment beheld the man who had killed his best friend for a brief glimpse. Crow wasn't discovered properly that night, but the mystery of the situation didn't end there. Through various communications, Keitel insisted that she would not send forces to assassinate her rivals, and at this point in time, that notion made sense. Keitel had acted with honor, and if she wished to employ underhanded tactics in her battle against us, we would likely have seen it earlier in play. There was a point at which Scion snipers directly aimed their scopes at Zavala and Osiris in the first meeting, but Keitel had let them leave. She had not ordered them to be killed there, even though she could have. Using an assassin did not seem to be her style. Something else was at play here. Regardless, this turn of events accelerated tensions within the Vanguard, and so Zavala, Saladin, and Osiris agreed on a risky gambit. Zavala would invoke the right of proving. Two Cabal champions would traditionally face off against each other in this ancient practice, but instead, we Guardians would face Keitel's chosen champion Ignovan aboard one of her Imperial land tanks.
Oh,
If we
my
won,
God.
an armistice
I was about
would be
to sneeze
agreed
right
to
there.
on
Holy
our terms,
balls.
and the Cabal and humanity would at very least be at peace for now.
Oh,
But if Keitel won, her original terms would be satisfied, and Zavala would join as a Brachus. Humanity and the Guardians would become a client species of the Cabal Empire, and the Vanguard would effectively be dissolved. Ignovan, even though he was a powerful Cabal, was no match for a paracausal force that had slain gods, and with new powers of darkness at our side, they were quite simply not ready for us. With our victory in hand, Keitel was forced to honor the agreement. The armistice was ready to be signed. Keitel and Zavala met on Nessus, accompanied by various dignitaries, and Crow on our side of things. They were ready to proclaim their agreement in blood. But in the background, yet more Scion assassins were at work, and this time they had a new tool up their sleeve. They had secretly stolen remnants of the technology that had been used to create the cage around the Traveler. Whilst at the beginning of the Red War this might have been a giant machine, now the sect of assassins had worked secretly to create a miniaturized version of the technology that would be able to drain the light from a Guardian by caging their ghost, thus rendering them mortal. Zavala's ghost, Taj, was hit by one such round, and temporarily, Zavala became mortal. The sniper had made a perfect opening for a Scion close to Zavala to strike him down. Crow took the initial blow meant to end the commander's life, and his mask was shattered in this moment. His cover was blown. That sacrifice would have been for nothing if the next swing against Zavala had actually landed. But proving her honor, and knowing that this would be the undoing of any possible peace between her and the Guardians, Keitel grabbed the Scion, lifted it into the air, and slammed it to the ground, killing it before it could land the blow. Swiftly, she insisted that she had not ordered this attack, but that she would be able to find the perpetrators. And so the armistice went forward. Commander Zavala's ghost, Taj, was freed, and Zavala looked upon the man who had saved him. When he saw the face of Aldrin Sov, he realized what had happened. This was not the Prince of the Reef that had stolen away Cade's life, and so he did not aim a mortal blow in Crow's direction, especially considering that Crow had just saved his life. Instead, he extended a hand of friendship and brought him to his feet. Now that Zavala knew, he would work alongside us to keep Crow's identity secret within the Vanguard until everyone was ready to accept him for who he was. Few others would be allowed to know of Crow's true identity. This included Amanda Holliday, the tower's shipwright, who had been one of Cade's closest and most trusted friends. Unwittingly, Amanda and Crow would become friends as well, both of them being oblivious to the man that Crow had once been, and the sins of his past life. For the time being, though, there were other occurrences throughout the system that needed our attention, none more troubling than the story of the Glycan. The Cabal forces had picked up a deep space anomaly near Mars.
voice
It was a
line
pocket of
from
darkness
Osiris
unlike
saying,
anything
"There's
that
no
we'd ever
light
seen,
here."
And yet, it seemed as though it might give us a hint to what had
I
happened
remember that.
to our stolen planets.
Remember
The
when they
lost
first
Cabal
revealed the
vessel
trailer of
had been
this
sending
season
out
in
a distress
particular?
call, and we would steal the coordinates to this vessel from Cabal forces. Though Keitel certainly wouldn't approve, this theft led us on the trail of one of the darkest discoveries we had ever known, the discovery of Callus's secret research vessel, the Glycan Volatus. For months, it had been loitering near the reef and had been abducting Scorn for experimentation. Callus was attempting to use these dead things as a method of communing with the Witness. It had reached out to Callus long ago and told him of the encroaching end, and Callus was determined to be its herald. But for so long, it had not responded to his calls. It took a strange combination of Scorn experiments reanimated again and again and placed within the Crown of Sorrow to actually commune with the witness. But when he did successfully commune, Callus suddenly vanished from the vessel, and the records of a guardian aboard who briefly survived the encounter only to die later told us of what had happened next. And his records of what happened on the Glycon describe it like a scene from hell. He states that the ship had been dragged beyond Acheron's wall. It had been pulled down into an underworld. When we boarded the ship, it was infested with Scorn, and all the Cabal crew were dead. But we also found a different kind of infestation here. Strange spores of darkness. This would be our first ever interaction with the strange fungal life form known as egregore, a vast web of fungal spores built upon the fabric of death itself. As we delved deeper into the vessel, we realized that we needed to use these spores in order to access deeper parts of it. Connecting to that network opened our mind and would allow us to see things in a deeper perspective, one that left us somewhat vulnerable as well, as it leaves our mind open to other outside influences. Whenever we ran these missions, Osiris and Keitel would run tactical with us, and Osiris was able to find and decrypt various logs from the Glycon. He found Catabases' story, and we found our way to what remained of him. Here, he was strung up in egregore, consumed. His ghost had brought him back so many times that it refused to resurrect him again, and Catabases had to put him down. The only thing left to remember the dead man's tale by was his weapon, a beautiful piece of Tex Mechanica engineering, also strung up in egregore for good measure. But there was something else. Near the remains of Catabases, we found the remnants of the dark artifact that had caused so much strife. We found what was left of the Crown of Sorrow. It was given to Osiris so that he might investigate it further, and so that he might contain it safely should the need arise. Though the darkness of the crown was what Callus had used to link to the witness, it's worth remembering that prior to that moment, it had been placed on the head of Galran.
Kind of wish the
And it
Draconic
had
Term of King's
served
Oh,
another
dude,
dark
I know,
master.
man. I wish that
And
was
soon,
back.
She would make her next move. Nightfall was coming, delivered unto us by the machinations of Savathun.
Alright, we're at intermission.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Blythe here again.
Gonna do this
Just really
because I want to go
quickly,
grab my
jumping in here
Corazon
to say thank
metal
you
poster.
for watching, and I hope you're enjoying so far.
Eardrobes hurt
And
from this
also
headset.
to thank
This
again
my
the
old
sponsors of
headset,
this
dude.
video, Geology. You can go ahead and check the code down below in the description to get yourself quite the discount. Thank you again to Geology for sponsoring this video. I hope you all have a happy intermission, and I'll see you when we get back for Season of the Splicer.
Use the stickers, put it on the wall, and that'll stick. Because like this was like the only thing I was like missing from my Crota's End collection. Because I bought the Crota's End ring, and I also had bought the oh my god, come on. Here we go. Alright, there we go. Okay. Now I gotta figure out how to get this on. So, let's see. I got 2 minutes and 15. So that gives me time to figure this out. Stick the magnet here, press hard. This lead the magnet out. Switch. That what needs to happen is yep, so that'll stick on there. I'll pull this off and I'll go onto a wall. There it is. That was easy. It was longer than 5 seconds, so that was easy to get on there. You guys see it? Let's see. So now I go to my camera angle. Let's take a look, see. Oh yeah. You guys can see it perfectly just fine. Let me go to my camera angle so you guys can see. Yeah, that looks sick. Hey, get down from there. Get on. Come on. Come here. Come here. Come here. Ooh, the splicer. That's the season of the splicer.
Not shortly after we signed the armistice with Keitel's forces, tragedy befell the city once again, seemingly out of nowhere. One night, the sun would set over the last city, and then, the next morning, it would not rise. It was quickly discerned that the last city had been cast into an endless night because of a Vex simulation that had prevented the sun from casting its luminance on the city. This endless night was in itself a terrible threat. It could mean an increase in the lawlessness of the city in the short term, but it would also mean long-term problems, dwindling crops and food production, a lack of solar power generation, and a general rise in the unrest of the city. All the while, there was the mood across the city that things could potentially get even worse. Nobody understood the true extent of the Vex's power, or whether this was the precursor to an invasion that they might soon make. But Ikora Rey had a plan. Whilst there were experts on the Vex within their own ranks, this particular issue required an altogether different
Hey, give me
touch.
that.
We had previously interacted
on
with
the
the
wire.
Elixni's bioengineers,
Sorry, I'm just
body
talking about
hackers, and masters of machines, the Splicers. As it turned out, we had also met with an Elixni that was inclined to help us, an Elixni who was well versed in these skills. Mithrax, the formerly Forsaken, had been working in the background to grow his Elixni House of Light, and had made some great strides toward his goal of creating allies of the Great Machine. We picked up his signal on Europa and helped to defend him and his people against a group of Vex that had shot down his fleeing skiff. To stave off the Vex, Mithrax used his skill as a splicer to open a portal for us into the Vex network
Crazy
itself.
how after the campaign.
We did not
Yeah,
enter some
dude.
simulation that day.
That's ridiculous,
This was
man.
the first of many strides into the true network of the Vex, and our light allowed us to traverse
Oh, I
it in a
even
manner
gotten
that
the
only the most
poster straight.
skilled of Elixni
Doesn't look
splicers
crooked
could
either. It
hope
looks
to
really.
achieve.
People can see it.
After we
There
destroyed
it
the
is.
mind that was commanding the local
So,
Vex, a great hostile
I
presence
probably
began to
should've
loom over us within the
Scooted over
network,
one because I was going to get my
overriding
other one, but it's
Mithrax's
fine.
control,
It's not a big deal.
attempting to destroy us before we could escape. Mithrax ported us to safety,
Not a huge
but
deal.
we got a momentary
I can
glimpse
make
of
it
the
work.
enormous Vex construct that was
Which I can put it on
responsible
the other side so you guys
before
can
we
see.
were pulled back to Europa's surface. Ikora knew
So it
that
should fit
Mithrax's
the other
people
one
would
when I get
continue
it.
to be hunted and harried if they were left out like
It
this
depends
in the
when
snow.
I get it.
And so, she offered them what might be the most extraordinary olive branch in the history of Sol. She offered to give them homes and a place to stay within the lost city itself. Mithrax graciously accepted, understanding that both the people of the city and his own people would soon experience a great degree of turbulence before true peace could be achieved. To say that the Vanguard inviting
Other than
the
that,
Elixni
wait,
into
getting
the
that
city's
Crota
walls
poster was well
would
worth
be
it,
seen by
man.
many
Well
as a
worth it.
betrayal would be an
Waited
understatement.
months for it.
The Golden Age had seen
I
utopian
see the
ethics
all the
existing
glass,
amongst most of the
King's
human
Fall,
population.
now the Crota one. Now where's
Ever
my
since
Wrath
the
of the
collapse,
Machine
those
one? That's what
times
I
were
want
long
to see,
gone.
man.
Ages of progress were overturned.
I
and
never
people
get one.
knew
I'll just
fear and hatred
I'll ask
again.
Display to make
In
me one.
particular,
That's all I
the
ask.
ugly rise
Because
of
Wrath of the Machine
xenophobia
was
within the lost
amazing.
city's population would see a notable uptick with the House of Light's arrival. Now there were targets. Easy targets at that. Some particularly shrewd political figures would look to exploit this fact. In particular, Lakshmi II of the future war cult. She was a primary disruptor in this period of time and would regularly stoke the fires of such hate. There were convenient and often, in some cases, legitimate concerns that she could raise as shields and cloaks to hide or
Okay, we
defend
got that up for
any
tomorrow.
more
So
egregious
now I
positions
just gotta
that her
get my new
followers might take.
panels.
After all, someone being your enemy for 100 years gives a very convenient pretext for you to make whatever rules for them you decide. But such issues are complicated, and to say that the whole of the city was united against the House of Light would also be incorrect. After all, the House of Light were all refugees, just like every person who had come to call the city home. Either they were asylum seekers in their own age themselves, or they had descended from someone who had been an asylum seeker, and they had all come to shelter beneath the Traveler. What were they to do? In previous generations, no matter who it had been, the citizens of the last city
Frog
had
Lab,
not
thank you
pulled
for the
up
follow.
ladder
Guys,
behind them.
thank you for the
They had
follows today.
welcomed
I
all
appreciate
to beneath
every
the
one of you
Traveler's safety.
preparing for Final Shape.
When
I
Lakshmi
swear,
II stoked
I
the
have not
worst
seen this
instances
many of
hate,
you in such a
were
long
some that
time.
pushed
This
back.
this is
Even some
heartwarming.
from within the ranks
Welcome,
of the future
welcome.
war cult
Hello,
who
hello.
left and decided
Um,
that it was very clear the direction
We're just
she was
chilling. We
going
got
in
3
was
more
not one
hours
they
until
could
this is
abide by.
done.
But even as the
Sweet.
populace of the lost city was split, there were other, more important figures who would need convincing. Of all the great heroes of the Tower, it was Saint 14 who would be the most influential voice in this matter. Mithrax approached him in the
12
spirit of
hours
fairness
until the
each time they
final
spoke,
shape
and
drops.
Saint was naturally
Holy
somewhat
shark.
combative. After having seen
Nezzy, thank you for the
devastation of
follow,
Battle
much
of the Six
appreciated.
Fronts and the Battle of the Twilight Gap first
You guys,
he
you
had
guys,
crusaded against the
you guys
fallen
are about to
roses,
get me to. You guys are
and had
about to make
seen them
me
butcher
lose my
his people
mind
in the
here.
distant past on Mercury.
Winning
his
what's my
trust
follower
would be
count at?
something of a mountain to
Dude,
climb.
we're 20 followers away
One
from
day, the
reaching our
Elixni
goal
Quarter
for this
was
year
vandalized
that I would
by
have
one of
loved to have
Lakshmi's
gotten last year.
xenophobic mobs, and their ether
Oh
stores were
yeah,
destroyed.
baby.
Now the House of Light truly had nothing. After Saint
You
investigated
guys are such
the
amazing.
scene,
Holy
he
crap.
flippantly
I love
remarked
each and every
that
one of you.
there were no witnesses, and that people could not be expected to
I
live
can't wait
alongside
for
those
each and
that they
every
had
one of us
always
Guardians to
considered
play.
be monsters. To this, Mithrax took a moment and with a stern tone enlightened Saint with regard to his own perspective, revealing to him a story that would change him forever. that there had been a monster to the Elixni all along, a monster that they told their children about. Saint heard his own story that day, but retold from the perspective of the Elixni. In this retelling, his crusades were not great journeys out into the wild to deliver justice unto the fallen houses. They were brutal and merciless campaigns of slaughter, in which he had killed thousands of innocent Elixni. This moment opened his eyes, particularly with this very simple note. He was the monster that the Elixni parents told their children of. They spoke of his insatiable rage, of how no Elixni were innocent in his eyes, that they were all fallen. Saint could see this reality himself when he looked into the eyes of the Elixni children. One day one fell in his path, and as he offered a hand to help them up, they recoiled in fear.
Hold on, I gotta.
Saint has always defended the
Wish
innocent,
my moderator was in here.
and a moment like this broke something within him.
The timestamp on this thing?
Himself to be the great protector
7
of the
hours and
city's
16
people.
minutes.
But knowing that children trembled at his passing, or even the shadow that he left on the wall,
What?
or even the mention of his name, it challenged Saint
Until the
to change
expansion
his
drops?
ways, and it forced him to realize that the world
The
he had
video?
seen
3
as black and
hours.
white was far more complicated than he had ever given it credit.
You're gonna go to
for.
sleep?
From then onward, much to his credit, he
Right. Yeah. That is true. But what time would you be getting up tomorrow? 10 o'clock? Okay. Because we need to finish this little part, because how many more minutes do we got until we finish this part? Yeah, I want to finish this chapter and we'll call it good. Is that okay? Yeah, beautiful.
He would change his stance, and became one of the staunchest advocates for the Elixni people. Together, Saint and Mithrax worked as one to counter the challenges within the city and without. After all, Saint may have been enlightened, but that did nothing to stop the endless night. So, together,
Yep,
we
that's where I got my
continuously
Baltic
worked
Glass
within the
poster
Vex
from.
network to understand how the endless night was being formed, why it was being formed.
How many hours until
and what
launch?
could be
12
done to
hours?
stop it. Delving deeper
Yep,
into their
depends on where
network,
you live as
we
well.
learned
Yep,
how
yep,
to
yep,
better
yep.
use our splicer abilities.
But
And
12
after
hours
many
though.
different incursions
till
into
we get to
different
play the
nodes
expansion.
in their system, we discovered that the Vex were being controlled by a single mind that was responsible for the endless night. Pursuing an understanding of which mind this was would lead us deeper into their network, where we began to see the telltale signs of the true threat behind the endless night. Deep in the Vex network, Taken infestation surrounded the nodes containing the information we needed. As we uncovered more, it became clear that the Vex mind controlling the Infinite Night was none other than Quaria, the Blade Transform.
Oh
This
yeah.
ancient Vex mind was the same one that had invaded the court of Oryx long ago, and which Oryx had taken before gifting to the Witch Queen, Savathun. She was the reason for the Endless Night. This was all a part of her plan. Descending upon Quaria's location, we confronted this powerful Vex mind and purged it from the Vex networks, bringing the Endless Night to a
That
close at
boss
last.
was kind of easy, I'm
But
not
even
gonna
as
lie.
Quaria was destroyed, and we stopped to remember those that we had lost, the politics of the Elixni's arrival was still a cause for some uproar in the city, and Lakshmi was still willing to
Weren't you
exploit
there
that
with me
moment
when we
for
did that?
political
I feel
gain.
like you were.
But Lakshmi
at the time.
had a few other factors that steered her towards her path. The future Warcold
Oh
had long
yeah.
possessed a device that she could use to see a series of potential
Probably
futures.
when.
They had used it prior to the Red
Yeah,
War
sometime
to
during Witch Queen.
preemptively
Yeah.
evacuate and arm as many civilians as they could. Now, Lakshmi looked into the device and saw a future where she could potentially rule the city as a single, dominant dictator. A future in which the Elixni were cast out, and where Mithrax was put on trial. This, and a few choice words from the Warlock Osiris, would be the catalyst that sparked her next
Yeah, I
action.
don't blame you. The Vex were kind of
Lakshmi
annoying.
gathered supporters of the FWC and New Monarchy to her side, and rounded up every Eliksni in the city before the Vanguard could do anything to respond. She would follow Osiris's directions and opened up a portal in the Botsa district in an attempt to banish the House of Light into the void of space. But unwittingly, she had been deceived. For some time, it seemed like Osiris wasn't truly himself, and this feeling was all the more confirmed when the portal Lakshmi opened at his direction did not lead into the vacuum of space, but instead led to the Vex network. From there, the Botsa district began to be overrun. Vex poured forth from the portal directly into the last city.
Oh, I
Lakshmi
got
was
really hyped
killed
for
in the
this
opening
fight.
engagement. Immediately, Guardians responded to the incursion in force, mobilizing with all available forces within the city's walls in order to enter the network once more and cut off the Vex incursion. Meanwhile, though, Vex had already escaped and were running rampant in the Eliksni quarter. Saint 14 quickly made his way to the
Chad,
scene.
as soon as we
and
finish
when
this
Mithrax
little
stated that he should be
chapter,
elsewhere to defend
we're
his
gonna
people,
be calling it
Saint
goods for the
retorted
tonight, and we'll be up in the
instinctively,
morning. So
"You
I would
are
say
my
I'll be
people."
live around
As we shut
10
down the
o'clock
gateway, Saint
a.m.
14,
Central Standard Time, maybe
Mithrax,
somewhere around that time.
Akora
If not,
Ray, Commander
expect me to be
Zavala,
on at like
and Amanda
11.
Holliday
It
all
is going to be before the
converged on
expansion
Botsa
drops, though.
district,
So if you guys want to
destroying
watch,
what remained
have
of the
notifications
Vex.
on, so you guys know when I
The
go
Eliksni
live.
House of Light had been
You
saved.
guys want to watch and see when you
More
guys can load into the
accurately,
game as well.
The people of the last city had been saved. The remaining elements of the factions would see this as a chance to leave the city.
I do appreciate you all
and
coming
the
in here tonight
aftermath,
and watching.
Factions
this
functionally
watch party
ceased to
together.
exist.
Much
There
appreciated.
would be no more factions on the consensus. There would be no more factions at all. The city was left in a state of political limbo, meaning that the only true commanding force within the city would be the Vanguard, Ikora Ray, and Commander Zavala. But the political turmoil and ramifications of this moment would have to wait for a day in the far-flung future. There was another who had quietly slipped away from the city in this moment, just as the factions had made their break for it. Osiris would make his way to the reef. The final part of a plan put in motion long ago was coming into focus. Soon all would be revealed, and soon all would be clear. And it
Sounds
would
good,
start with
Insomnia
the meeting
16.
of two monarchs. and a
Awesome.
bargain that would
Hope to see you
change
then,
their
my
fate.
friend. Alright. This is where we stop. Just gonna pause it right there as soon as it pops up with the title. Yep, there it goes. Alright, Bullets, we're good to go to bed now. Bullets? Yeah, we're done now. This is our we would have so that's our timestamp. We're at 7 hours and 23 minutes in out of the 10. So, we're close. So we should be able to finish it before the expansion starts then tomorrow. Yeah, I think so too. I know last year I can still consider it last year, but I know this last winter when I did Lightfall day 1 for the campaign, it took me about an hour to get in. Post after a little bit. I gotta look at my VOD one more time. So I know it might be different, but it still might be. I still know there's gonna be downtime regardless of getting into the game, because I know so many people are gonna log in and play. So let's see. Let's see here. If I go to my videos, possibly is it in there? I think it's there. I could just leave it like that for now. That's what I named it. So it'd be under videos, I believe it is. No, it'd be under live. So it'd be, I think I need to scroll back to a year ago. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling. This is gonna tell me. Oh, where are you now? Wait. I am hurrying up. Oh. Okay. I was just checking. Where is it? I gotta keep scrolling. That's Ghost of the Deep. Oh, ooh, here we go. We're getting close. I'm getting close now. There it is. Okay, let's see. I need to keep scrolling this back. Is this post-launch? Wait. So it took me about 45 minutes to log into the game. So I don't know if that was post or like okay, I don't know. Yeah. Right. So load time might be different. I'm not gonna know for Witch Queen, cause Witch Queen I don't remember really well how long it took me to get into that. But okay. Alright, chat. Well, that's gonna wrap that up. Hope you guys enjoyed. Oh, hold on. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you guys want to see the epic moment, the showdown for tomorrow. Sorry if my hair's a little messy, T-Wall. But it's from the headphones. Once I get my new headphones, sometime tomorrow or Wednesday, I'll be chilling. But, we're gonna be watching the rest of this movie tomorrow morning, and we start the reckoning. The war is here, everyone. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow. See you guys in 12 hours. Peace out, everyone. Have a good night. Sleep well, Guardians. Get that rest. You guys were gonna need it.